Well, I'm excited. I actually I'm excited today. You know, usually I get on and I'm like, all right, we're gonna fucking have to fucking think of some shit to talk about. You know what I mean? You have to do some kind of stuff. But today we've actually got a lot to do. We've unironically got a lot to do. I'm very excited. There's actually going to be a huge update for Ashes of Creation. It's coming out, I think it's in like an hour or something like that. And then on top of that, today for AllCraft, finally, we are having the Notorious developers on to talk about their game Project Honor and just in general about their studio and everything like that. I'm fucking excited, man. I am. 2 p.m. EST, I don't know what time it, dude, I'm gonna be honest. Whenever people start talking about like time zones and shit like that, like it's completely out of my, like I can't handle a time zone, man. Like, people just tell me what it was, and that's all there is to it. And say it. Sup, y'all. It's me. It's your boy, Asmongold. And today, we got some stuff to do. I'm ready. I don't know if we're going to have time to do Vicus today or not. That's why I didn't really put in a title or anything like that. Is, you know, apparently recently I've learned that having something on a title is a legally binding contract. And so I don't know if we're going to have time for that today or not. I don't know. But we'll see what happens. It's in 3 hours, dude. Yeah, well, whenever it happens, I'll do it. It's a new Cuphead today? Well, fuck. If it's a new Cuphead today, I might play that. Like, unironically, I might just play the new Cuphead today. Bro, I remember whenever I played the first game, man, like, let's be honest, like, I killed it in that game. I was so good, man. Really? Yeah, it's a DLC. Yeah, exactly, man. Cartoons are lit. Yeah, I mean, when does this shit come out? Does it come out today? Like, what time? Like, I don't know what it's called. What's in 3 out? Yeah, like, when's it happening? Like, it's out now? All right, maybe I'll play it in a little bit. We'll see, right? I want to go through some other shit, and then we'll get to it. And Cuphead, yeah, I like the game a lot. I'd be curious to see what the DLC is going to be. Lost Ark still in maintenance? Yeah. So, like, whenever I see Amazon post an update that's an apology for the servers being down, I assume that they'll probably be up between, like, 8 and 10 p.m. today, right? Because I'm just not expecting this to happen. Like, the realistic, like, this is really what it is, right? It's like there's been a lot of dumb shit that's happened with Lost Ark, with Amazon running the show, and I'm not too excited to get into this because I just think it's gonna be fucked. Like, that's all there is to it. There's been a lot of things that was fucked. It's supposed to be in 15 minutes. Well, I hope that it is. I hope that it is. And you gotta try V Rising. I played it a bit off stream. I just haven't really finished the game, to be honest with you. Like, I've been, like, right now, I feel like I'm in a video game rut. And if you guys don't believe me, I've been playing New World, so that's proof, right? Like, I have nothing else to do. And so I've been playing New World, and other than that, I, like, just kind of sit there and I'm like, well, what should I do? What should I play? I have no fucking idea, man. New World, yeah, exactly. When's the last time that you were drunk? The last time I was drunk, I think that, I don't know, I must have been like 18 or 19 or something like that. Like, it was a long, long time ago. Like, I did it whenever I was younger, right? Just to, you know, like, okay, well, people say you've got to do this, and you know, I'll try it. I tried it. I didn't like it. And so I never really did it again. That's about it, man. Like, I'm just not a big, I'm not a big drug guy. I'm not a big alcohol guy. It's not my thing, man. Why don't you make it through on Rev? People suggest games you to play. Oh, I think that a lot of people suggest games that aren't good for stream. I think that, like, it's a mix. I remember, I think Soda said this about, like, his, like, shit show Saturdays, where the viewers would suggest games that sound cool, but, like, he knew they were fucking boring, and so he wouldn't play them. It depends. I think that if I'm going to play a game, this is the I would obviously probably play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, right? That is the game, the next game. And then besides that, I'm gonna be honest, that fucking video convinced me. Devil May Cry 5. I think that's what I'm gonna do, right? And like, there's that. How do you have straight hair? Well, so basically the reason why I have straight hair is because it gets so greasy that it just starts laying straight because it's heavier. Basically my hair is very greasy. I'm a very greasy boy. I've always been like this, and that's all there is to it. I mean, like, I haven't got the split ends. I have no idea. Like, I don't, like, my hair has always been shitty. If you go back into, like, my old pictures, even whenever I was, like, really like when I was a lot younger, my hair was still shitty. Like, I've always had thin, like, bad hair. And it's never been different. Like, there's not much I can do about it, to be honest. I can't re-roll my stats, so I gotta do what it is. You look like a pretty girl, stop complaining. Well, I mean, I wish I did. That'd be good. To be honest, I don't know why girls are attracted to guys. I don't get it. Like, if there's ever a girl that's like attracted to me, there's something in the back of my mind that makes me think that she's actually crazy. Like, there's got to be something wrong with her. Like, there's something off. Like, there's like, what are you trying to hide? Like, what's going on here? Because like, why would you? Like, what you get? I mean, she's got to be crazy, right? Something like that. Yeah, why are girls attracted to guys? I don't get it. I don't understand it at all, man. Humor and confidence. Yeah, I don't know. What music playlist is this? It's the fucking Skyrim playlist that I play literally every fucking day. I used to play actual music, but then after a while, Twitch has decided that that's not the case, and DMCA prevents me from doing that. Now, I could run two different like things where it's like playing the music and like one thing, and then it doesn't play it on my VOD. I don't want to deal with that because I feel like that's just staving off a problem. You're still going to get DMCA'd for that eventually whenever they have live DMCA technology that's more advanced. And so I just don't want to do that and get used to it again. I think that the truth is, I think you can make a better argument for playing video games being like a market replacement for like buying a video game than you can for playing music being a market replacement for buying music. I really think this, because here's why. I view listening to music on the stream as the same as what happens whenever you go into like Walmart or Abercrombie and Fitch or like some store and they're playing music on the speakers. I view that as the same as streaming. If I could spend some money and get a license to just like a radio license effectively to just broadcast the music, I would love to fucking do that. The reason that doesn't happen, the reason it's not possible is because of something called a sync license, which is, who cares? Why am I talking about that? Literally nobody cares. I don't even know why I was talking. Like, nobody gives a shit. The point is that yeah, okay, all right. Let me finish it. So basically, it's the license to sync music with video, right? And a license for a song is like sometimes over $200,000 individually. So it's very expensive to do this, and this is why nobody's done it really on Twitch. There are people that have small agreements with different artists and different types of like smaller record labels that are independent. You know how like Train has a 21 Savage and stuff like that, but in a general sense, this is not the case. This is not how it works, and a lot of people are upset about that. I would say. I remember whenever the DMCA stuff happened, this is usually what happens with DMCA, is that a huge wave of DMCAs go out, and then nobody plays music. And then slowly people come back and start playing music again. And then after that's done, then of course, obviously they'll get back into it. And it's just like a cycle. Train listens to Drake too. I don't think he gives a fuck anymore. Well, I mean, listen, at this rate, Train could probably buy the record fucking label. So yeah, of course he's not going to give a shit. Why would he? It's what makes sense. Your friend Zach have a thing with Dance Gavin Dance, play their music? I don't know. I know it's one of his favorite bands, so I'm not really sure exactly. But yeah, copyright law is parasitic. I mean, I think so too. Yeah, it's stake. Exactly. It's stake solidarity. And I don't like the copyright law in America. I think that it's way too fucking overreaching, and I just think it's too much in general. Mount runs. Yeah, I thought about maybe playing some WoW today, but honestly, like, now that the Cuphead DLC is out, and I didn't know about this, I'm actually just play that. I'm like, I really do. Like, I kind of actually want to play that, because whenever the game came out, I played it. Not came out, but whenever I played on my stream, I actually really enjoyed it, and I could try it and see what it's like. And it's probably only going to take me like 15-20 minutes to beat the whole game. So, I mean, shit. We'll just do that later on. It's not a big deal. Only good games today. Well, WoW, I think that everybody always shits on WoW, and like, it's fun to shit on WoW. It is. It's fun to shit on WoW. But at the same time, I don't think the game's that bad. I actually don't. I don't think that WoW is that bad of a game right now. And it's just that it's like I come back and I play WoW and I generally enjoy the game. Is it as good as it was back in Wrath? Like, I don't know, probably not, or like Cataclysm, but like how much of this is like my personal opinion? If I went back, it's kind of like TBC, for example. Like, TBC was like my favorite fucking expansion, but whenever I go back and I play it again, it's not the same thing. So like, is that because I've already done it before? I don't really know, man. Yeah, I have no idea. Trying Tarkov Hero on your alt. I don't know if I'm gonna try that game or not. The thing is with like FPS games, and like Tarkov is also like a suspense game to a certain degree, isn't it? Like, I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, you guys can correct me. I've never really played the game that much. Yeah, is it? Is it sweaty as hell? Yeah, I'm not a suspense kind of guy. Like, yeah, it's a sweat simulator. Yeah, I don't do well under stress. Like, I'm the kind of person, like, I will play perfectly until I make one mistake, and then I will not make a single good decision after that. Like, I immediately, like, everything's going good, oh, that's it, it's done, right? Like, I am a momentum player. If I'm playing and, you know, like, I have that thrown off, I just fucking, I just can't deal with it. And so, yeah, you get tilted. I get tilted. I get too easily mad. And that's why I try to avoid that stuff. If tries come, yeah, I just try not to. I try not to play games that stress me out. And I'm a pussy with this kind of stuff. To be honest with you guys, I am. I get stressed out about stupid stuff all the time. It's something small that's irrelevant. It's like a video game, right? I'm getting stressed out about it, but I just can't control it. I can't. It just happens. It's like inside of me. And yeah, I just don't want to deal with it. And that's about it, man. We saw that in Fall Guys. To be fair, Fall Guys is one of the only games that I didn't get stressed out about, all right? I was able to play Fall Guys, and it was okay. What's the plush you got in the background? This is a, so it's this little fucking chocobo thing that I got, and I ordered it. It was like during November or December last year, and they said it wasn't going to be here until like a long time. And I ordered it, and I completely forgot about it until it arrived. And I don't know why I bought it. I just thought it was really nice and cute, and it was like reminded me of the chocobo in Final Fantasy, and it was like, oh, I like this. And so I bought it. That's about it, man. Is your chair comfy as roll one? Yeah, it is. Like, I'm good with the chair. I'm happy with the chair. You consider playing a Final Fantasy game besides Final Fantasy 14? Yes, I am. I'm planning on playing Final Fantasy 16 whenever it comes out. I know this has been a big thing. A lot of people have liked the Final Fantasy 14 streams. And so I think that what I find to be the most interesting about Final Fantasy 16 is it'll be my first Final Fantasy game that I've really played seriously, besides Final Fantasy 14. So I'll be able to play this game and actually have an experience and see what it's really like, if that makes sense. Let me think of a way to put this in a better way, because that doesn't really sound good. I'll be able to see the differences. I like the idea of being able to play the game and see what the differences are between like the, Final Fantasy 14 and what this would be. And yeah, because yeah, I'm now legally bound to do so. Well, that's my plan, is I do want to play the game. Now, obviously, if something else is happening, if it comes out at the same time as like a big WoW release or like something else I'd rather do, I'll just do that instead. But again, it's a single player game, so even if I don't play it exactly on release, it's probably not the end of the world. I'll just play it later on. Final Fantasy VII Remake. The thing is, like, there's been so much, like, fucking pop culture about Final Fantasy VII. I feel like I've already played the game. I feel like I know what's going to happen. I feel like I know what's going on. And that's about it. I don't know if I'm ever going to go back and play Final Fantasy VII. I don't know. I mean, on PC, but you mentioned not really liking turn-based games. I don't like turn-based games. I think they're boring for stream, too. Like, turn-based games are fucking boring. And it's not about the game being bad. I want to make sure this is very clear. Games are not bad because they're boring. Games are just not for a stream audience. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's not for an audience of viewers because the pacing is very slow, and it's like people can already make decisions before the streamer does, and they're just waiting for it, and it's like it's boring. And so that's about it. And are many of your game decisions based on whether it's worth for stream or not? Well, if I'm gonna stream it, yeah, that's kind of like the main factor. Is like, is this gonna be a good stream game or not? Because the thing is that there are two things with this, right? Number one is like my own personality. My own personality vibes really well with certain games, and it doesn't vibe really well with other games. So like, for example, playing through something like Final Fantasies, I think is good for my personality and kind of like how I am, because I remember a lot of the story points, and so I can be like, oh yeah, makes sense because of that, or like this because of that, right? And so like I can kind of add a certain value into it. Does that make sense? Whereas like whenever it's playing an FPS game, for example, me playing an FPS game is me sitting here quietly getting killed on spawn, banning people in chat for omega lulling. That is not a good viewer experience. And I know there's some people that are saying, please do that, I'd love to watch it. I think that there are people that would love to see this. However, I don't think that it's a majority, and I think most normal people, which I do think that a lot of my viewers are kind of normal, and they're not going to want to see this, right? Metro, yeah. And also, like, story, basically, this is actually a really good way for me to describe it. Here is how to tell whether I will like or enjoy playing a game on stream or not. There is an inverse correlation. The more menus there are in the game, the less I will enjoy it. I want to just play a game that I don't have to think about a fucking menu for, I don't have to think about a crafting system for, a leveling up system for, anything like this. I just want to play the fucking game. Lost Ark, that is the exception and not the rule. I think so. Lost Ark, and also like you don't really have to interface with a lot of those menus regularly. You know, these are just like collection items. The actual gameplay is just you sit there and you beat the shit out of something. And that's about it. Have you tried Remnant of the Ashes? But yes, things that have very little menus, and I can just play the game and it's just a seamless, you know, action experience. That's what I really kind of like. And you do better with story-driven games? Not always. I remember I played Metro Exodus because this is whenever I first started. So I've had a lot of, you know, I've been streaming now for, it's crazy for me to think about this, but I've been streaming now for, holy fuck, how long has it been? It's been ever since 2016, so that's 6 years. Am I right about that? 6 years? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Congrats on, yeah, 6 fucking years, man. And so, guess what? I've had a lot of dumb things happen. I've made a lot of stupid decisions over the course of streaming. And I streamed this one game, Metro Exodus, and it was probably the worst stream I've ever had. So far, at least. And it was awful. And so after that, I kind of just didn't, like, I'm much more reluctant to just, like, try a new random game because it's hard for me to vibe with a random game. You know, like, I'm just not... Like, I'm the kind of person, like, it made me think, like, do I have, like, autism or some shit, right? Because, like, anytime that I'm processing something new, I go into, like, sensory overload and, like, my brain goes into, like, overdrive and it just, like, explodes. Like, I can't, like, it just freaks me out, you know what I mean? And I fucking, so, like, if I have to do that on stream, I can't, like, you see kind of how that fucks me up? Right? It just fucks me up. And I can't really, I get overstimulated and I can't focus or anything like that. Different or better? It's called anxiety. Well, whatever you want to call it, the outcome is still the same. I don't really care about what you call it, right? It's just the outcome is generally the same. Can't handle, I just can't handle, I can't handle stress, like, at all. And that's why, again, anything that stresses me out, I just get rid of it immediately. That's it. People aren't all the same. No, I'm not. And it's just, that's... I think it's become more the case as I've gotten older, but, you know, it's just, like, now, if I have to deal with, like, menus and, like, actually really having to think and process information, I just fucking shut down. That's just, it's stupid, but there it is. You should work with it. I've tried for years, and I've just it's only gotten worse. It's only made me more unhappy and stressed out. I don't want to work with it anymore. I just want to live my life without having to try to push myself in a direction I don't want to go in. That's about it, right? I don't want to, like, try to force myself into doing something that I don't like doing, that I'm not predisposed to doing, that I don't want to do. Yeah, it's just, it's not, there's no value to this. There's no, there's nothing good to this. You think streaming caused this? I think streaming did kind of cause a little bit of it. Yeah, I think so. After I've done it for so many years, it's weird because, like, whenever I'm streaming, right, I'm thinking a mile a minute. I'm, like, constantly processing, like, tons of messages and chat. I'm thinking about what my content's gonna be. I'm talking constantly. I'm reading things. I'm doing things in the game. And like, it's mentally exhausting to do that for a long period of time, man. And that is, I got diagnosed Asperger's myself. I don't know. I just, the thing is, I don't really think about it a lot, but it does make me feel that way. It's completely normal. Trying to process everything fast and want to master it immediately. It's okay. Yeah, and it's just, again, like, my personality doesn't really vibe very well for learning things, like, on stream. Yeah, it just doesn't at all. And play games beforehand, yeah, but, like, then a new game comes out and I can't play it. It's just weird, man. Anyway, so, it's not stupid at all. Have your vibe? Yeah, I have my vibe, and that's what I do. And you know, that's what it's probably always going to be. And anyway, I'll look at some of these things, and we'll talk about some other stuff as well. Just speak slower and read messages in your head before you read them out loud, because I really mean this to you. If I read the message slower, I will forget about it halfway through because I'm already thinking about something else. Like, I will immediately forget about it. Like, that's how somebody can ask me a question. I can ask somebody a question and then forget what I asked them because I'm already thinking about something else. It's ironically the reason why I never get stressed out about having messes in my house or anything like that, because I am literally not there. I am not there. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. I literally don't see it. There can be a dead animal in the house. I don't see it. It's turned off. I am thinking about what I'm thinking about exactly like that, and that's it. It's the reason you're a good streamer, reading so many messages quickly. Exactly, yes, it is a strength of mine, but it also is it's a reason for weakness as well. And that's really all it comes down to. And worry too much, yeah, I do worry a lot. I get stressed out and worried a lot. That's why I try to avoid it as much as I can. And ADHD is an excuse. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm just saying that this is how I am. And so anyway, I want to go through and talk about some stuff. Obviously, there's the Saudi Arabia drama. Did you guys see this? So I thought this was pretty fucking funny. I saw it yesterday at the end of my stream. And anyways, you're super. Yeah. And so, yeah, Saudi Arabia, basically, so Pokelols comes out and he talks about some sort of like sponsorship, the like Mizkif and Emeru guy. And effectively, he was like, oh, he got the sponsorship too. They're gonna pay him like $100,000 or some shit. And then everybody goes ape shit about this because they're like, I can't believe, you know, somebody would take a sponsorship in Saudi Arabia. Now, what I said originally was, I was like, listen, who gives a fuck, right? It doesn't really matter that much, because it's like, okay, well, I mean, you're never gonna take a sponsorship from any place. Like, I mean, listen, I'm an American, but I'm not delusional. I know that for every bad thing that Saudi Arabia's done, America's done 10. Like, that's the truth, right? Is that Saudi Arabia fucks up a lot of people around them, but we fuck up everybody in the world. That's the fucking fact. We fuck everybody up. And so I'm not really too much into that. But apparently this shit was I didn't know this. This was it's sponsored apparently by the government. Is that right? It's sponsored by the government of Saudi Arabia. Am I right about that? Lamau horrible take? No, the thing is, yes, it is. So, way too accurate. It is. So, yeah, I don't know if they're going to take it or not. I have no idea. And, do you have the government? Yeah, I had no idea about that. Some people think, multiple moves ahead. Sure, cry about gambling and loot boxes. Well, here's the thing, right, is that, I don't think that the country's perfect. So basically, the way that I make all my decisions is a very simple question. Is this beneficial to me? And if it's beneficial to me, then I do it. That's it. Everything else below that is like, I would say it's subtext, but to be honest, it's not even on the page. That's it. Now, I would do probably the Saudi Arabia thing, but there's no fucking way I'm gonna travel. That's it. Maybe that's a true and accurate history. It's probably not over history, but today it's probably not. I don't know. I think that America contributes a lot of negativity around the world and negative effects around the world. Would you take a sponsorship from Russia? Take a sponsor it depends on what it is. Like, I mean, a sponsor, like if Vladimir Putin sponsored me, I don't know, probably not. I think that'd be kind of weird, but that's about it. It's interesting take. No, it's not really. It's just, and there were people that were mad about this. I was not really that big. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but they were mad about this. But yeah, as they say in Saudi, same style. I mean, I have no idea. Have you taken that many sponsorships throughout your streaming career? I really haven't. I mean, there's a lot of sponsorships I just don't really give a shit about. And it's just, the reason why I don't take a lot of sponsorships is because the real reason is like, I don't like talking and dealing with people. So like, I have to talk and deal with people for a sponsorship, and I don't want to do that. That's it. Yeah, I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to have anything to do with them. I don't want them messaging me. I don't want them trying to get me to do something. It's annoying. Like, I have no problem at all with sponsorships. It makes tons of money. That's fine. But I just can't function and talk to people. I don't want to do that, man. Less contracts, less problems. Have your agent do it. Yeah, but then I have to talk to them. Do you see how this is a problem? Then I have to talk to that person. So it's like you get fucked either way. You gotta talk to them or you gotta talk to the people. Yeah, there's no way. I'm an assistant. Listen. I want to sit in my house. I want to be left the fuck alone. Okay? Like, that's what I want to do. That's what I like. That's what I'm gonna keep doing. You know, that's all there is to it, man. And how does owning a gaming org? You want to know how it works? Is that other people do a lot of the fucking work that revolves around talking to people, right? That's why. And that's what everyone wants? Yeah, exactly. And everybody says, how'd you get OTK started? I mean, talk to people? I feel like I've become more like this over the years. It's become something that's been... it's been like growing with my personality. It's not like something that happened overnight or something that, after a little while I started feeling this way. It's something that kind of, just occurred and built up over time, man. And that's it. We get Keystone and Gladiator before season 4. I hope so. I don't know. I'll get Keystone Master probably this week, and then Gladiator, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it or not. I'm going to be totally fucking honest. They nerfed Fury. I don't know how good Warriors are now. I have no fucking clue, man. And yes, again, I want to say that this has been a big thing, right? As people get mad about like sponsorships that certain people take. In my opinion, I think that if people ever get mad about what you're doing, then just don't worry about it. Like, just don't worry about it. Do whatever you want to do, and don't let anybody ever tell you what you can do and what you can't do. Because at the moment that you allow other people to control you, you no longer have autonomy over yourself. And it's like in my mind, right? Like, what is the biggest value of streaming? What's like the biggest and best thing about streaming? It's the fact that you can do whatever the fuck you want. And if you're not doing whatever the fuck you want, and you're sitting around and you're, like letting people dictate what you can and can't do to you, how is this really any different than working at a job? Like, I mean, obviously it's different in some ways, but in my mind, in like a fundamental way, it's not, because you're still under control of somebody else. I'm not a big fan of that. Absolutely not. Don't follow laws? Well, it depends on what the law is, I would say. And you get carried by Grayson anyway. I hope so. That's what I'm hoping is gonna. I gotta hit Grayson up. We gotta get that shit done, man. Isn't it a job? Yeah, do what you want. Bang the chat because you can. Exactly. And or slavery paid below living cost. I think that's true too with some jobs. You're right. But in general, the way I look at it is like the Saudi Arabia thing. Whatever. I'd say do it if you want to do it. Don't do it if you don't want to do it. Don't ever let like internet outrage make you make a decision. Anytime that you let internet outrage make you make a decision, then you at that point become a slave to internet outrage. You at that point are now controlled by it. So if you allow yourself to do that, you no longer have autonomy over yourself. You no longer have autonomy over your content. And what the fuck is the point of that, man? And so it's a bad look? Yeah, it is. And that's why I would say don't ever let people tell you what you can and can't do. Only do what you want and fuck everybody else. And that's always been the way that I've looked at things. And I understand that this is not going to be a very popular point of view for certain people that have, very strong convictions or, what you would say principles, etc. Otone, thank you much for 5 good subs. I appreciate that. I don't. My main principle, my main driving factor is this beneficial to me? And if it is, I do it. It's literally that simple. I do the math and I decide that way. And that's it. Don't take feedback, got it? No, there's no reason to take feedback unless you agree with it. I think that it's important to listen to what people say sometimes, but it's not important to agree with them. Does that make sense? So there's a lot of times where whenever people will tell you something, they'll say like, oh, this is what you should do. Well, you can listen to that and disagree with it, or you can listen to that and agree with it. But you have to make sure that you are making decisions for yourself, because if you can't, nobody can make a better decision for you than you can in most cases. And if you don't do that, you're going to have other people that don't understand you, that don't know you, and that actually have no investment in your life. So you have to keep this in mind, is that, whenever somebody gives you advice for something, it's like some random person online or giving you feedback for something, it doesn't matter to them if it goes wrong. There's no effect on them if it goes wrong. All that happens is that they just go on about their day. They're like, oh, that didn't work, I guess so, and that's it. And so just do what you want to do, and that's it. And what's this here? Insane take? I know there are people that really get mad about this. I will be, as I said, I'll be honest. I am not a beacon for morality. I am absolutely not. I've never been, and I don't give a shit. I will just do whatever's beneficial to me, and that's it. But that's literally it. And did you already talk about Ashes? I have not. When does the Ashes thing happen? Yeah, I'm not sure when. Yeah, what is this here? Yeah, when does the Ashes thing? Is it in 45 minutes? I'm not even sure. It's in 3 hours. Holy shit, that's a long time. Okay. But allowing Saudi influence and things is worth it? Well, it depends on how much money. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to see how much money they're paying. I mean, shit, if they're paying you like millions of dollars, maybe it is. It's beneficial. It's a lot of fucking money, man. And Elden Ring plan update. Holy shit, I forgot about that. Oh my god. Fuck! Just a minute. It's fine, guys. It's fine. I haven't even thought about this plant for like 3 days. No. It's to be honest, I think it's the best it's looked in like a week. It's got like 3 flowers in it. It's actually doing very well. So yeah, everything should be good, man. I'm fine. You know, I still have plant souls. No, it's okay, man. Yeah, it's totally fucking okay. And make a decision to ignore the whole Tug and Comet Gates drama. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, I have no fucking idea. I don't really give a shit. People go to you for advice. Kind of sad seeing an influencer not care. I think it's the opposite. I think that there are too many influencers out there that try to give people bullshit advice that's just going to make them losers in life. That's all there is to it. There's a bunch of content creators out there that just coddle and pander to their audience, tell them that everything bad that happens to them is somebody else's fault, and basically encourage mediocrity and just never ever taking accountability for any actions that they do or anything like that. I think that, take matters into your own hands, be yourself, and at the end of the day, when you close your eyes, the only person that you're accountable to is yourself. And whenever you go to bed, whenever you sleep, whenever you're alone, that's the only person that's really going to be behind you all the time. And so always work for yourself, work in your best interest, because if you don't, nobody else will. And that's the way that I've always looked at things. And I know that there are some people that don't believe in that and they want to do things differently. Then they should do that. They shouldn't listen to my advice over what they think they should do for themselves. Does that make sense? Because I don't know you better than you know you. You should do what you think. But this is just my viewpoint on it, and this is the way I look at it. And that's it. Deflecting Andes, yeah. And I think that, yeah, just don't worry about what other people think or do, man. That's how a bunch of rich kids start in America. I listen, that shit I don't fucking know, okay? I remember, to be honest with you, I only know a little bit of how America got started. It was it was Christopher Columbus, and then basically there was 13 colonies. Then there was a king that was an asshole. They threw a bunch of tea in the water, and then there was a war. George Washington was there, and then he was the president. That's basically what happened. And I think there's a few other things that happened, maybe 2 or 3 other things that I missed out on, but that's pretty much what it was. Sorry, government, sponsorship is a bridge too far from me. It's literally the same government. It was largely behind 9/11. It was largely behind 9/11. You know what government I think was largely behind 9/11? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I was just asking if you guys knew if I knew. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I have no clue. How could I possibly have any idea? Anyway, let's read a few of these comments here, and we're gonna go from there. Don't go that far, dude. All right, you know what? I'll fucking say it. I think that American government knew 9/11 was gonna happen. I think they let it happen. I think they let it happen to solidify their control over the stranglehold of the media and also the government. And I don't think that they caused it to happen. I think they let it happen. And yep, just like what happened with Pearl Harbor. Exactly. And same with Pearl Harbor. There you go. And I think that it solidified Republican leadership for the next 8 years. And to them, it was only a few thousand people dead, and it wasn't anybody that they knew, so they said, fuck it. And that's what happened. Yeah, I absolutely think so. So yeah, I don't really fucking, I mean, I'm not, like, I will say I'm not 100% certain on this, but it's just what makes sense to me. Yeah, it's just what makes fucking sense. And what's this here? And gave him a reason to invade. Yeah, it gave him a reason to invade and all that stuff. Exactly. It's like basically it was a problem looking for a, it was a solution looking for a problem. And so they let the problem present itself. And I enjoyed my stay. Look, bro, if Twitch is going to ban me over this, I don't give a fuck. Like, I think that most people believe this. I actually think that there are a lot of people out there that fucking believe that the U.S. had some idea that shit happened. Like, yeah, they had some idea that shit happened. Like, there's some reason. Especially, like, I feel like the longer, the farther away from it we get, the more suspect it seems, man. And that's it. And I'm sure someone ignores something. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, again, I don't really give a shit about that anyway. And I think that if you want to play the morality game, you can absolutely play it both ways. But I think the real way to win is to not play at all. That's it. Dick Cheney 100% knew what's going on? What do you mean Dick Cheney knew what was going on? What do you mean Dick Cheney, one of the main people involved with Blackwater that got a non-compete contract after 9/11? What do you mean he knew what was going on? Man, what's this conspiracy shit, dude? Like, what are you talking about, conspiracy shit? Isn't that crazy? Man, get your tinfoil hat off, man. Like, let's get back to it. Start watching CNN again. Yeah, come on. But you were 10 whenever it happened now, you may have a different take. I was actually 11 whenever it happened. I was in history class, and I remember it very well. And, like, yeah, I mean, whenever I was 10 years old, I didn't think about this at all. I was just like, wow, this is like it is in the movies. And like, but it's real life. That's crazy. That was the only thing that I thought about whenever it happened. Yeah, I had no fucking idea. I didn't know anybody there. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do, right? I mean, I was fucking 11 years old. And, yeah. Holy fuck, I was out of high school? Yeah, we got some fucking boomers that watch the stream, man. It's crazy. Blackwater, Halliburton? Excuse me, I must have... Yes, you're right. It was Halliburton, not Blackwater. It's been quite a while. And anyone gets those contracts? Kids, the government's reading this? Yeah, sure. It's playing Counter-Strike at the time? Okay. I was gonna ask what team are you on, but what team are you on? I feel like let's just move on, all right? Yeah, let's move on. And I've gone almost an entire year without doing a 9/11 joke. Well, let's see how far we can go, all right? And let's see here. You can't buy gear in Diablo Immortal. Bro, I can't believe this shit happened, man. I can't believe this shit. Like, straight up fucking... Like, look at that. Like, of all the pieces of the raft to bite, he just had to bite that one thing, man. The gems. I think, yeah, people are saying this is probably a good little meme format. I like this a lot, man. Holy shit. You're amazed how much a government doesn't have their shit together. No way you want to plan something, get your head out your ass. That's the best part about somebody else doing all the work, is you don't have to plan anything. You just let it happen. And that's it. And so again, I'm not gonna, I want to make sure that we kind of like wrap this up, okay? Because I know people are gonna have a lot of residual comments about this for obvious reasons. I'm not going to go through and fucking argue with you about why why I think this or not. It's just what I believe. I don't trust the government at all. I don't trust any government. I think that they're full of psychos, and that's about it. I think they'll do whatever they can. They'll kill people. They'll sacrifice them. They'll kill their own people. They'll do whatever they can to maintain power or maintain whatever their goals are. That's it. And so everything that I view, I look at through that lens. And so I'm very skeptical of everything. That's it. Government is the enemy of the people. I don't think it has to be, but I think the people that are in it too long, and the people that especially, it's like the leadership and power paradox, right? Where the people that you want in power are not people that want to have power. It's kind of weird, but I think that's the case with a lot of things. It's easy to see people's motives, and you think everybody runs for their own gains? Yeah, exactly. I think it's pretty easy to see, 100%. What if you are the government? I used to be, and now I'm not anymore. I have no problem, like as I said, I'd have no problem working for the government or doing something like that, but you know, it's just not something I'd really rather do. Let's see here. What's this here? This could be a new meme format. I think it's good, man. We're gonna need a template of this one. I think it's fucking funny too. No, I've worn this dress 3 times this month already, boys. I'm gonna tell you guys something. This, oh my god, this was the best thing that ever happened to me. is in 11th grade, my school started doing block scheduling, which meant that you went to different classes each day. Like Mondays, it was like an A day, Tuesdays was a B day, and then A day was Wednesday, B day, and then it was like one of these things, right? And so it was really good because at that point, I could wear a shirt on Monday, and I'd see some people, and then I wear the same shirt on Tuesday, and then I'd see different people, so I could wear a shirt twice as long. And then by the time I got to senior year, I was thinking like, bro, like nobody's gonna remember what shirt you wore on Monday. Bro, just wear it again on Wednesday. And so now I'm going into 3 days wearing the same shirt. And now we're talking about Thursday. It's like, well, if you're going to wear it on Wednesday because people forgot on Monday, it would make sense to you wear it on Thursday because people forgot on Tuesday. And so I wear the same shirt. And then on Friday, we had all the classes, and they were only like 45 minutes or some stupid shit, right? And so at that point, I just wore the same shirt because, like, people will hardly even see me that day. Everybody's just walking around. We're chilling. So basically, I rationalized wearing the same shirt. And then, by the time the weekend's over, I mean, who's going to remember what shirt someone was wearing the week before that? You see how these things kind of come together? That's it. Were you popular in school? Yeah, I had a lot of friends in school. Like, my school, the thing is that, like, my school was one of those schools where everybody kind of just had, like, their own friend group, and there wasn't a hierarchy or anything like that. And this wasn't like American Pie or, like, one of these, like, high school fucking movies in America. It was just a bunch of people that just sat around and did different shit. You had a lot of friends. Like, I think one thing that was cool about my school was that you had a lot of friends that were all from different places. You know, you had people that were like these like super nerds, and they would somehow be in a classroom with like some guy who's in a gang, and they'd actually be friends, and they'd like, you know, fucking high five each other in the hallway. It was funny to see this shit, right? And so yeah, everybody was chill in high school. There was no bullshit like that at all. So yeah, I had a lot of friends, and it was great. I enjoyed it a lot. You know, like I remember, so I graduated in 2008, and I wanted to make a t-shirt, and I tried to petition for this, to make a t-shirt that said class of 2009, just in case of a mistake, basically, like just, you know, like just to make sure that we're safe, to say that we're the class of 2009 instead. And the teachers got really mad at me for this. They were fucking pissed. And so yeah, that was, yeah, fuck you. There you go. I was a sophomore whenever I graduated. Yeah. It's crazy to go back and think about like what life was like whenever I was in high school. You only some people had cell phones. I remember Eric had like one of those Motorola Razr flip phones, and like I had a flip phone for like half of high school, and besides that I didn't have one at all. It's just so crazy to think about like what life must be like for somebody in high school nowadays, because I'm gonna be honest, like I bet it's completely fucking different. It's a totally different. Cell phones were banned whenever I was in school. Yeah, but like the thing is, once everybody has them, like, yeah, the teacher can tell you to put them away. But like, I remember one time, I think there was one teacher that told me to give me, for me to give him told me to give him my phone. And this was in like, I think sophomore year. And I just told him, no, I'm not going to give you my fucking phone. And that was it. Like, that was it. So, like, I mean, what the fuck are they going to do? Like, he's going to send you to the office and, like, fucking take this away from you? Like, the police going to get involved with this? No, they're not. And that's it. I think that some students don't really realize, like, you can't let people fuck you around like that. He didn't shoot you? No, he didn't. He wasn't a student. And that's about it. You get expelled. You had to give them at my school. They're not going to expel you because they'd expel too many people. That's it. And let's see here. Oh my fucking god. The thing is, I wanted to go through and I told you guys, you know what I said? I made a list of all the different types of content that I would do if I didn't have, if there were no rules on Twitch, right? If there were no rules on Twitch. And I went through with some of these rules, and I'm just going to read you out one of them, okay? Bring on content creators that everybody hates, and then have people donate mean messages and TTS to them so they hear the messages, and then give the content creator all of the money. So these are the kinds of ideas that I think of. Like, this would be what I would do. A genius, yeah, and the person gets all the money, so they're gonna let it happen, right? It's actually Pog, yeah, it's great. Well, it's like, the metaphor for it is like throwing quarters at somebody as hard as you can, right? Like, that's it. Yeah, you're throwing quarters, bring on mess. Yeah, it's your farming hate watchers, exactly. It's like a stream roast. Yeah, but you're outsourcing it, so you don't really have to do anything. And I've got a bunch of other ones too. If they ever just decide one day to say let people do whatever they want, I would just do a lot of different stuff, man. What do you win with that idea? Well, you get all the money from the people that donated mean messages to you. Obviously, that's the way it works. And who remembers Bloody Knuckles? We never did that. We did the slap thing where you'd put your hand like this, and then you'd slap somebody's hand. Did you guys ever do that? Like, we used to do that one, and I'm trying to remember. We had some other dumbass shit like that. Isn't that cut? Yeah, I never punched people because, like, I didn't want to fuck up my fingers because I played video games, you know? And I didn't want that to mess anything up. What do you get out of that, the host? It's just funny. Yeah, it's just funny. That's all. That's all there is to it. Sometimes you don't need to get something out of it. It's just content for the sake of content. That's all there is to it. Updates which excite Final Fantasy players confuses me. Live later on July 1st. Stormblood update, new deep dungeon, new dungeon mode, data travel center, farm. Well, of course people are going to care about this. You know why? It's because farms are accessible to everybody. Like, most people already have friends that are all playing on their data center. Most people don't really care about dungeons because dungeons aren't a big part of Final Fantasy. There's no, like, challenge dungeons like Mythic Plus. The deep dungeon, it's like, fuck. Like, people are probably already, like, I guarantee you, there are a lot of people like me that thought to themselves, oh, I'm gonna go get Necromancer. And they spend, like, a week doing it, they get traumatized, and they never do it again. So guess what? No, they're not fucking excited for a new deep dungeon. Absolutely not. What if Twitch was uncensored? What would you do? A lot of different stuff. Stormblood Ultimate. No, because most people suck, right? And so they're not going to do a Stormblood Ultimate. What a fucking surprise that is, man. In today's Ashes of Creation stream, we'll see basic combat for Alpha 2. So I did have a video that I was going to watch about, well, besides that one. Let me see. Let's see if I can find the video here. And most important update. So this is the video I was going to watch about the Ashes of Creation update here. And I'm excited. I'll say this for sure. I'm definitely excited for the update. But I hope that, like, combat is just so important for an MMO. And I am so worried the combat won't be great. And I know that, like, looking at it is different than playing it. For example, like with WoW, looking at WoW combat, it doesn't really look that good. Like, am I crazy about this? I really don't think that, yeah, I don't think WoW combat looks that great at all. And, but playing it is very good. It's a very good game to play. So just watching something is not necessarily the only way to tell, but I feel like combat is one of the main things that people thought was a problem with the Ashes of Creation tech alpha that they came out with. So we'll have to see what happens. Looks awful? Yeah. It doesn't look like much, but it's actually very good to play. I was going through some old BlizzCon photos and came across this one. This is me, White Knight. Yeah, this is the guy that I met at BlizzCon in 2017. Hotted in Asmongold. Always enjoy the streams. Thank you and everything you do. Yeah, this is the guy. This guy plays Final Fantasy. He was a paladin. He and I did runs together even. Yeah, this is the guy right here, man. And WoW combat's boring, so it's Final Fantasy. I think WoW combat can be fun, man. It is. And looks like... What do you mean? I look good in this picture. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, this is it, man. I'm chilling. Yeah, there's Hotted, man. It's so crazy to think that Blizzard actually, like, paid for us to go out to do AllCraft at BlizzCon. Every time that I feel, I'm gonna be honest, every time that I do something with Blizzard, I feel like I'm getting away with it. I feel like somehow this got in under somebody's nose. Nobody noticed this. You know, that was about it. Nobody had any idea. And that's just what it was. Yeah, it's same. Yeah, it's like somehow I got away with it. Like, I tricked them into this again, man. And it's so close to armpit. No, I don't smell bad at all. I'm a very, very good smelling person. I think actually I showered for this because I heard there'd be girls at BlizzCon. So yeah, I think I might. Actually, no, probably. No, it's probably not true. I didn't. Anyway, it's happening. Let's see this here. Consumer Rights Advocacy Group. Our law firm is investigating Hearthstone mobile game for its allegedly deceptive selling of game packs to children. If your child has played Hearthstone and made in-game purchases that you were charged for, speak with our legal team today. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Look at that. Isn't that something? I'm glad to see this, man. This is amazing. Yeah, I think this is a real... What the fuck is he gonna do? Well, here's what you do. So basically, every game, microtransactions should be required to ask you for confirmation on your purchase with every single item. It doesn't matter. This is all irrelevant. I don't think any of this makes a difference. It's greasy. You don't have to enter the shit one time. In my opinion, this is how things get changed. Is they get changed by these people suing Blizzard or suing Hearthstone or suing some company, and then the lawsuit creates a precedent that other companies have to follow. That's how it happens. Like, straight up, that's how it happens. That's effectively like how a lot of different laws are created, is that there's legal precedent for it, and because of the legal precedent, everybody else goes around that. And yeah, does that make sense? Lawyers will literally sue anything for you. It feels like that to me, to be honest. It's hard really to say that the problem is that, is it really deceptive? I feel like it would be very, very hard to prove that Hearthstone is intentionally trying to be deceptive. I don't know though, like, because it would have to tell you one thing and then be something else. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? I don't see how that would actually happen, except when the Supreme Court overturns it. Well, that's different, right? And that's what happens, but that's about the Constitution. I mean, this is just like a normal court case, I would say. And it costs $177K. I mean, civil lawsuits don't create precedent. Would this be a civil or a criminal lawsuit? I don't even know. I'm not sure. I'd have to really think about it. I know that you're right about that. Yeah, it would be a civil lawsuit. Seems civil to me. I guess it depends on the way that they do it. That's probably what would make the most sense to me. Class action's always civil, pretty sure. I believe that is true. I'm not 100%, okay? As I said, I dropped out of law school, or dropped out of business school before I went to law school, right? So I'm not certain about all of these things. I like the idea of decoupling microtransactions and in-game currency. Gems, crystals should be required by law to just be $5. I agree with you. I actually agree with you. I think that having the extra currencies for video games only makes the games worse, and in general, I just think it's very harmful. Gamers, we have to stop Diablo Immortal. Meanwhile, social media users are debating whether teabagging in video games should be considered sexual assault. So, is crouching on another character, teabagging them, is this sexual assault? The fact is, it is if you're insane. So if you are an insane person that never leaves the house, this is absolutely sexual assault. 100%. And I think that this is an issue of being one guy or something like this. And yeah, make the crystals fight. Yeah, touch grass. Like, it's pathetic, man. The amount of ways that people, and especially gamers, get like fucking sensitive about this stuff. And the reality is that it's not really gamers. It's people that want to come into the space and tell gamers how they should and shouldn't act. It's fucking annoying, if you want me to be honest with you. I hate that shit, man. Are you kidding me? Yeah, teabagging IRL is sexual assault. Well, these are people, again, that are terminally online. 2 guys on Facebook isn't news. And this is, it's all 12 of them, yeah. What debate? There's pretty simple, no. There are some people, here's the reason why articles get written about stuff like this. It's because it's ridiculous. Like, it's a ridiculous thing. It's the same reason why, like, Donald Trump was in the news all the time. He would do ridiculous stuff. Like, Obama wasn't in the news all the time because he was just fucking doing president stuff. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't like he wasn't tweeting out. The more outrageous and outlandish a person is, the more attention they're going to get because they're more interesting. I mean, like, Mari's not going to bring on some happy, well-adjusted family. No, he's going to bring on, a crackhead mom, and then the dad has to fucking do, like, a remote chat because he's in jail for stealing cars. And then, like, the kids are running around the set. One of them shits on the set in the middle of the fucking show. They've got to clean it up and cut it. Like, that's what people want to watch. That's what people want to see. They want to see the stupid shit. Jerry, yeah, talking about people getting in fights on the show. I remember, like, every time. Remember? Jerry. Whenever people would start fighting. Dude, that's what it was all about, man. That was the main value of the show. Yeah, try to keep it in perspective, exactly. So, yeah, of course people are going to write articles about this stuff because it's funny to look at. That's, of course, the reason. It would make sense. I think everybody would do this. Obama, best president ever. I don't care about the president. Like, it doesn't matter what your opinion on the president is. My point is still the same. I don't care, oh, I like Donald Trump, I like Obama. Nobody gives a shit. Anyway, let's go to the next one. My cat loves when Asmongold plays Raft. What's this? What if he's trying to hit me? What if the cat's trying to hit me, though? You know what I mean? Like, why? Like, yeah, what if the cat's trying to fucking hit me or something like that? I mean, shit. And once they start rank 1 gems, I don't give a shit about the gems. Here's the thing about Diablo Immortal, is that, I don't know if you guys know this, but the game's pay to win. Yeah. It's a pay-to-win game. It's crazy. I had no idea. Fatchers with 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Yeah. And like, it's always funny to like look at the amount of money, but like, I don't really give a shit about looking at the math or whatever, because it's just a bullshit pay-to-win game. And apparently it might also not come out in China for quite a while, which I think is pretty funny. And do you like cats? Yes, I do like cats. I have my dad has a cat. We used to have 2 cats. One of them died. Now we have 1 cat. And the 1 cat that we have, his name is Brother. Brother is probably the stupidest cat. Is the stupidest cat I've ever seen. There was one time, Brother was lying out in the middle of the street. A car came down the street. The car had to drive around him. He didn't even move. Brother doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, he just sits there. He's confident. Yeah, exactly. That's not stupid. I mean, it's just now it's cat. Yeah, cat god. I know. And he'll bite you all the time. He'll scratch you all the time. Like he does whatever he wants whenever he wants to do it, man. That's normal for cats. Yeah, and that's just normal, man. He's basically playing the game of chicken. Yeah, it's a smart cat with massive confidence. Well, his sister before she got killed, used to beat the fucking shit out of him. Like, she hated Brother. Like, they hated each other so much. And they were both these, like, really, really big black cats. So, like, if you picked one of them up, you'd know if it was Brother because it would scratch you. Well, the other one would scratch you too, but, like, he would scratch you all the time, and she'd only do it sometimes. And so, yeah, it was, yeah, big, unironically BBC, big black cats. Yep, we've got 2 of them, and my dad, like, there would be a time, like, my dad would leave the door open for the cats to come in and outside, and one of the cats would sit in the door and not let the other cat come in or outside. So like my dad would have to pick them up and move them around the house like chess pieces, because they would try to like stop each other from getting to each other's bowls, and like if he didn't, they'd like fight or whatever. Yeah, and this went on for like 5 years. Yeah, it wasn't like, oh, they had trouble getting along at the beginning and then before you knew it they were best friends. No. No, this never happened. They never got along. That's it. Yeah, cats are assholes. Absolutely fucking not. Interesting. Yeah, playing chess with the cats. Saw this graph in Seth's new video. What's this? I don't understand it. Predator rank high to low. I'm gonna be honest. I only know who this is. I don't get this at all. Watch it? Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to. I have no clue what the fuck this means, man. And Hide to Playing Harold? No, I get that. Actually I thought it was it's a hierarchy. I thought this was Internet Historian. It was supposed to represent Internet Historian because he's used this picture a lot before too. And it was like, I know Seth is a YouTuber, so I kind of, you know, put 2 and 2 together, but I don't know. Interesting and relevant topic. The Netherlands is taking even more steps in gambling laws, banning celebrities from gambling adverts. Wow. Wow. Look at that. As of today, celebrities are no longer allowed to appear in gambling advertisements in the Netherlands. Minister Giga Chad, for legal protection, amended the regulation on advertising to ban all persons who enjoy some form of public fame or with whom people want to identify or associate themselves from gambling ads in an attempt to protect vulnerable groups from addiction. This includes former and professional footballers, influencers, models, singers, and well-known poker players. Isn't it crazy what happens whenever you just change the law? You just ban it, and then that's it. It's gone. You see how fucking, like, absolutely simple this is? Yeah, you just can't get it twisted. Yeah, fucking smart. Yeah, that can happen. It can just happen. Yeah, you can just change the rules, man. That's all you have to do. But when are you considered an influencer? Probably whenever you're big enough to have Stake pay you. What do you mean? Like, the thing is that, when are you considered an influencer? I think that, like, realistically, if you get more than 200 viewers. If you get more than 200 viewers, you would be considered like this in an actual, like, investigation. Like, if I was investigating it, and I guarantee you, like, these people clearly don't fuck around. They clearly don't fuck around. So if you go and you're like, oh, but I'm not really that much of an influencer, oh, my viewers don't even agree with me. They're just like, no, you're done. Like, we know what you're doing, get out of here. That's it. And so, yeah, government overreach, I think it's the opposite. I think this is good. I think it's a very good thing. I'm sick of seeing gambling advertised to kids. It's annoying. It's weird. And again, it's just, it's not healthy. It's not healthy for society. It's not productive. It's not good. That government isn't as great as you think it is. When did I ever say it was? I said this decision they did, I agree with. I think this is a good decision. That's it. I don't care what the rest of their laws are. I don't give a fuck about them. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't live in Europe. This has nothing to do with me. Like, it doesn't matter what happens in the Netherlands to me. I'm just talking about this one thing. Yeah, that's it. Weed sell aren't banned there either. Netherlands has some awful laws. You may think it's good, but it's also illegal to hurt burglars. Well, that's one I really disagree with, okay? And this is the thing, right? Is that everything in the world is a mixed bag. You're going to have some things you agree with, some things that you don't agree with. If you try to find these different levels of, like, purity tests that everybody has to agree with you on everything, all you're going to end up with is nobody. You're going to be all alone because nobody is going to survive that. It's taken out of context. I don't know. It's not illegal to hurt burglars. It's a dumb statement. Well, let's say it is. All I'm saying is that if it is, this doesn't take anything away from this. I think this is good. I think the other thing is bad, and that's just about it, you know? So I don't give a shit about the rest of it. New Cuphead is out. Yeah, I might play that in a little bit, guys. I'm thinking about doing it. Let me do this here. Most celebrities here with gambling commercials are subsidized by the government. So basically, they fucked themselves on that one. I do have to say I'm happy the law was created. Yeah, I am too. I think this is great. Now, that's an achievement. I've slept with two former presidents. I speak 4 languages, and I owe 2 Monets. I have 634 of the 762 mounts in WoW. Okay, look. So, the girl that I dated before Izzy, I actually started talking to her because she was impressed by how many WoW achievements I had. I swear to God. She was crazy, but it happened. Yeah, now, yeah, I mean, she's crazy, like, but, you know, like, yeah, that's what it was. And so it's not impossible, right? It's not impossible, but it is unlikely. I would certainly say that for sure. Yeah, they're all crazy. Well, that's why they'd be dating me. Okay, let's be honest. And some players actually think like this. Me, I see it as the things you own eventually end up owning you. Having near all the mounts just means you waste 100 hours every new patch to collect things, keeping your complete collection going. I don't know why people try to like invalidate why people like to play a game for something. The reality is that a lot of people just like collecting items in video games. There's nothing really bad about that, is there? I think that's pretty normal. Yeah, they just like collecting items in video games and it's fun for them. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of thought that goes into this. It's not like they're not thinking about their life. It's just, hey, I'm having fun doing this. I'm gonna do this. And that's it. It's like, these are the same people that, like, most hobbies and most things that people do for entertainment are of no consequence. They don't matter. It doesn't matter how many seasons of Game of Thrones you watch. This is not really going to make you a better person. If anything, it'll be worse. But listen, all I'm saying is that there are many forms of entertainment that do not have a... There is no point to it. Cancel, thank you very much for the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. There's no point to entertainment. I think that's a big reason why it's entertainment in itself, is because there's not really a, there's not a goal, there's not a second agenda. It's just entertainment for the sake of entertainment. People who post on Asmongold also posting. What's this? I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised competitive WoW is so close. Live stream fail, I think that makes sense. Ship post Final Fantasy, I think that makes sense too. Forzen, yeah, fucking Mizkif, OTK Network, Ashes of Creation, that makes sense. New World game, that makes a lot of sense. And then Blizzard. I'm actually surprised to see so many of these connections here. And that I'm not in Path of Exile that much. That's very surprising to me too. Holy shit. It's a JoJo subreddit ad. I don't talk about it that much, okay? And people love collecting. 9 Inch Nails has a song about it. A lot of people have a lot of people like collecting stuff in video games. It's like some like compulsive thing where they just want to get all of the X or all of the Y. So I don't think it's that big of a surprise for anything. It's fine to me. I think it's totally okay. Let's look over here. All the direct Berserk references in Elden Ring. Is that King Geisric? I think it is. Okay, all right, I want to watch this. I'm going to watch this right now. Here we go. The Skull Knight and the Blasphemous Blade. So the Blasphemous Blade, so basically the Skull Knight's sword was actually crafted out of a bunch of baylets that he had got from apostles throughout the years. And it's one of the reasons why he was able to slice through some of Void's attacks whenever he tried to attack him in the eclipse. The baylets, yeah. I'll move it up so you guys can see everything. How do you have so many baylets? He killed them over the years. There it is, see? Baylets taken from apostles to form this blade. There it is. Oh shit, you're right! Damn! Bro, I never thought of this shit. God damn, together, yeah. Is he gonna say it? Holy shit. Bloodhound Knight set in a random mercenary from Berserk. That's oh god damn it. Now I've gotta take it down because you guys can't see the helmet there. We'll get this here. I'll put it maybe right this way. Look at that. That's fucking dude. That's so close. Holy shit, that's so close. Blade and Guts with Berserk armor. Yep, I saw that the second it came out. General Radon. Yep.
The Conqueror of the Stars. General Radon.
Damn.
Heed my words.
What's the helmet?
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
I've never known defeat. Guts' birthplace. Yeah. I don't know about this one. Oh, that. Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah, this one was obvious. Like, anybody could have seen this. Yeah, 100, no, that's a bit of a reach. The tree was a bit of a reach. This one was obvious. Anybody could have seen this one. Like, 100%. Does he hold out one hand? No way he holds out one hand. Okay, I was about to say. Gut sword, yeah. The flavor text in the sword is the same flavor text, or the same description that they give to the Dragon Slayer Greatsword in Berserk. They've actually buffed the sword, apparently. Wow, I never... Holy shit! Oh my... What? Bro, what the fuck? Dude, I didn't see half of these. Kaneshka and the giant face and sort of... Okay, we knew this one. Yeah, we knew this one. Yeah, definitely this one was easy. Dude, that was fucking cool. That was actually really, really fun. No, I haven't read the new chapters or anything like that. No, I haven't. And look at this. And there's monuments in one of the Scandinavian countries similar to that. Yeah, but I think it would make more sense that it could be both, right? I mean, it could be something like, oh, well, this is the way it was, you know, with the Scandinavian countries, and it was also in Berserk, so we're going to have this, right? I think that's probably fair what happened as well. I mean, that's what would make sense, I'd say. And yeah, it was cool. This was really fucking badass, man. I'll link it to you guys if you guys want to fucking look at it more. I'm trying to think. I bet there's probably more of them that I can see. Like, as I said, I've been watching this show. It's called Fist of the North Star. And it's really cool for me to watch that and then see how much of JoJo, especially like the first season of like Jonathan Joestar, was like very, very inspired by that. Like, I mean, there are so many fucking parallels. Oh my god, man. It's badass. I fucking love it. What service? I watch it on Crunchyroll. That was the place that had it. I checked on Netflix and it wasn't really that good. It's old anime? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I really liked it a lot. I thought it was a great show. And, I mean, I thought it was a great show. I'm still watching it. Sell me Devil May Cry 5 in 1 minute. Okay. Let's see this. Let's see if it sells me. Jesus. Okay. That's where it's from. Okay. Jesus. It's pretty badass. Okay, like, let's be honest. That is pretty fucking badass. I didn't see the first half of this. Yeah. Nothing personal. Fathom, thanks for 5 subs, man. Yeah, I will probably play this. Like, let's be honest. Let's play. Yeah, that looks fucking cool, man. Are you gonna play the Cuphead DLC? Yeah, I'll play it. Give me, like, so the Ashes of Creation thing comes out in, like, 3 hours. Is that right? I just want to, like, have, like, some, like, planning for this. Yeah, it's in 2 hours. Okay, so it's in 2 hours. Maybe I'll play it after Ashes of Creation. How about that? Yeah, I'll play it after Ashes of Creation until we have AllCraft. Yeah, how does that sound? Yeah, I think that's good. Because, like, I don't know how long it's going to be or whatever. Video's not going to 1080p. Yeah, I don't know why. I have no idea why. And Lost Ark patch is out. Yeah, I know. But I can guarantee you that shit's going to take me longer than an hour, right? Like, that's the thing. Old Asmongold will never plan things. I make very, very short and temporary plans. Like, something that's like, okay, maybe we'll do this, and then if it doesn't happen, it is what it is, right? GTA RP win. One day I will do GTA RP. I don't know when that's going to be. Here we go. Pay to win. Congratulations.
You win!
Oh my fucking god. The pixies in the background? Holy shit, that's so good. Wow, modern gaming? Yeah, where's my mind? Where's my money, you mean? New summer event, AFK for 9 minutes to get rewards? Yeah, there you fucking go. And one more time? Yeah, alright, real quick, one more time.
Congratulations! You win!
Wow! Jesus, man. Gravity Falls has gone on point? Yeah, I don't think we want enough. One more time. Listen, games nowadays are they fucking suck. Like, I don't really know what else to say. Just loop it as a GIF. Yeah, Diablo Immortal. I don't understand how people, like, it is always a mystery to me that people feel this way about these games. They'll actually spend real money on these games. What is wrong with you? Are you fucking crazy? Not all games, though. Look at Devil May Cry 5. Yeah, that's the thing, is not all games are like this. And I do want to say, like, with all this pay-to-win stuff that, like, I've been getting into, I want you guys to know that there will always be games that are not pay-to-win. There will always be the resistance, the people that are fighting against the mighty empire of fucking 5-star waifus. You're right. This will always be the case, but it's just about making it the norm or not making it the norm. I think that's what it really comes down to more than anything. Yes, the poor developers. Yes, they're being farmed out. Here's a cute Asmongold instead of drama. I like this. This looks really good. What's this here? Fortnite ruined modern gaming with their battle passes and expensive skins. It didn't ruin it. Consumers ruined it. How could a game ruin it? The game was nothing without the players. The players ruined it. Absolutely not. Yeah, it was the players that did that, man. Let's be honest. Paying for cat girls in Final Fantasy XIV is the only acceptable form of pay to win. Yeah, it's good enough. And I think that would actually be pay to lose in that circumstance. And follow me for Anima Boob. Holy shit. Okay, all right, the real content. Yeah, we'll look at that one afterwards, okay? No, excuse fuck, yeah. Let me see this one. Why, Beerus fights are important to make it epic? Yeah, I think this is like the last fight in the game too, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. I'd have to look for myself. Have you seen this video about Diablo Immortal? This is so true. I wanted to look at this here. And this is a video. The guy... Let me just turn this down. I'm going to talk about this and watch this. This is the guy, Rax. This is the guy that, you know, we felt really bad for with Diablo Immortal. This, I believe, is the conclusion to the saga. Yeah, I'm excited for it. And let's see what this is here. And let's look down here. Asmongold 6 shot. Okay, all right. I've seen pretty much all of these. What it means to be a Dark Knight. I know what it means to be a Dark Knight, okay? Like, it means to get excited about Devil May Cry 5. Yeah, it's basically the same two things. Here we go. Stop voting. Shit. With your wallet. No. People don't understand what vote with your wallet really means. Has there ever... There have not been a lot of examples of voting with your wallet that worked with video games. There really haven't been. And also, like, what happens whenever you get outvoted? No, I know. Okay, I must have misread what you said. But, like, what I'm saying here is that I've been saying that for a decade. It doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't want to do that anymore. Like, fuck it. That's it. The audiences are so big it doesn't matter anymore. No, it doesn't. Yeah, you literally get outvoted by one whale. Think about it. Like, let's say every single person, there's like 40,000 people in this chat. There is one whale that can outvote all of us put together. One person. In terms of money and time investment. Yeah, one whale destroys all the votes. Here we go.
Hi everyone, it's Rax bringing you a very important update today. Maxroll has discontinued our Diablo Immortal branch. We're not going to be making any updates, and very soon we're going to be taking down the guides.
Wow.
And this was a team decision that we made, and a lot of thought went into this, and I'd like to give you some background from Maxroll's perspective on exactly how this came about. So the first thing I'm going to start with is a little history lesson on Maxroll, if you'd care to hear it. Otherwise, maybe I'll put timestamps in the video. Okay. You can skip ahead. I
use Maxroll for all of my like Lost Ark stuff. They generally have good information.
Tell you how Maxroll was formed, and Diablo Immortal was one of the first games that we ever worked on in the series of events that led us to canceling the branch. So let's start by going back, and let's talk about how Maxroll formed. So if I go here and I go to the team page, let's go to management. It all started with this guy right here, Alex. Alex had a vision, and he said, I want to make a website that covers ARPGs and tries to make the best guides on planet Earth. That's what he wanted to do. Alex is a German boy, so he went to Diablo 3, which is a game that he really enjoyed, and he looked at the content creators there for Diablo 3, particularly the German content creators.
And he thought they sucked, am I right?
And he noticed two very famous ones. If you played Diablo 3, I'm sure you know them. SVR and Rob.
Okay.
So he talked with SVR and Rob.
Oh, he brought them on the team.
Theory crafter, and Rob is an Omega Blaster.
Okay.
From that game. And they said, let's make Max Roll, let's make the best guides, and they were in. They quickly discovered, okay, we cannot do this by ourselves. We need more help. So we're going to hire 2 more people. We're going to get someone from North America, and we're going to get someone from Europe. So they did some research.
I think this could be him.
The person we want from North America is me.
Damn.
And the person that we want from Europe is Wudijo. So there we go. We
wow,
got our team, and here we go.
That's badass.
So we started working on Diablo 3, and we very, very quickly realized that this is way, way too hard for the amount of people that we had. So they said, all right, who should we get? And I said, let's get my brother, Facefoot. He'd be a super good pick.
There you go.
He kind of looked at me like, Rax, you want to get your brother on the team? That sounds stupid as hell.
It does.
He was a professor at a university. He's a very good teacher. He would be amazing for this, and he knows Diablo, I'm telling you. They had an interview with him. They hired him. It's gone very well. So
they've got a history with Diablo.
We also picked up North War. North War is a huge Omega Blaster. He's a Russian troll. He's a super amazing player. Picked up North War, and now we had a really rock-solid team. We picked up Riker not long after that, and of course we picked up Chewie after that, and Chewie's an absolute machine.
So what does this have to do with Diablo?
And we had been blasting D3 forever. Then we moved to Immortal, and here's where this comes in. So now let's talk about how the timeline went for us on Immortal. So BlizzCon 2018, they announced Immortal.
Yeah.
You want to know what our feelings were about the announcement? The same as your guys' feelings. We didn't want a phone game. We thought it was really dumb. We wanted Diablo 4, blah, 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 blah. We have the exact same ideas that you have. But
everybody thought that.
If we're going to make guides, Diablo Immortal is the next game coming out in the Diablo series.
This is just like the facts. It's like whenever you cover like any news or like games and stuff like this, there are just certain things that you are expected to cover. And this is one of them.
Instantly dismiss.
Yeah, people are going to expect for you to cover it.
So then the tech alpha was released, and the tech alpha was very, very short, and it essentially just let you log into the game and play it for 2 seconds.
Okay.
You pretty much could just move around and shoot and just do a dungeon and a challenge rip.
That's smart. That's smart. Something
when
very
we got
limited.
This far, our hopes actually started to rise because the game actually wasn't too bad. You know, it's like, oh, this is a Diablo game. Oh, I can move and shoot now that I'm we're playing on a phone and not the PC beta. And that dungeon was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just this super cheap, shitty phone game. This is better than we thought it was going to be. So now we can at least build our ideas around covering this game, and let's see how it goes.
Okay.
So with that in mind, we were prepared for when they actually released the real alpha to erupt.
Okay.
So we had a team of myself, Rob, Echo Hack, and my brother, and we dominated, man. Again, I've talked about this in my other videos. We don't need to talk about the same thing
y'all played it like crazy.
Over and over. But the alpha was the best version of the game that we had ever seen.
That's so sad, man. It is. Give me 1 second. I think another reason why it's so cool to play like alphas and betas for games, the same thing was like with New World, is that you don't know what's going on. There's genuine mystery because everybody's seeing everything for the first time. It's the beta. It comes out, people are like, wait, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? You know, that's a big thing.
It was fun. It rewarded gameplay. There was no pay to win. There was no resonance, none of that bullshit. It was may the best person win. Grinding was super rewarding. We did all the zone events. Okay, we've explained this a million times. We spent so much time playing this, and we had so much fun, and we made so many friends that, you know, it, like we said here, it's the best version of the game we'd ever seen. There was none of this nonsense.
There were no cash shops, no shop or pay-to-win elements, and the game truly rewarded playing to power up. Man. What are these guys thinking, man? What are these guys thinking? Like, that's just, guys, I mean, they pull the sneaky. Yeah, of course they were going to do that.
And we picked up a bunch of people who were also blasting the game to max roll, who became incredible teammates of ours.
Of course.
We had Lexi, Dread, Echo, Greg. And now we had a real full lineup here. And we started to really ramp up our guides because people, you know, were starting to consider us like the top source for Diablo Immortal information like we had been for Diablo 3. So one thing that needs to be said that people have been talking about, and we think it's a fair point, so we put it in the article.
Okay.
People say that all the blasting that you guys did in the alpha, all the spreadsheets that you made, all the hours that you put in.
It's a lot.
It may have actually been used to figure out how to stop the free-to-play players or how to stop progression, you know, to build their pay-to-win.
So they were actually beta testing and figuring out, testing out for Blizzard all the ways that they can stop free-to-play players from actually being good. Holy fuck. That is incredible. Not only are they working for free, but they're working so other people can pay money to beat them. Yeah, they're used as benchmarks. They're like, okay, well, we can't let them get this far because then the whales might lose. I love this. Wow.
System. And, well, we cannot deny that possibility. Maybe that's exactly what happened. We don't know. We'll never know unless Blizzard tells us. But take our perspective for a second. We're just, the alpha was pretty good, right? Pretty decent. None of that bullshit that is currently in the game.
Yeah, you're going to think it's good.
And, you know, we wanted to try our best, you know.
Sure.
We were honored that we got the chance to test it, and we were trying to advance the game. And then we got the announcement.
Yeah, because you got bait and switched. That's what happens. It is like the game came out, you thought it was really good. The same thing happened with Lost Ark. Think about how much shit Stoops got when Lost Ark came out because of the way that Amazon released the content. Everybody went back and said, yeah, finally an MMO that respects your time. Uh-huh. Man, he was wrong. That's it. Yeah, he got shit on for that.
The game was going to be delayed, and we thought it was going to be even better because of that. But we read on, and let's see how it goes. By the way,
let's see how it goes. I wonder how it's going to go.
Updating the guides here, because we could do a lot more in the alpha. So it took us so many hours to update it, but we're on pace here. Then came the beta. I'll be totally honest with you. This is the section that I played the least. I logged in, I leveled up, and it looked kind of the same to me, and everybody else was blasting, and I was playing Lost Ark, and I had so many other things. I transitioned a while ago. I transitioned out of being on individual teams. I used to lead the Immortal branch. I gave it to Lee, my brother. He led it all the way up until today. And I transitioned out of that role into being more of into helping all of the teams. So help the Lost Ark team, help the
That's
D2
good. It makes
team,
sense.
Help every team. And we'll get started on some other projects here.
This guy does seem like a team player. I mean, fuck, he played on Blizzard's team for years and he didn't even get paid. I mean, it sucks, man.
Things I was doing, I didn't really blast
I'll move
the beta,
Cam down to here.
The rest of my teammates did. And the beta just got worse. It just got worse from the alpha. So first of all, a lot of the core problems with the game hadn't been fixed. There was like a 7-month gap here. So we began to grow concerned
here, obviously,
that either, you know, maybe our feedback wasn't heard, or the feedback that we gave maybe was a lower priority, but we thought they were pretty major problems.
Yeah.
And then, of course, came monetization.
Of course.
We could see that there was unlimited spending. We could say that Legendary Gems now gave combat rating. This didn't exist before.
They didn't have that in the closed alpha. Like, Resonance was far too strong, completely parallel. This is the thing, right? Is like, everybody expected this to happen.
Strong, and it was like a completely pay-to-win stat.
Yeah.
The free-to-play experience was out.
Sounds depressed? Yeah, who wouldn't be?
They did improve it.
Of course he is. It sucks.
You know, it's still super terrible. It doesn't help you at all. Still can't get legendary crests. You can't upgrade your stuff. Overall, it's just pound for pound worse. But still, we gave lots of feedback. We still put in the hours to update it, and we're ready for launch.
Good.
Then comes the release, right? And from all the effort that we put in for years and years and years, one extremely disappointing thing here is they made a lot of changes from beta to release, and it made some parts of some of our guides inaccurate. Or let me just give
this
you one
always
example.
happens. Yeah.
Wizards. We said wizards are.
I've had that happen. Like, I had that happen a lot whenever I made guides for things in beta for like WoW expansions, and then it comes out and it's different, and then people get mad at me because the guide's wrong. It's like one thing that like a website like Maxroll has over a YouTube video is it's easier to like edit Maxroll and say like, oh, okay, this got changed. Let's delete this text and put some other text in instead. But like with YouTube videos, it's just out there, right? And so I got a bunch of shit for that.
Worst because they were the worst. Ask any wizard player to tell you the same thing. And we said things like, you know, the channeling with disintegrate with the ice crystal. It's stupid. It's terrible. Don't use that. It was terrible. Don't use that. But then it got really buffed and everyone started using it. You're like, why did Maxwell say it was so bad? Well, it was so bad, but it was buffed right before released and we didn't have any idea, and so that's why it ended up that way. So there were a lot of things on our site that were very frustrating that, you know, we didn't know that they were going to change, and surprise, they're changed, and now we have to do so much work to fix it. It's just the nature.
I think that's just the nature of the game. And like, I don't think you can be mad at the developer for that, because it's like they can't develop the game contextually around people that make guides for it. Like, I think it's fair that's the case, right? Yeah, that's fair. Like, it's one of those things where like it's frustrating for you whenever you make guides, but it's also like not something like I can empathize with his problem, although I don't think it's a problem the developer needs to solve.
Guides, right?
Anyway,
so it came out.
Like it makes sense for him to be frustrated, though.
All of our worst fears were realized as we wrote. A lot of the issues that we had talked about for a long time had not been fixed. The free-to-play experience was
true
just
and real,
as bad as ever, if not worse.
Very true.
The shop was the same thing from the beta, except it was worse. Now it actually had all these bundles, and some of the bundles actually just directly sold you the 5-star gems. There were more caps and hidden caps, and there was no reason to grind anymore. So one thing about this that maybe is a misrepresentation is we knew all along that in some capacity it was going to be pay to win. You pay money, you get an advantage, you have an advantage, you should win. We understand that. That's how mobile games are. We know that.
Why? Why? Like, who wrote this in the 10 Commandments? Is this a commandment number 11? That mobile games have to be pay to win? Why? There's no reason for this.
The thing that has really, really disheartened us is the severity of it, right? The difference between a free-to-play player and a whale is just so ridiculous that there's really no point in playing if you want to compete in anything.
Yeah.
And we thought, of course, this was Blizzard's opportunity, going back to the alpha again, to put in a year of development, have it be a really awesome game, to be the first mobile game that isn't just infinite pay-to-win nonsense, but that's not what we got.
No, it's the opposite.
So we put in so much time into this branch. I cannot explain to you how hard it is to write a guide. Maybe there are people out there in the comments section that work on websites, you know, that can look at one of these guides here.
It's hard to do. The guides, especially the interactive elements of them, it's not impossible to do. This isn't like next level design, but it does take a lot of work.
Here, let's just pull one up here. Maybe you guys could take a look at one of these and, you know, get a glimpse of how long it takes. Give me 1 second here to pull one up.
Yeah, like this takes a long time.
Guide, pull up a demon.
Like I've done shit like this before.
The overview, why not? You know, I don't even know where to begin. The featured image, you know, how to make this thing and all the socials, how to put the About Dread scythe. how to structure these, how to put in the spacers, how to color this properly, how to make all of these embeds, then actually embed them all, how to make this line up in the GIF. It's so much work, man.
It is like it takes a while. Like I've done some website design before, and it is time consuming. It does take work.
This with every single skill.
This guy makes huge mistakes. Complaints about struggles on the internet, never ends well. I think that it only doesn't end well for people that are too stupid to understand. Like, there are a lot of people. I think that one of the biggest problems that people have online nowadays is that they can never put themselves in another person's shoes and think about things as if those things were happening to themselves. They only think about them in the context of this happening to another person and knowing all of what they know after the fact. But yeah, it's a lack of empathy. It's like, obviously, like, I think that you can look at anybody's life. This is the reality, right? You can look at my life. I can look at your life, and there will be massive problems that you have in your life that I will be able to solve for you better than you can. And you will be able to solve my massive problems better than I can. But that doesn't mean that these things are just as simple. Like, for example, there are some people, man, like, I'm having trouble getting a girlfriend. Okay, well, then just, start working out and, develop interests. I think if you do that, that's going to really help you out a lot. It is. It's very easy to say something, but you don't really understand what somebody's going through, what's happening to them, right? Yeah. And, develop interests. That's what it is. Empathize, but their CMS is like trash. I don't know about that. And all I'm saying, it's hard to see your own problems, but it's easier to see other people's problems. Yeah, exactly. Like, the person liked the game. Like, I know that there's, like, some value, and this is what a lot of people on the internet do, is that I do think that, like, people online, there's a group of them, or a subset of people online that have a certain level of, like, I don't know, resentment towards people that make money online. So whenever somebody complains about, like, being mistreated online for some degree of commercial reason, they don't care about that because they don't think it's real. They don't respect it. And I think that's stupid. To be honest with you, I think it's stupid.
Get it, the cooldown, what the charms give you, what type it is. I think you could understand. We have, I think there's
decent money in general. Yeah,
guides on Diablo Immortal branch. 180.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's insane. Somebody in chat said hard to have fucking what do you call it? Hard to feel empathy for a person who's a victim, Andy. What? How's he a victim, Andy? So he liked the game a lot, and then the game misrepresented what it was and changed a lot. It's not hard to see how somebody would be disappointed in this circumstance. This is not unreasonable to see that somebody would be disappointed that they thought they were getting A and they got B. Yeah. I mean, it just is not like victim Andy. Like it's he's unhappy about his situation. Like, obviously he's unhappy about it. Like, there's like, duh. It's weird.
It was only because of the tremendous work of our team. Only because of Lee's work, Rob's work, Lexi's, Echo Hacks, Drett's, Greg. I was on the team, and Woody. Woody helped as well a lot. Thank you, guys. Thanks for all your godly work. We really appreciate it. So we go in. Why did we decide to do this? Well, we don't do it lightly. The number one thing is by far the biggest reason, and it's something that we talked about a lot, is, just the pay-to-win aspect. But, we take a little bit of a sense of responsibility, especially with, like, the gambling addictions. We saw actually a couple of times on our streams, and we have to take these comments.
Bro, like, as I said, do y'all remember that fucking comment that I showed you guys? Do y'all remember that fucking comment? Let me see. I'll show y'all this shit one more time. Give me 1 sec. I'll pull it up, and you guys can see what it really is. This is a picture. I literally saw this shit. Yo, don't tell my wife, I just dropped 5K. Let's get them 5 stars. I saw this shit, and I was like, wait a minute. Oh my God, $5,000. Like, and it's like, you could say like $100, $200, like whatever, right? 5K? Holy shit, man. That's a lot of goddamn money. Tell which wife. Yeah, true. Speedrunning divorce. Yeah, you'll probably get that faster than a 5-star gem. All I'm saying is that I think another big reason why I, like, if I was Maxroll, I would also discontinue Diablo Immortal. I would do it primarily because most people that play mobile games don't look up guides for them. They just play mobile games. Almost all mobile game content creators are not that popular. There's not that big of an audience for it because it's not an endemic audience. It's, for example, yeah, it is. It's true, absolutely. And why are you throwing them under the bus? I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I'm just saying, like, this is a big reason, right? It's not financially viable to invest that much time into a game with such a small audience of people that are endemically playing it on PC, which will increase the chance that they're going to go to your website to look stuff up. Right, that's what it is. They're pretty popular in Asia. Yeah, but they might not have Asian support, or they might not have everything, translated properly.
Seriously, where somebody said, hey, Rax, don't tell my wife. I couldn't help myself. I just plugged another $1,000. Let's roll those crests. And you have to take those comments seriously. And
was he watching whenever I was? Did he see this? No fucking way. Oh my God, man. Like, stage pre-watched? Apparently it was. Holy fucking shit. I gotta hear it again.
I saw actually a couple of times on our streams, and we have to take these comments seriously, where somebody said, Hey, Rax, don't tell my wife. I couldn't help myself. I just plugged another $1,000. Let's roll those crests. And you have to take those comments seriously. And, it's really not something to joke about at all.
Wow.
Gambling can really ruin lives.
Do you know what the best part about this is? It was probably two completely different people. What do you think? This only happened once?
That is never something that you want to read, and something we take very seriously. It's the thing that we talked about the most. And are we part of the problem? Are we part of the problem for streaming it? Are we part of the problem for making guides on it? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And ultimately, we said, yes, we will be a part of the problem unless we back out. And, we take, at least I do, and I think everybody does, I take tremendous pride in being a part of this website and trying our best all the time and trying to do the right thing. And I think if we continue to update this game and pretend like this isn't a problem, then we are part of the problem. So we're going to cancel this before even the first update, and we'll get to that in a second. Second reason is probably pretty obvious: the disengagement and the response from the community. It's been overwhelmingly negative, right? And a lot of the reasons that we're disengaged, we're blasters, is because we are a little bit surprised at how some of the things were released after a lot of the testing and feedback. And by the way, it's not just Maxroll. It's not just us.
Did you not play WoW? Like, there were things that were broken in beta for BFA, and they didn't get fixed until, like, the end of the expansion. Like, this is just, they listen to feedback if they want to, but if something's broken in the game, unless a lot of people complain about it, or unless it helps people farm a fucking, some time-wasting system faster, it's not going to get fixed.
There were a lot of other fantastic content creators who were testing and leaving feedback as well. We're not the end-all, be-all, right? But it's very surprising. The unrewarding gameplay that has to do with the caps, and there's nothing to do, and you log in and you just do, your faction dailies and yada yada yada. And what's the motivation to log in? I haven't logged in like 4 or 5 days, not one time. I was planning to do
good guy. It's good. It's smart. I think that so I contrast this kind of with New World, for example, and I think a lot of people. One thing that a game it's like really toxic and bad for a game is if it creates resentment. Because it's one thing if a game just pisses people off, but it's another thing if the game actually creates resentment. People actively dislike the game. That's what happened with New World. That's what happened with Diablo Immortal. And I think for a lot of people, that's what happened with WoW. And it's like you have that happen fundamentally. Fundamentally, why does this happen? It happens on a fundamental level because of a lack of respect. The developer does not respect the player's time. The developer wastes the player's time. They don't care about the investment that people have. They don't listen. And yeah, that's what it is. And then once that resentment sets in, it's really, really hard to get away from it. Because, for example, like with Dragonflight, I feel like if Shadowlands got announced, if Dragonflight got announced instead of Shadowlands, people would be like, okay, cool, right? They wouldn't have really given a shit. Like the way that people feel about it is completely contextual around like what's happened in the past. A lot of people are super negative about Dragonflight whenever it came out, and I thought it was good. Like McConnell and I thought were great, and like people are making all these memes of like again, of like me and McConnell pointing at the Dragonflight picture as like some fucking soy jack meme because we like the fucking game. That didn't happen with Shadowlands.
I don't even do that anymore. Don't even log in. I quit the Immortals, by the way. By the way, being a Shadow is better than the Immortals. And we said that, I think, in the alpha and the beta. And still on launch, it's better to be a Shadow. I mean, the whole point is to try to win the Immortals, right? That's the whole point of the game. It should be way better than being a Shadow, but oh well, whatever.
Yeah, I had no idea
money
about
is
that.
in everything. Even with all the bad publicity that Immortal has, if we kept our Immortal branch going, it would generate revenue from Maxwell. Just to let you know.
It would decline, though. I think that it would decline, and also the amount of money and time that you have to spend into it. It's also an opportunity cost. So, like, for example, if you have 10 people working on Diablo Immortal and it's making $100, is that better than having, 10 people work on, I don't know, like fucking Final Fantasy guides or something like that and make $1,000? There's always a degree of like opportunity cost because it's no secret that Diablo Immortal has pretty much died. Like it's pretty much died on Twitch. Like all content about the game, except if the content's bad about the game. Like I'm scrolling down, seeing if I can find like where is Diablo Immortal on Twitch. It's at 2.5k viewers. That's it. Yeah, it's at 2.5k viewers, and I think the only person who's putting it up that high is somebody who already has like a large audience to begin with. It's not because of the game. So yeah, it's a way nobody gives a shit. Good for Maxwell, didn't have to do this. Yeah, so it doesn't make a difference. It's not a value for them to do this because they can invest their time into other things. And also, the more that you invest into Diablo Immortal, it's an opportunity cost.
So
JT's trying.
We're not just going through money, we're trying to do the right thing. Stick to our core values, and we're walking away from all the work that we did, the time, the missed events from our family and obligations. We meet every Saturday for at least an hour or two on every single team. Lost Ark, Immortal, D3, D2, whatever we do in the future. PoE, if we do Last Epoch.
That's what they should do, man. Like, you guys should just do PoE guides. Like, yeah, just do PoE guides. Just get involved with that. Like, if they want me to give them names, I can give them plenty of fucking names that are good. Like, yeah, do PoE. Yeah, Path of Exile. The thing is, I think that Path of Exile 2 is going to be fucking huge. I do. I think it's going to be a fucking huge game. And it will probably be bigger than Diablo 4. I think so. Actually, maybe I'm wrong about that because Diablo 4 is going to just have so much more ease of access. Like, I think that like for hardcore PC gamers, PoE 2 is going to completely overshadow Diablo 4. However, I do think that, like, yeah, you're probably right. Maybe there's going to be a lot of those, couch gamers that play Diablo 4 more because it's just easier and more accessible. And that's not a bad thing, by the way. It's not a bad thing. Like, Gauntlet was throwing a fucking axe. You're just throwing a fucking axe the whole time. Red Wizard shot the food. There's nothing else really going on.
We do Diablo 4, whatever it is. We have a team, and we meet weekly to discuss how do we make these guides? How are we progressing? How do we come together as a team to get this all done? It's a lot of work, and we're just saying goodbye, and we're even giving up our future earnings. So.
Opportunity cost. No, you're not.
One key thing that I said we were get to, and here
I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying no, you're not. In a way, like you're not losing those earnings because now you can invest it into something that's better. Like all of that time and effort and management, like just like that decision-making time, that mental energy, all of that can be invested into something that has a better rate of return and is also simultaneously not a piece of shit.
Is lack of remedy. So we asked ourselves, what would it take for us to reopen this branch? We're not going to delete our guides.
The work was done. They'll change shit all the
time.
But
aside from everything, we need the infinite pay-to-win system to be gone to fix, problem number one, this gambling thing, and we need free-to-play players to actually have, a chance in the game and have some fun. But we don't envision Blizzard being able to implement something like this, because of the current economic model. Let's say that they normalized PvP. I said it's fair for everyone now. Do you want to come play?
What idiot would do that?
Well, I don't think they will do that because now the whales can charge back all of their money, right? That seems like a fair reason for them to ask for all their money back. Is Blizzard going to give all the money back? I doubt it. Are they going to...
I wish there was a law that the company was legally obligated to refund all of the money that somebody wanted spent in one of these games before a 30 or a 60-day period. Like an absolute full refund. Because don't say that, yeah, and you just say it can pay, and then everybody would drop $50,000, fucking refunded on day 25, and just everybody quit the game. It would completely ruin the payment model. I would love to see that shit happen. Law against stupidity? Yeah, I think that'd be hilarious, man. Refund 80% or something? Nope, 100%. There's no value in it at all. It's just all theoretical. It's percentage-wise. There's no loss of work or effort. This is all an automated machine. That's it.
Put up a free-to-play server? No, because that would destroy the ecosystem, right? Whales and the ecosystem swim around and need to eat the minnows and the plankton. If the minnows and the plankton go to the free-to-play server, who are the whales going to beat up on, right? We don't think a remedy is possible that would fix this.
Well, the remedy, here's what Blizzard could do. Blizzard could come out and they could say, listen, we know that this game is obviously pay to win, and we're going to make new servers that aren't pay to win, that don't have any resonance or anything like that on them, that function the way that the alpha functioned. They could do that. There's no reason for them not to do that. Now, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, but theoretically this could happen.
So one thing about shutting this down is we are going to keep our guides up for a little bit because we care about you guys. If you guys have some guides that were really helping you, we don't just want to pull the plug and say that you can't read them.
Yeah.
Go ahead and read them. Copy the information if you want. Don't worry about it. And one thing that I want to mention about this,
that's fair. That's smart.
There were some people that came into my stream and other streams and have said some things on the internet that said, Rax, I can't believe you and your team copied this other site's guide. It's word for word the same guide. I can't.
Oh my God. Valti's back at it again? I haven't heard about that guy in years. Oh my God. He's back out for revenge. Holy shit. I want to say, though, we can meme about Valti. My understanding is Valti is into cryptocurrency now. He's living his best life, and he's past all this shit, right? Like, does anybody actually know this? He's past all this shit? Yeah, of course. I think, yeah. Good for him. Good for him. I hope he does well. Yeah, he was a bit of an idiot to me. I think so. And, like, I don't think he's a malicious person. Like, this person didn't really have it out for me in a way. They were just a dumbass. Yeah, I hope he does fine. I got nothing wrong with him. Like, like, we can meme about it a little bit, but like, there's no actual animosity.
I can't believe that you did that. I can't. I can't tell you how offensive that is to me. We had a team. Here they are. You see their faces. You see them streaming. You can talk to them on Discord. You can ask them whatever questions you want. They'll prove to you that they know this game. That worked on this for 2 years. We wrote those spreadsheets. We wrote those Word docs. We met every Saturday.
This guy, we watched him.
Over and over and over. And if you think we did all of that to just copy some other site's guide and claim it as our own, I find that offensive. There's no way you actually believe that, right? Please tell me that was just a joke. It's very offensive to all these people that have put so much time into trying to make these guides as good as we can for you. So
don't tell people that. Then they're just going to keep doing that to make you mad. As I said before, the internet is like chickens. Whenever one chicken starts bleeding, the other chicken pick the bleeding chicken until it's dead. Peck the bleeding chicken until it's dead. The way you do that, and the way you avoid that online, never bleed. Never bleed. Never let people know what really bothers you. Never do that. Like, if it really pisses you off, don't do it.
Please don't say that, guys. And
never show weakness. True. Yeah, never.
All of our work is our own original work.
I made that mistake.
Every single branch. And in the event that we would ever use content from somebody else's guide, we would always ask them permission and credit them. We have done that in the past. I can show you an example on the D3 section that we worked on. But
the thing is, like, everybody steals everybody's shit. Like, whenever I used to make YouTube guides, I would come out with a guide, and then, like, 5 other people would come out like, wow, look, I just found this spot the other day for, like, gold farming. It's crazy. And, like, you can look at the dates on the guide. My guide came out, like, 2 weeks before then. People just steal my shit all the time. It's just what happens. Yeah, they're not going to stop. They're never going to stop.
Our work is our own. It's a critical core value of ours. We're never going to copy anything from any
thank
site.
You.
Well, Rax, why are the guides the same? I'll let you figure that one out. You're smart. You can figure it out.
What was that again? Sorry, I was talking.
Core value of ours. We're never going to copy anything from any site. Well, Rax, why are the guides the same? I'll let you figure that one out.
It's because they copied Max Roll. That's what everybody does. Yeah. It's like there's one website that does it well, and then everybody else does the exact same thing. They take the information, they copy paste it over, and then they add a few changes. It's like can I borrow your work? Yeah, sure, but just don't make it look too similar. And it's like, yeah, a few words are different, and, there's just a few other things. Yeah, skills are skills. Yeah, I mean, come on. And also, like, you have to keep in mind that there is a best in slot. So if you play the game long enough, everybody will arrive at that same conclusion. It's like if you have 4 quarters and you realize that putting 4 quarters together makes $1, and then somebody else realizes that after you, well, maybe they didn't copy you, they just saw this.
You're smart. You can figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
One thing that I should say, in case anybody's worried about this, if you're worried about this,
50 subs, holy shit, man! Thank you very much.
Is our team fully on board with this, right? We made this decision
Thank you so much.
Together. We did all this work together. We did all these guides together. Had a huge meeting. We discussed it for like 3 hours last Saturday on exactly what we should do. We've grown pretty close, man. Everybody on Maxwell, I would like to think we're a pretty tight knit bunch. I know a lot about these guys from working with them for 2 years, and the D3 team is fantastic. The Diablo 2 team is fantastic. Haven't gotten to work with them as much, but I got to play with them a lot going for the world record. So love the D2 team. The Lost Ark team has just dominated, man. These guys have done so well. I'm so proud of them.
They actually really have. Like, there were a few fuck-ups with certain Mokoko seeds at the beginning of the release, but the truth is, like, I went to other websites, and Maxroll was the best website. It was the most interactive. It was the most intuitive and easy to understand, easy to navigate. It was very well designed.
The Lost Ark branch, Path of Exile is coming soon. Get ready for that, guys. We're going to try to take a very complicated game and make it digestible for you. Don't sit there and think like, oh, Maxroll is an entity.
I actually don't think that PoE builds are that complicated whenever they're explained by somebody who understands them, who can explain them in few words.
Swept the rug out from these poor content creators, and they took all their work and then just quit on them. That's not what happened.
Mm-hmm.
We made the decision together. I openly invite you. Reach out to any of our teammates and ask them how it went. Maybe they'll make videos as well. So now we look to the future. Maxroll will continue. We're going to continue dominating. Diablo 3 is going to come out Season 27. We'll cover it in full. Again, we're launching Path of Exile coming. We're thinking about some other titles as well. Let's see what other ones are looking promising coming forward. And we really appreciate you guys. And I hope that this decision is well received by you guys. But I guess the internet will tell us very soon what you guys think. Please let me know in the comments. What do you think? I will read it.
Thanks, Snuggy, for 10 subs.
I got to be honest, man. I'm very, very disappointed, man. I'm just so disappointed in the game.
I'm not. As I said, I mean, like, we've talked about this. We've beat this subject to death, but like, I'm not. I think everybody expected this.
I plan on.
But you can see why. You can see why he'd think that.
I plan on making a lot of guides for this game. I plan
on
working.
They're not going to make Diablo Immortal content anymore.
And we thought this was going to be a game that was going to get the most updates of any game, and it was going to actually require pretty much the most manpower, female power. I don't want to alienate genders here. The most power to keep it rolling, but no. Instead, we're closing.
Because you know somebody would say that, you know.
Again, we knew it was going to be pay to win.
People power. What about other kin?
You know, in the Matrix, not like this, not like this. Anyway, that's it. So, Maxwell's done with Diablo Immortal. What do you think? That was a little bit of a background. See you in the next one, guys.
This is, bro. Somebody said in the chat, this is gonna be you after 3 months of Dragonflight. That's, oh man, that's really ain't that just a little bit of something? Holy fuck, that's too real. I hope it's not. But like, honestly, like, yeah, I'll be disappointed because like WoW's my favorite game, you know. Like, I love WoW. I always have loved WoW. I'm always gonna love WoW. I'm a big fan of WoW. But the fact is, man, some shit happens. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you get God. That's life, man. Let me go ahead and link it to you guys. Yeah, it just sucks, man. But I feel bad for the guy, right? I mean, you get yourself put in this position, you get excited for something that's gonna go well for you, and then it just fucking falls apart, and nobody gives a shit, and it just gets worse, and people are pissed off. New WoW video? What's the new WoW video? When's the AOC video? Guys, there are so many fucking videos that I have to watch today, and we're gonna do the Cuphead DLC after the Ashes of Creation update. That's the plan. Rex, thank you in chat. Yeah, give the guy a sub. Give him some support. I mean, these videos are fucking great. And like, again, this comes from a place of passion. This guy was passionate about the game, and like, even if you think that like, oh yeah, he's wrong, he shouldn't have thought this, like, yeah, whatever, right? But like, he's still trying to do a good thing, and it doesn't seem like this person is malicious. There also is the new WoW commercial. I will watch that. I forgot all about this. I'll take a look at it right now. Wrath of the Lich King update video. I'll watch that one too. Give me 1 second. And Maxwell going to remove Immortal content and stop playing. That's true. We just watched the video. We have that. We literally just. It's on the screen. Like we know. Yeah, we know. Just joined. Yep, I know. It's right here. And so anyway, don't watch the video. I'll look at it. Just give me 1 second, okay, guys, and I'll pull it up. But yeah, I think it's a shitty thing to have happen to you, man. It's awful. It fucking sucks. And let's see if I can find, where's this Wrath of the Lich King video? Building Azeroth Northrend. Oh shit. Okay. All right. What is this? Epic music. This is going to be good. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Give me a second. And yeah, I'm fucking excited. Wrath of the Lich King having an update. I will watch. Actually, there's a Willy video about Wrath that I was going to watch, and I might take a look at that today. You're going to watch the... Yes, guys, again, I am going to watch the Ashes of Creation. I am going to watch the Ashes of Creation stream today. I'm going to watch this video. Narc made a video, who's like one of the main like Ashes of Creation guys. I'm going to watch that a little bit closer to it so we can talk about it leading into it. Willie, let's go ahead and watch it. This literally came out like, less than an hour ago. Building Azeroth Northrend. Here we go.
Hello, I'm Eli Cannon. I'm the art director of World of Warcraft. I'm here today along with some of my co-developers. At the time, we were all level designers, and we want to talk to you about creating the world of Northrend for Wrath of the Lich King.
I am Sarah Bullion Barrel, and I'm currently one of the lead level designers on the World of Warcraft team. Back when we were creating Northrend, I was a senior level designer.
I'm Aaron Keller. I'm the game director of Overwatch, and for Wrath of the Lich King, I was one of 2 lead level designers on the project.
This is the new Jeff. Okay.
So Northrend is one of the most infamous locations of all of Azeroth. That's something that we have had in our lore since the beginning.
I love Northrend. I think it's one of the best continents they ever made, but I didn't like Icecrown. I didn't. I wanted it to be like an Arctic wasteland, and it seemed too much like like different levels of citadels. I didn't like Icecrown as much. I like the. I guess it's not even really that I didn't like it. It's more that I expected it to be a lot different based off of what we saw in Warcraft 3.
It was one of the main settings for the RTS game, and it spawned some really amazing characters like Arthas.
Oh, shit.
Building his world, building the place that so much of his history took place in was a really exciting opportunity for us. And of course, it's someplace we knew we always wanted to come back to, and Wrath of the Lich King was the perfect time to do that.
A level designer on World of Warcraft is actually a little bit different than it is in most of the game industry.
There it is.
We are a true hybrid between art and design.
Level designers have a totally different set of responsibilities from project to project.
I think that Wrath of the Lich King had the best scenic design of pretty much any expansion they've ever made. Like, I think it had the best scenic design. Like, I think that it puts BFA in the dirt. It puts MOP in the dirt. Like, it's not even, like, Kunlai Summit was great, and I think Valley of the Four Winds was great. The other ones were just, like, mid, in my opinion. I feel like Borean Tundra, especially one thing that, like, I really think about a lot with Wrath of the Lich King is how diverse the zones are. You think about, like, how different Borean Tundra feels whenever you're in the keep of the Alliance versus fighting the Scourge versus fighting the Vicryl versus doing the Nesting Worry dailies versus being in Caldara versus, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it was like and Grizzly Hills was the same way, right? You in the mountains, right? Felt completely fucking different than, like, the metal Dark Iron or the Iron Dwarves. And, like, that felt totally different than, like, the, like, super, like, Warcraft 3 Alliance and Horde theme that half of the patch had. And then, like, the werewolves that are involved, and Stalvin's there. It was Stalvin or somebody, right? I forgot. Argyle. Yeah, it was Argyle. That was so, so good. Legion was similar, but I think for its time, Wrath of the Lich King it's the GOAT. It is the GOAT, and nothing came close. Like, especially for its time.
Overwatch, a level designer, is responsible for all of the initial geometry. For the WoW team, the level designers are responsible for designing and building.
That's my favorite part of Northrend.
One of the core tenets of creating World of Warcraft is thinking about gameplay and thinking about the player. For a level designer, that really does translate back into how does the player interact with the world. And one of the main ways you're doing that is navigating it, right? Moving around in the world.
So we start.
One thing that I feel is super important, and New World did this incredibly well, is framing a scene. Like, for example, like a great example of this is, remember whenever you would leave Stormheim and you would be riding towards Suramar and you would see in, like, that giant valley, and you would see Dalaran framed in, like, in the middle of that giant valley? That is S tier. That is so fucking good. And New World does a phenomenal fucking job at this too. Like, you can say a lot of bad shit about New World, and I'll agree with you. But the one thing you've got to say is they did some incredible fucking framing for scenes and designs. It was unbelievable, man. Log in and show us. I will at some point.
Start with working with the art teams to come up with the biomes and ideas of what the visual language of the world's going to be. And then on the design side, we think about the spacing, the layouts, the way the gameplay will flow through the spaces.
Where are all the roads leading people to?
Yeah, I think also Wrath had like the perfect balance of like whenever you think about Burning Crusade, a lot of the zones in Burning Crusade were kind of pointless. There wasn't really a lot going on there, but I think Wrath had a much better mix of world building and also quest and level design.
Design all of that, and then they actually build it.
So we start with a 2D map laying out on paper what the landscape is going to look like from a really high-level perspective. Then we get up into the editor and we start our rough 3D, which is
that is Dragon Boy.
Spaces.
Yeah.
So when we're concepting a zone, it's really great to have one image that really defines what the zone is. And
I agree with that.
It'll handle a lot of things. It'll handle the mood and it'll handle the color.
Yeah, like, I mean, that's so good. Bro, like, what says Borean Tundra more than this one right here? This is phenomenal. The only thing I would say is, like, instead of this, have, like, dragon in the background or something like that. Yeah, it's just fucking perfect. I love Borean Tundra. I'm not a boring tundra. I'm not a boring tundra enjoyer. I am a Borean Tundra guy. I thought it was fucking amazing. I loved it.
Palettes of the zone, all of those sorts of elements would be represented in this postcard image, and we call it a postcard because it's kind of like what you would buy at a convenience store and send back home as like a representation of the most ideal version.
That's really smart, actually.
With Northrend, we wanted players to experience this land, this whole...
Whoa, hold up.
Northrend, we wanted players to...
Which one is this? Is this Grizzly Hills? I don't know. It could be, maybe? Yeah, it's like I was thinking, like, maybe Howling, maybe like Howling Fjord with, like, the lifts right there. Yeah, that's what it could be. Whenever you, because, like, in my opinion, like, you think about, like, again, framing. Whenever you come into Howling Fjord, if you're an Alliance player, you go under that ship that's like crashed, and then you go inside of this like cave, and then you come back around and you see like this giant fucking citadel for the Vicryl, and then if you're Horde, you see these like massive steps above you, you know? Yeah, remember the intro was so fucking good. It's like, that's what I feel like games should try to have. They should try to have moments that feel like cutscenes, but they're not.
Experience this land, this whole continent that felt larger than life.
Oh, shit.
Northrend presented a bunch of new opportunities and challenges for us. We'd worked, of course, on Burning Crusade before this and the original release of World of Warcraft. And when we got into Northrend, we really tried to evolve the way that we were thinking about world design and the way that we were thinking about large elements in the world.
I think they did.
We knew we were going somewhere in the north, right? And that was a really important aspect of it. And so a couple of us on the team, myself as well as Eli Cannon, had lived in the Pacific Northwest.
The beautiful mountainscapes, the
it was so good, man.
Even the evergreen forests of Washington and the Olympic Forest there. All of these things really played into inspiring us when we were thinking about building out Northrend.
Building a massive continent like this is a huge amount of work.
Everything there.
It's a lot. I bet it is. It takes a long time. Grizzly Hills is the best zone they ever made. I think Grizzly Hills is the second best zone they've ever made. I think the best zone in all of WoW is the original Red Ridge Mountains from Vanilla WoW. That is, in my opinion, the pinnacle of Warcraft. You know, it feels the most like WoW to me. Yeah, like that's what it is for me. Now Grizzly Hills is number 2 though. It's number 2. There we go. Wash hands. Why would I wash my hands, dude? I got a clean dick. I'm good.
At that time was hand-drawn because we didn't have the height map-based texture blending technology that we have today.
At this time, there was no measurement tool. We were trying to measure how high things were. And so what we ended up doing as a level design team is we would bring pirate ships in to the editor, and we would stack them on top of each other. And so the pirate ship sort of became like our yardstick for how tall things were in the game. So it's like, oh, this cliff is 2.5 pirate ships tall, so then we would know like what the difference is and how to manage something like that going forward.
We spent, I think, 3 or 4 months just playing with the editor and pushing it and just trying to figure out what could we get out of the tools that we had that we hadn't sort of tapped fully previously. One of those things was the copy-paste tool. So we found a lot of success using copy-paste tool in Outland, but we used it to an entirely different level in Northrend, and ultimately allowed us to put things together like Ice Crown Glacier in a very small amount of time and still have it look very refined and very hyper detailed in a way that we wouldn't have been able to achieve before.
It was a huge increase in quality.
Redwood forest with, trees with massive girth and excessive height, and a place that you could really get lost into. One of the level designers really wanted to make villages throughout this forest that would have been maybe built from the trees. And then we had this race, we call them the trappers. So this level designer said, I've got a log. I bet I could make log cabins for them. And so
that's, I love this shit. Because I used to have, did any of you guys, whenever you were kids, have like those little Lincoln logs where you could put them on top of each other and make like these little wood houses? Yeah, I had that shit too, yeah. Like, bro, it was so nostalgic for me to see this. I loved it.
He took a single log prop, and by scaling it and duplicating it, he built bridges, fences, entire ecosystem for this one very minor race at the time. And it was amazing.
Another really interesting zone that we created for Northrend was Borean Tundra. It was an extremely unique challenge for the team. And that we had,
like, I honestly thought this was great. Like, I really like this a lot. Like, Borean Tundra, as I said, I feel like the zones in Wrath were probably one of the biggest steps up. Like, the Cataclysm zones were okay, but I felt like they were about the same quality as Wrath. The only thing that made the Cataclysm zones a lot different is the fact that the Cataclysm zones didn't have the same level of, what's really the word for it? Like, they didn't have the same level of, like, there was a lot more verticality in them, I guess you could say. Yeah, it's an easier way to put it. Yeah, a lot more verticality in it.
To blend a bunch of very disparate colors together. We had a really bright yellow and red palette, and we had something that was almost a sage green color. To do this, we created what we call a brain technique, and it's basically a repeating pattern on the ground that you don't see unless you're over the top of it. But it gives you a sense of gradation of color and changes in the texture of a large flat ground plane, which is exactly what Borean Tundra was. It was just a big open vast tundra space. Didn't have a lot of trees, didn't have a lot of bushes, so it was really important to try to create something very interesting visually to look at as you were looking across this big vast open space. And we did it with color.
So when we were designing Howling Fjord, we knew that this was going to be the drop-off location for Alliance players. And we really wanted them to sail through this.
This is exactly what I said. This is exactly the thing that I fucking said, man. This is it. Yeah, that's the Howling Fjord right here.
Narrow, impossibly tall cavern through this fjord.
Yeah.
These boats are really big. And so to just get one to be able to turn around and go back the other direction took so much space.
Someone had an idea of what if we do like a sea cave tunnel that the ship can go into so we can come in at the correct radius and then go back down the canyon. That was a fun challenge because it was at ocean level and had to be filled with water, and it was an interior water, which is different from the exterior water.
They were two separate pieces of water. We had to put a small rim of rocks between the inside and the outside so that you couldn't see where the two bits of water came together.
I never fucking saw that. Holy shit. wow. Like, I feel like I'm usually one of those guys that, like, I'll see, like, I see what's going on, right? Because, like, I was one of the kids whenever we were like, really young, I would watch the animation, and I would see, like, everything animated, and then, like, the barrel has, like, it's animated completely differently with completely different textures and coloring, and I'm like, something's gonna happen to this fucking barrel. Bugs Bunny walks by the barrel blows up. Like, I first fucking saw that. I never noticed this water ever, man.
It looked kind of funny when the boat is going through it, but it was like a huge technical challenge, and the first time we'd ever done anything like that.
So in Sholazar Basin, I have kind of a personal story. During development of that, I got engaged, and my fiance had some issue with my ring. And so I was talking about it with the quest designers working on the zone, and they got inspired by this story and decided they wanted to put us and a little bit of our story into the zone. And so his name's Chad, and he has a quest that you can get where you have to find the ring that he lost, and it's somewhere in Sholazar Basin.
So she's responsible for this shit? Am I the only person that fucking took forever to get that goddamn motherfucking ring? I had to kill like 20 mobs, 50 mobs for that fucking ring. Remember that? God damn it, man.
I'm the innkeeper, and so it's a fun little story, and I think you actually get a ring as well as part of your quest reward there.
It was one of my career highlights to be able to build this really expansive environment with all of the different zones that we created. And it wasn't just what we made, but it was all the people that we did it with. It was all the ideas of everybody on the team that really made Wrath like such a cool expansion.
The Wrath of the Lich King expansion is still one of my favorite expansions. It really has impacted my life in such a positive way. I'm still working on the game, right? Like, I've stayed here all these years because I still love making World of Warcraft.
This is one of our favorite expansions.
I cannot wait for players to re-experience Northrend.
I'm really looking forward to Wrath Classic launching later this year.
I'm so excited for all of you to get to revisit and come back to Northrend with us.
It was a good time, man. It was a good fucking time. Now, the only thing they need to do... is a new Arthas cinematic. If they ever did a new Arthas cinematic, like, that's all we need. Yeah, just real quick, like, get a new Arthas cinematic out there, and it's gonna be all right, man. Yeah, pretty different tone. You think you do, but you don't? No, because, like, this is the thing, right? Is that these are just, you've got to remember, like, these are not the people that are, these people, this guy's the art director, right? So he's actually, like, he doesn't have time to fuck around with stuff. Like, he's actually doing his job. Like, these are people that are, passionate about the game. There's a lot of people that work at Blizzard that are not these crazy, depraved, fucking sex fiends that are going around drunk drinking breast milk. That most of the people that work at Blizzard are like this guy, this lady, and this guy. They're just people that like fantasy stuff. They're just nerds that just like playing video games. Yeah, I mean, it's common sense, man. They're the good guy. Yeah, that's it. Kind of a cinematic, though. I don't know. It surprised me. You know what I mean? Careful what you wish for. It's gonna be some fucked up monkey paw. I don't know about that. What's this here? They still have a nav project file they can re-render in higher resolution. I think people did that like in post-production, like with like they download it and then they fucking do it. It was like with an algorithm or some shit, right? But yeah, it's not going to be as good, of course. And yeah, but their 10 bosses probably bad people. Well, I don't want to say they're bad people. I have no idea. The thing is that the WoW team and Blizzard probably has gone through hell. And here, this is logic, right? So Blizzard just got audited effectively by by the state government. A lot of big companies literally pay accounting firms a lot of money every year to audit them, and even extremely rich people do this as well to make sure that their books are right. So they basically pay to get audited in the same way that the IRS would audit them. And what would happen? This is the exact same thing that would happen with Blizzard. So the odds are that pretty much everybody that's still working at Blizzard is probably not that much of a piece of shit, because they just got audited by the fucking state, by the state government. right? For 2 years. Now, I'm not saying that there are not bad people that still work at Blizzard. I think that it is inevitable. It is guaranteed that there are bad people that still work at Blizzard. However, there are not a bunch of people that think that way. You know, like there are not. And let's see, a Shadowlands Season 4 date announced August 2nd. Oh, shit. Like, wait, what? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is 3 minutes ago. This is 3 minutes. Holy fuck, bro. Well, let's see here. Ashen of Creation. Yeah, I'll look at that after this. World of Warcraft news and catch up. Okay, read full article. All right. World of Warcraft news and development updates. Buy Dragonflight now. Yeah, whatever. Season 3 is now coming to an end, and our experimental Season 4 will begin in a weekly reset the week of August 2nd. Tuning adjustments are going to happen. Okay, let's see here. We're made to certain classes. You know, fuck Blizzard. Fuck this shit-ass company, man. Fuck this dog shit-ass garbage company. I can't believe that they fucking... People getting excited for Dragonflight. Bro, that shit's gonna flop, man. Wrath of the Lich King, I've been there. I've done that. That's it. I'm out. Like, this is some bull motherfucking shit. Like, it's a deserved nerf. It was fun while it lasted. It was fun while it lasted. Warriors were fucking ridiculous. Let's be honest. They were fucking ridiculous. I hope that they tune down some of the other classes too. Like, rogues are, no, really. Like, I'm not memeing. Like, rogues were really, really fucking annoying to play against. Like, I think that they're tuning down a lot of classes. Like, you're right. Like, warriors were, like, really strong. They were really, really, really strong. In Arena. Absolutely. Like, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Let's look at the other stuff here. And rogues are still the most insane class in the game. Yeah, but like if you look at the representation, it was just insane. Wrath of the Lich King beta has begun. I'm not that worried about that. I mean, it's not really much to go on with the Wrath of the Lich King beta. If they give me a free level 80, that would be great, because that way I can try the new Nax out. But other than that, I'm not really too interested in leveling or doing any of that stuff. Hot fixes, loading screen, amazing. So they've got. I think this looks like maybe a new one. I don't know. Loading screen wallpaper. Oh, no, that's for Exile's Reach. I'm just not used to seeing that. Screenshot spotlight. That's cute. This week in Shadowlands. Upcoming stuff. Okay. Yeah, all this is nice. So basically, they're ending Season 3 on August 2nd, then Season 4 is coming out. That's crazy. I mean, I'm glad to see this. I actually think that Season 4 is such a good idea for Blizzard, because the game is in a lull, right? Let's be honest, in both ways to say it. It's in a lull. And just try some new shit, because like you need to do some new stuff and see what's going to happen. Take some risks. I think that the brawl system that they have for PvP is great, and I hope that they continue making new modes for that and testing them through the brawl system as a way for players to kind of give preliminary feedback if the content's good or not. I think that'd be a really good idea. So many people want to come back for Season 4? Yeah, well, I mean, like, I've already been playing the game, like, off and on. But, yeah, of course I'm going to play before. Yeah, sure. You need to get Glad soon? I know. I know. I'm actually kind of fucking stressed out, because this is, like, less than a month. I've got to get 50 wins at 2,400. They just nerfed my fucking class. How the fuck am I going to win? Like, I don't know what's going to happen. So, like, I'm going to tell you guys how I got Gladiator last season, okay? This is how shameless I am. So, basically, we were losing a lot of games at 2,500. It was the last day of the season. Things weren't going well. Grayson had an idea. Let me log on to my Shadow Priest that I have never played since Castle Nathria, and we will get your Gladiator wins from farming people in my placement games. And I farmed 1,700 players for my Gladiator mount. That's so many. Like, winning feels so much better whenever you're not supposed to win. Let me tell you something. There's something really special about winning whenever it's not supposed to happen. Like, I don't know what it is about it, Shame. It is absolutely disgusting. It is perverse. It is horrible. Let me see if the Ashes of Creation thing is going to be up. How long is it going to be? Development update. Let's see. I'll pull it up real quick. Actually, wait a second. I'm putting the wrong one. Okay. Are you still going to do more Mythic Quest Keys Dorky? I'll probably will. I have to finish getting all my stuff. Let me just search this real quick. Ashes of Creation. Okay, there we go. And I just want to have this up in the background. Yeah, we'll watch the new Narc video too. Yeah, it's 47 minutes, okay, guys? This is almost as long as one of my intros. And, yeah, it's didn't Master carry you through Mythic Catherine. I want to try to earn it myself first, okay? I think that I can do it. Yeah, it's going to be all right. I forgot to fucking watch this. Eventually, I'll watch that. People always... I feel like people love my opinions about doing nothing. How just, like, absolutely fucking... I'm like, yeah, do nothing, live off the government, it doesn't really matter, fucking do whatever you want, fuck everybody else, right? And, like, there are so many people that whenever I make a comment like that, or I watch a YouTube video like that, they're all in the comments like, bro, we love you. True, I've been a NEET for 7 years, and it's great. My mom's bringing me Tinders right now. Yeah, I'm getting my Tindies right now. Exactly, man. True, just do for less. Yeah. And use groups your browser, help you manage tabs. I don't give a fuck. That's really what it is. Yeah, I just simply do not give a fuck. And it was saying move someone else, need to move to Oregon. Bro, I am like, I'll tell you, like, so there are a few places that I would move, right? If I had to move somewhere, I would move, I've got family in Florida, so that would probably be number one. But like, let's talk about besides that. I'm talking like LA, New York, or Portland. They're probably one of those three. Like those would be one of the three places that I like in America, right? Yeah, in America, that'd be it. Saudi Arabia? Well, hey, it depends on how much the sponsorship is, right? I saw some people were unhappy about my comments about that. I'm just acknowledging that I saw that people were unhappy about it. I mean, I'm not changing it. I'm not saying anything different. But yes, there are people that were not happy about it. Anyway, let's go back over here. People get pissed off about shit that I say all the time. The thing is that, like, a streamer, like, this is something that, like, streamers need to realize. People getting mad at you for something doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is good content. And if you have good content, people will show up. If you have bad content, they will leave. Everything else doesn't matter. It's literally just the content. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Is more than some give and receive. Yeah, it's only the content. Everything else is irrelevant. Check Greek's Twitter. He's wild. He's off his I was watching Greek's Twitter. Listen. If Greek wants to go mask off and express himself, I think he should do that. I think he should say the way he feels. Like, he's got every right to say how he feels about stuff. And that, yeah, Greek said nothing wrong. I don't know about nothing wrong. I haven't read every tweet that he's ever made, right? But, like, in general, yeah, Greek Uncaged, yeah, there you fucking go, man. That's true. Then, yeah, if that was true, Aiden Ross Trainers would have no viewers. There you go. Move to Chaz. I'm already in the best country in the world, Texas. Why would I want to leave Texas? I'm good, man. And Greek said everything wrong. I think that it's okay. It's okay to just say what you think. Like, that's the best part. I think that's the best part of being on the internet, is that you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. And other people can disagree with you, and they can say whatever the fuck they want to say. I think that's a really good thing. That's absolutely a good thing. Yeah, it's free speech. What are your thoughts on Succession? I mean, look, all right, I'm going to give you my honest opinion about this. People have been talking about fucking Texas seceding from the United States for like 20 years, ever since Rick Perry, our previous governor, made a comment about this like 15 years ago. It's a ridiculous thing. I don't want to secede from the U.S. It's fucking stupid. We fought a war about this 150 years ago. It's the United States of America. I think it's fucking ridiculous. I don't think Are there any real people that think this is a good idea? I don't think so. Anyway, I'm just talking. Let's go back over here and we'll watch this video about Ashes of Creation. They've got a really big update today, and I'm excited to see what it's going to be. Here we go. Look at Dextero's Twitter. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Like, what is this, like, fucking drama? Like, oh my god. Why people get so mad about shit? Like, it's just nothing. Like, what? There's nothing about this. The thing is with drama is that the reason why I enjoy drama is because I don't care. Like, I don't care. So, like, it only exists for me. People's drama in their lives exists for me for the sole purpose of my entertainment. That's it. That's all it is. It's just my own entertainment. So the moment that I'm not entertained or the show's going on too long, I'm bored, and that's it. I don't really give a shit about any of this. It doesn't matter. It's just funny to watch and laugh at. That's it. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, the drama, the Greek stuff is like yesterday. Who gives a shit? Greek's going to talk about what he's going to talk about on Twitter. I mean, I think that it's good for him to speak his mind and say what he thinks. Here we go. Let me mute this. I don't care about streamer drama, full stop. I only care about it if it's entertaining. If it's fun to talk about or it's interesting.
Sir, this energy signature the ship's picked up, is this truly it?
Yes, I'm aware. This may finally be the thing we've been looking for all this time. Fire up the warp drive.
We're locked on, sir.
Bro, this Ashes Creation graphics are way better. Is this what Unreal 5 can do now? Holy shit. These look like real people.
Jesus Christ, this is completely unstable. Are you sure we're
Oh
gonna
my
be
god.
okay?
Listen, Junior. I think there's no turning back now. It is said deep within the multiverse, two entities have been battling it out. Tab targeting and action combat. And today, we're about to witness this battle with our very own
Tab targeting
eyes.
and action combat. Yep. Jesus Christ.
Hey, what up, boys? So
what a fucking intro. That was really good. I like that a lot. So, what do I think? Before we even watch the video, what do I think about tab targeting versus, fucking aimed abilities? Action combat. I think that you should either have an alternative. I think that auto attacks should be tab targeting for ranged abilities outside of maybe PvP. Like, I think for PvE content, aiming every single auto attack is an endeavor. Like, I did this in New World. It is an endeavor. It is stressful. But I think for your actual attacks, like an attack like New World Fireball or like the mage thing that like Mitch Jones was using, I think the abilities that your character uses should be action combat, and the auto attack type things should be they should be tab targeted. That's what I think.
Tomorrow is an important day for the development of Ashes of Creation. We are finally getting our first glances at the combat direction Intrepid have chosen for the launch of Alpha 2. But I must emphasize, this is just a first glance. It is by no means a full combat reveal. Stephen was very explicit about this in his announcement a couple of weeks ago. And since then, I've only released 4 videos.
Wait a minute, am I lazy?
No,
not lazy. What do you mean lazy?
I'm not lazy. We do daily uploads on this channel, and you'll accept nothing less. But tangent aside, the team were of course teasing more than just the combat reveal this month, and I'm excited to discuss all of that with you today. But before we get into that, grab yourself a
I love how this guy is like he's not like a really big creator. So like usually, I mean, it's 2 minutes out of a 10-minute video. At 2 minutes out of a 10-minute video, what's it time for? It's time to thank our sponsor, NordVPN. But this guy doesn't have sponsors, so he just made his own fucking sponsor of a fake soda brand. You know, like, that's it.
Cola, because I'm extremely nervous about this month's live
I am
stream.
too.
Mainly because paying my rent
can see
depends
why.
on this game not being dog shit. But I still...
That's not true, and you know that, because you were able to farm Warcraft molders for Dragonflight, and you probably made more money off of those videos than you did off of the Ashes of Creation ones. Don't fucking lie to me. I know what the numbers are. Don't fucking lie. Yeah, you just farm out molders for another game, man. It's not a big deal.
Can't help but think a glass half full update is just paving the way for more uncertainty when it comes to their combat direction, and I'll explain why in today's video. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we? So the reason I'm being such a Debbie Downer with this month's livestream reveal, even though it's supposed to be one of the most important ones yet, is twofold, actually. First of all, going into last month's livestream with extremely low expectations, thinking Intrepid weren't bold enough to show anything beyond developer stage, let alone a brand new biome, a fully rigged race we've not seen in game before, and a full-on real-time tech demo, literally innovating.
I feel like this was probably this was the second biggest update that they have shown. The biggest update was whenever they went from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. This is the second biggest update right here. This was massive.
And pioneering brand new technology utilizing Unreal Engine 5.
Can't be
truly
pets.
a highlight so far for Ashes of Creation's development, and there's absolutely zero chance that we'll get 2 god-tier live streams in a row, right? I mean, surely the mighty Al Gore isn't finished torturing me just yet,
you're supposed to be in a hot tub.
What? Who are you talking to? No, don't be
yeah,
stupid.
This is
We've
supposed
still got 2 months of mount showcases, a whole bunch of scope creep to announce, and then we'll be laying off 30 employees to give them an excuse for slow development. Then, of course, finally, a whole live stream dedicated to rearranging which classes are locked to which races.
Oh boy.
Sorry, no, that's for Pantheon. I'm not sure how that got on my list.
Pantheon,
Anyway,
oh my god.
I think going into a monthly live
No,
stream with
guys, it's not OnlyFans. Calm down. Yeah, probably not TOS, but it should be. No, why would it be TOS? What about that is TOS, guys? That's totally normal. Like, you know, yesterday, so I'm over at my dad's house. I got some barbecue yesterday, and I brought over. My dad and I had dinner yesterday. And I open up because he was trying to show me something. I had a question about like my Twitch page. He fucking sees Amarath on the sidebar. He clicks on it, and he says, "How much you want to bet she's not on the screen?" And he clicked on it, and she wasn't. Fucking straight up. Like, he actually knows. Like, how much... I'm like, I was just like, wait, what the fuck? He knows, yeah. That was so fucking funny, man.
Almost buried 6 feet under really helps to give you a
no,
nice...
because the thing is, like, here's what happened, right? It's like... So... Basically, he saw her on Miskiff's stream, and then her channel got recommended, so he saw her stream, and I was at Cracker Barrel with my dad, and this is the first time I found out about this, and I'm showing him the ASMR section. I'm like, yeah, look at what these girls do, right? They do like this, you know, they wear like a bikini, they're like, you know, obviously sucking on dick. He's like, yeah, of course. And then I show him, like, look at what they have on, and he's like, oh, that's nothing. You should have seen Amarath's stream yesterday. I'm like, is that right? Is that right? Wow, that's crazy. And the thing is, he wasn't wrong either. Like, it just happened. Oh my fucking god.
Prize, because let's be honest, all the live streams since December have been pretty damn good, and I've got no doubts they don't plan to disappoint anytime soon, as it's very likely the team are starting to really feel the benefits of UE5 now that they're settled in. But let's talk about the other reason why I'm fairly skeptical, because the combat has been such a huge talking point for this game, and if any update is going to turn some eyes, it's certainly this one.
Lack of confidence.
Hello everyone, Editing Narc here again. It's been a while since I popped in, but I just wanted to add to this segment, the footage in the background is Intrepid's last showcase of their combat iteration. And this was from all the way back in July, if you can believe that. Anyway, back to the video. So ever since the inception of this project, the team have always been up in the air and showing a severe lack of confidence when it comes to the direction of their combat.
It's really hard. That's why. The combat is really, really fucking hard. The thing is, though, is like combat is the thing. Combat is why Lost Ark is a good game. Combat is why I think Diablo 3 is a good game. Like, combat is it's half of the game, at least. It's half of the game. Combat is a make or break for games. 100%.
You want to go all in on tab targeting? Oh, no, that's no good. Okay, then let's switch over to full action mode, grabbing feedback from APOC to debut the root motion attacks featured during the prime of Alpha 1, then patching the combat again towards the end of the test when everyone already quit to go play New World, and garner some feedback for the free flow combat from the remaining 3 players.
I think that New World, the thing is, the New World combat does feel visceral, and it does, whenever you're out by yourself and you're just hitting something, it feels good to hit things with like a hatchet in New World. Like, do you agree with that, guys? I mean, like, yeah, would you say that? Like, yeah, it feels good to hit things in the game. Now, the problem is that what happens a lot with New World is that collision in the game, I think it's just the engine for the collision in this game is garbage. But yeah, that's I think a big problem. It's because of the sound. There's a lot of reasons.
Being high on the copium enough to be one of them. And if I'm honest with you guys, I literally don't give a shit what they choose at this point. I just want them to fucking settle with something and make it the best version of whatever they choose. I have full confidence Intrepid are skilled and knowledgeable enough to implement what they want and make it work great in the current year, as they've clearly got some highly talented developers on their team. I'm so sick to death of this lack of confidence they've shown, bending to the whim of the complaining minorities, and hopefully tomorrow's live stream marks the end of this and we can...
I don't know about complaining minorities. The thing is that a lot of times you say that, but it's still a big deal. I think it is a really, really, really big deal. The combat, because if people are complaining about it, it does matter. Like, yeah, people rarely get positive feedback. I mean, I try to get positive feedback for things. I actually think that you're right that you are way more likely to hear negative feedback than positive feedback, not only from confirmation bias, but just from human behavior. You're right. However, I do think the combat has to be really, really good. It's super necessary.
On the solid direction they want to go. Or they might show off multiple iterations and then ask for our feedback. But you wouldn't do that, would you, Steven? This would be the worst case scenario for me, because it further confirms that they're still lacking great amounts of confidence when it comes to the combat direction. Even my own community, who have subjected themselves to an ungodly amount of my mediocre combat videos, still do not understand the direction Intrepid want to take with their hybrid combat.
I don't think they do either. I think the truth is they probably don't really know what they want to do, because the combat, the thing is with like an MMO, you have 1,000 different things going on in the game. So they're probably not really sure what they should do. And that's really the truth. Like, yeah, they're not really sure what they should do. They have no idea. Final Fantasy Spurg's being toxic in chat again. Can we stop this thing about how every time that people are being stupid, it's Final Fantasy players? Most Final Fantasy players are just watching the show. Like, they're just watching the show. Can you just stop it? Like, thank you. No, it's not like, I know, there's never... Yes, I think Final Fantasy players are very outspoken and vitriolic. Sometimes it can be annoying. But this is not something that is unique to them. It's just that there's a lot of them, and they're maybe a little bit more like that than other ones. It doesn't mean every time it happens. This is still it's still a 98, 99% scenario where it's only the 1% that's causing problems. Listen, most people here just want to watch the show. They just want to watch the show and not have to deal with any bullshit. Like, can we please focus on other... Like, let's have drama with other things besides the different groups of people in the community. I feel like right now it's like it's like I have like I'm the it's like I'm like the emperor of the community, right? And there's like warring states and countries with each other, and I'm trying to like fucking do some level of diplomacy because they won't stop fighting. And it's lowering the amount of money I get from taxes, and I'm trying to buy a new golden statue of myself to put it up in front of my house. You know, or one of my houses, right? And so I can't fucking, I can't do this because people keep fighting and they're not paying the taxes. So, guys, please stop with this bullshit about how Final Fantasy fans are getting mad or whatever, or fucking WoW players are getting mad, Lost Ark players are getting mad, Astro Grace, just look at the fucking, it's a fucking video game, who cares? If your identity is built around a video game, you're a fucking loser. Doesn't matter what game you play, you're a fucking loser.
So, at this point, I've just given up, and I'm recycling the same scripts over and over every month to farm
Says you?
free
How do you
ad
think
revenue.
I know?
But there are many other things to come for this month's live stream, including a little teaser image. So, let's sweep the realistic expectations aside and end today's predictions and hype video with some predictions and hype.
Okay. Rogues, daggers, and augments.
So there was a tiny Easter egg during last month's live stream that a few of the autists in our Discord noticed. Oh, hey, there's a shameless plug for the Discord, so come join us. We're running low on weebs to torch. Welcome.
Well, this is kind of awkward. This is a little bit awkward, isn't it? I mean, shit. Damn, all right, yeah, there we go.
Our community. So, what do you, anxiety or some shit? Come join us, because we've got a watch party set up for tomorrow's live stream. But this may have just been us seeing patterns when there's not any. However, there was this golden statue up at the top of the tower, indicating to me that there is likely going to be some sort of dual-wield reveal during this month's live stream. And lo and behold, 2 weeks ago, Stephen did indeed announce that they are going to showcase the daggers, which are, of course, dual-wield. Alongside this, a few months ago, we also
daggers are really important in combat, because one of the really important parts about combat in a video game is collision. So you have some games like New World that have a very, very deliberate collision system, and you have games like WoW that have no collision. But daggers have the least range, so, like, you're going to be the most up close to another target. You see kind of what I'm saying? And, like, why that's important.
A little teaser that the assassin class will be showcased alongside the daggers. So my official prediction is, and I think this is fairly safe to say, that we'll likely end up with a new race rigged into the world, possibly the Pyre, hopefully the females, and Stephen featuring the basic attacks and general combat direction with terrible backpedaling and clicking his abilities using the daggers to showcase it. However, Stephen didn't say the rogue. He explicitly said the assassin, which is actually one of the 64 classes featured in the dual class system, which utilizes...
Bro, that 64 class system, that is ambitious. It is ambitious. It's gonna be a lot, man. Like, if this game is good, here's the thing. is that if this game is good, it will be the best game ever. But there's a low chance that they could pull all this off. Like, really, there's a very low chance they can pull it all off. Give me 1 second. That's good. And what's this here? Like 5 will be OP and no one will play the rest. That's the thing, right? Is like you don't want to have a situation where you have 64 classes and people play 6 to 4 classes. That's the worst situation you can have.
Augments to change the functionality of each of the 8 primary classes' core abilities. But we've beaten this dead horse enough this month, so to save you some time, here's a playlist to all the combat topics that I milked. Additionally, Stephen gave us another tease, giving us a look at this very interesting looking ability, and the community are split as to what this ability could be. Is it the Mage Blink, augmented with the Cleric's Death Magic to give it a ghostly Reaper feel, or is it a mobility skill that belongs to the as aforementioned assassin class? If it just so happens to belong to the mage, then that would mean they have indeed utilized secondary augments to design this ability. And you know, my friends, that's some serious hopium that the team have far more than just basic weapon attacks up their sleeve this month. But I digress.
I think they probably have a few other abilities too. Yeah, sure, especially with ranged attacks. I don't see why that wouldn't be the case. Absolutely, why not? Yeah, it makes sense, man. And yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping that we get this as well. Like, I think it'll happen, but we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, it's going to be coming out. Like, as I said, this is in like 20 minutes or something like that. So I'm pretty fucking excited. Here we go.
We're getting a little too ahead of ourselves now, and I'd rather pass the query on to you, my dear viewer. What do you think this ability belongs to? Some sort of death-augmented mage, or perhaps a rogue mobility spell? The boys in the Discord...
I think if you had to guess, I would say if you combined a rogue and a, like, dark shaman, or, like, a mage, maybe, you would get a spell like that.
Have kind of made me doubt myself, so I'd be interested to hear what you guys think as well. Additionally, if you're ever going to get a last-minute chance to inspire Stephen with some additional information during his inevitable 40-minute explanation, then now is the time to do it. But as usual, I am just one nerd desperate for a good MMO, and my opinions mean nothing without yours in the comments below. And hey, apologies if there's any editing mistakes in this video. I ended up staying up for 30 hours to finish that intro. And if you're one of those people that skip my intros, fuck you.
But Nog, Ashes of Creation's combat's gonna be trash. It's just an AoE fest.
And to that I say, listen kid, I don't know how many times I've got to explain it before it gets into your thick little head, but hybrid combat is designed this way for actually, you know what? Go pledge to Pantheon, mate, because you're high on copium.
Jesus, man. Fucking goddamn. Yeah, pledge 7 mil. The thing is that, like, I'm excited for it. I am. I'm really curious to see what they've got coming up here. If we've got a short video here, I'll go ahead and I'll look at it. And other than that, we'll return to old school experience. All right, we're gonna watch this, but we'll try to keep it. Fuck. There's like no way I can watch this and only pause for 4 minutes. There's no way I can do that. Let's see. Is there another one I can look at here? Is different than the rest. All right, we'll watch this one. This is a shorter video, and we can do that. Check the video resolution for next video. They all seem low res. I don't know. LSF really doesn't like you today. LSF never likes me. Yeah, LSF has hated me for years. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? The thing is, like, listen, what was it today like? Let's see. I'll subscribe. All right, let me link the video, too. I forgot about that. Let me go link the video.
So,
and,
this...
LSF roasting, what the fuck? Well, here's what you have to keep in mind. And this is something that I do all the time. Is that, do you want to know how to get rid of people harassing you? You don't look at the monitor. You don't look at the monitor. Yeah, there's going to be people that are going to say bad stuff about me. They're always going to get pissed off about something that I say or something that I do. Listen, most of the people, I'll be mean here, okay? Most of the people on LSF are vitriolic, fucking sanctimonious man babies that spend all day on a Reddit telling multimillionaires how to run their business. It's pathetic. It's fucking pathetic. Always commenting, you should do this, you should do that, you should know this, you should know that. Holy fuck. I mean, it's just sad. It's honestly fucking sad. It's never about, like, funny clips. It's always about people that are mad that a streamer said something that they didn't think they could say. They always take things and assume it in the worst kind of way. They misrepresent what you say. It's misleading. It's harassment. Like, if you go and you read a lot of these threads, my challenge is look at the different comments that people make and ask yourself how many of these are actually harassment and how many of these are criticism. Because I would say in a lot of the threads for this stuff, over 80% of the comments about people are just straight up insults and harassment. That's it. It's insults and harassment. There's no constructive criticism. There's no value. There's nothing. And that's why I've always told people, like, if you're a streamer, don't listen to what people like that have to say. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't stream. They don't know anything. Why would they have any idea about it? It's just a hate thread. That's it. Now, I don't really get a lot of these threads taken down. There are other streamers that this bothers them a lot. Now, I'm not going to be like, oh, it doesn't bother me at all. I would prefer if I didn't get hate threads. I would prefer if that didn't happen, and I would like to not get hate threads, and that would be great. But the difference is that I'm not going to stop saying certain things in the instance that I will. LSF said I'm right-wing Hassan. Oh my God. You know what? That's fine. Like, you're true. You're totally right. Absolutely. I'm right-wing Hassan. Absolutely, man. And let's see. Get yourself banned on LSF. You can die. The thing is, like, I don't... The only thing that bothers me is that, like, you have comments and you have threads like that, and in many cases, these are the things that spur on, like, the real world harassment. Things like, you know, the stalker guy with like Amarath and, you know, Mizkif, like, having problems with people. Like, this has happened with a lot of people. And so, like, that's the reason why it's bad. Like, for me personally, I don't really have to deal with a ton of that stuff. I mean, obviously, like, everybody has to deal with some of it. But, you know, it's not that bad. But there are other people out there that have to deal with it a lot worse than I am. And I have thought about, like, just banning myself off of there, because I feel like you are breathing life into an ecosystem of something that creates very hostile situations for people in a real way. In a real way that affects their life, that is damaging. Things like stalking, harassment, and this kind of stuff. Like, this is really bad. At the same time, I think people are going to talk. And yep, I love to ban people on my Reddit. I ban them on my chat. But I read 4chan hate threads about myself all the time. Okay? Like, the thing is that it's just, yeah, I wish you do. I don't know. Like, maybe Asmongold is literally Sam Hyde. Oh my God. Okay, guys. Yeah, it's just why it's streamer does. Yeah, it's the thing is, people want to spend time. You can't get banned on LSF anymore? Of course you can. You tell them not to post your content, delete the threads, and if they post a mirror, take it down from DMCA. Like that's what yeah, you can easily get yourself banned. Like, there are a lot of streamers, like, you don't see Cutie Cinderella on there. You don't see the Botez sisters on there. Why? Because they can just DMCA it off. That's it. And so just treat them as well. And like, yeah, it's not up to them. It's not their decision. Mirror the mirror. Oh yeah, there'll still be some people, but like once it gets too toxic, Reddit would just delete it. That's just the truth. But anyway, what I'm saying here in general, do swear off LSF after Wreckful? No, I find it to be very. The thing with the. I don't want to get too much into like the Wreckful thing, right? But like what I'm really saying here is that like, think of a way to put this. Wreckful had a lot of problems. Like his brother killed himself too. His brother wasn't a streamer. His brother wasn't on LSF. It was not because of LSF that he did that. It was not because of a Twitch community that he did that. Now, I'm sure it made it worse. I'm sure it was an agitator. But was it the cause? No, it was not. And I think that, in fact, saying that it was diminishes the diminishes the impact of actual real mental health. You see what I'm saying? Do you see kind of like where I'm coming from here? Yeah, destroy a child. Yeah, and so yeah, I don't want to have that happen. Yeah, but I'm sure we're on Twitch. I listen. Like I like, you know, passingly knew Wreckful. I asked him for advice on my camera. Like this camera was a Wreckful recommendation. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. That's it. Playing LSF, easy way out. Truth is more difficult. Yeah, of course it is. I think so. But anyway, all I'm really trying to get at here, yeah, the music is a bit intense. Let me turn it down a bit. Is like, yeah, I do think that kind of stuff can be really hostile for content creators. And I think that it's an overall negative and it doesn't add anything positive into the community. And it just in general makes the community worse. It emboldens actual real life harassment. It is a breeding ground for it. And I do think that it's harmful. It absolutely is. It kind of goes without saying. Yeah, I think so. Is music really good? Good job, production. All right, yo, chill. Let me turn this down just a bit, man. And so, yeah, this is the big combat update. I'm kind of excited to see what this is going to be. Yeah, I am, man. And what's this here? Everything you said hits the nail on the head perfectly. YouTuber has been trying to get Dr. K's license road, also arrested for the Wreckful stuff. I don't know about that. I mean, like, the thing is that, like, I don't want to go into a situation. Like, I don't know all the details with that. All I know is just that, you know, the guy had a lot of problems. A lot of people have a lot of problems. It's the same thing with, like, Etika and people like that, too. In many cases, what I think happens is that a person that already has mental problems have those mental problems exacerbated or exaggerated by social media, by making content online, and it kind of feeds into each other, but there's still an underlying problem in there that needs to be solved. So it was Keem's fault. It was not just Keemstar's fault of what happened to Etika. Keemstar played a role in it, and I think that he should feel some level of responsibility, but it was not exclusively Keemstar's fault. All right, let's see how this is going to be, man. And sensitive people will be more affected, it's fair to say. Well, yeah, of course, right? Sensitive people are people that have like some predisposition that are like, and also like there's a lot of people who it's one thing to say that people are sensitive, and it's another thing to have like thousands of people like actively attacking you and harassing you. You see what I'm saying? Like it's like to say that, oh, somebody's sensitive, like most people in most places in life will never experience anything like that. Yeah, they'll never experience anything like that or have anything like that. So it's very hard to say like, oh, this is somebody sensitive or being unreasonable for not liking something whenever you've never been in a situation like that. That's, yeah, most people can't handle vitriol on a large scale. No, I think so. I think that the it's very, very hard. I mean, it stresses me out sometimes. It stresses everybody out sometimes. Like, I think I've gotten better at it over the years, and like now I don't really get as unhappy or stressed out or mad about it, but it used to bother me a lot more. I think that now, I feel like now I'm more confident, and I care less about what people think about me. Yeah, I do. I care less about what people think about me, and I think the reason for that is that I know that I can do things that are positive and good, and I have control over that. I handle it. Yeah, thanks, Stu. I saw you were online earlier, man. And you need to have YouTube motivational videos. Well, it's not a stress over streamers. Come on. No, man. Like, it's really stressful. Like, imagine... The thing is, it's very hard. So this is the thing. I've got 8 minutes, right? So I can talk about this for a few minutes. Is that it's so fucking hard to understand, like, what it's like. To work by yourself, be alone pretty much all the time. Everything is on your shoulders. You have to perform and put on a smile and act a certain way, and people will like pick apart the ways that you don't act in the way that they think that you should. They'll ask you questions about things that you might not understand and expect you to have answers for them, and whenever you don't have the answers, they'll hold it against you, and whenever your answers are wrong, they'll hold it against you even more. It's very hard to do this, and people constantly try to pick you apart, you know, try to find a flaw, a chink in the armor, or something like that. And it's something that's very harmful for a lot of people. It's damaging for many people. That's why you see so many streamers talk about mental health problems. Like, I had a lot of issues with that before. Ironically, I'm getting more hate now than ever, and I don't have any issues with it at all. I don't. It doesn't really bother me that much. And it's... why is that? I think a big reason is because my mom. Like, straight up, like, that's a big reason. Like, after that, I was like, you know what? You know, I'm here for however long I'm here, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, I stopped giving a fuck. And so, yeah, there are a lot of people that are unhappy about that, though. Because not giving a fuck means also not coddling people's, you know, misplaced sensibilities. But yeah, I mean, it gets to me even. Yeah, of course it gets to me even. Sure. I'm a human. Right? Yeah, that's it. How can you hate Asmon? There's a lot of, like, guys, I'm not a good guy in a lot of ways. I am a terrible fucking person. Like, I am an absolutely terrible person. Like, absolutely. Like, I trust me, as somebody who is an expert on me, I am a terrible fucking person. The only thing that I can hope is that I'm entertaining enough for people to still watch. That's it. Take a vacation? Why? My idea of a vacation is turning off the stream and jerking off. That's the best vacation I can have. Sometimes I take a vacation down to Wendy's. Those are good ones. I love that. Yeah, okay, what's my streamer? Yeah, Justice for Ozzy. Oh, we've got another classic Andy in here. Yeah, that's it. Nice asshole I've ever met. I think that's why I don't do like games like Among Us or whatever. Is that like I don't really have. I'm not a very socially well-adjusted person. So, like, I don't know where, like, the line of, like, taking things over the line and saying things that make people genuinely uncomfortable would be. It's not that I'm, like, some kind of, like, master manipulator or something like that. It's that I have trouble navigating normal human interactions and relationships. So, it's hard for me to do that. That's why I don't play games like that, because they make me very uncomfortable. I don't know, like, that's why I don't like playing social games and, like, you know, group games and stuff like that. The only way that I can ever do that is to just treat all the people around me like NPCs. And just use them just for content, and that's it. But whenever it's friends of mine, I can't really do that in the same way. Yeah, like, that's how I deal with it. And so, yeah, I just try to stay in my house by myself alone. And that's what I like to do, and it's good for me. And yeah, that comes from a lack of Steam in retention. There was one time, I think it was like whenever Lost Ark came out, I forgot to jerk off for a whole week. The way that I judge if a game is good or not is how long between the game's release and how long I jerk off the next time. So, like, for example, in Burning Crusade, I didn't jerk off for weeks because I was playing the game. Wrath of the Lich King, it was at least 2 weeks. Cataclysm, it was until I hit 85. And in Mists of Pandaria, I remember we were, you know, like that boat ride, like underneath the rocks into Kunlai Summit? I remember I told my group, guys, I gotta be right back. Like, that was the first fucking one, man. Yeah, nice measurement system. It is. And so I judge, like, how good is a video game of how long it takes for me to jerk off after the game gets released. I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, this is a New World. New World, I don't remember, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't remember. And PoE League start. Usually I can get all the way to, like, at least Act 7 or something like that, right? It's usually at Act 9 because Act 9 sucks, right? Everybody knows Act 9. Act 9's fucking trash. And so that's whenever I you know, like, you jerk off and that way you relax and you're like, okay, let's just power through it. Let's just get this done, man. That's it. And I jerk off during the game? Well, okay, so we do have a Final Fantasy Andy in chat. Look at that. That's amazing. Too busy chopping wood. Any hopes for New World being good next year? I think that it is a $40 game. If it is ever, I think that it is worth, if you value your time at $1 an hour, you will probably get your money's worth out of New World. If you're an MMO player that likes open world games like that, of course, right? If you like playing FIFA, maybe New World's not your cup of tea. Do you ever sit on your hand until it's asleep? It falls like someone else does it? No, but I only jerk off with my left hand. That way my left and my right arms are symmetrical. So, like, one arm isn't a lot bigger than the other one. I started doing that whenever I was like 15 or 16, and it's worked really well. Yeah, because you want to have symmetry between your arms. You don't want to look weird, right? Yeah, do the same thing. Yeah. There's physical ability. Of course, yeah. I mean, the thing is, guys, listen. It's a lot of effort, a lot of time here, and Valheim with mixed experiences. Valheim. Well, the thing what sucked with Valheim is, like, I had the food, so I'd have to log off to do it, and so I probably played Valheim a lot without doing that at all. Or in physical therapy, that even affects your walking posture. A small detail with big effects. I don't know. Like, my walking posture seems fine. I mean, my actual posture. I think that's pretty much normal, right? Is this normal? Yeah, it is. The reason why I'm hunched over a lot is I'm a pretty tall guy, right? I'm a pretty tall guy. And so, like, I don't like to just, like, loom over people or, like, you know, look down on people or shit, right? So I'm usually leaning down to talk to people. I think that's what makes sense. Have you seen Throne and Liberty, upcoming MMORPG? No, I have not. I don't know what that is, actually. I have no idea. Can I trade your posture for money? To be honest, I was always a goblin. All right, boys, here we go. Combat update. Let's see it. I'm ready. You're 6'3"? Yeah, I'm around 6'3". Here we go. Here we go. Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. I'm so excited. This is gonna be fun, man. Turn-based combat? Yeah. Healthy Celeb says I'm 5'7". Well, I guess, never mind. I guess I'm 5'7" now, guys. Yeah. It's too bad. It also said that my birthday was Hitler's birthday. Okay, here we go.
Hello, everyone. Salutations and welcome to our glorious Ashes of Creation June development update. Okay. We hope that everyone is well and safe and been having a wonderful month. We've got a 3-day weekend coming up.
How is our room so clean?
No, it's 4th of July.
Wait, really?
Yeah, here in the U.S. So
is it?
We're excited about that. And of course, we're excited to show off a little bit of combat. So if you don't know us, I'm Margaret Crone, our community marketing lead. And with me, as always, is the one, the only Stephen Sharif, a.k.a. our creative director.
Yeah. That's me, not you.
These beautiful blooms behind him, the orchids.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
How the fuck does everybody have flowers that grow except me?
Can I see that?
Yeah, they can see that.
Nice.
And of course, today we will be going over our quick reminders, and then we'll be showing off something you all have been anticipating, which is
here we go.
Small slice of
Here we
combat,
go. I'm ready.
But this will be our basic weapon attack update. We'll be also showcasing some character arts updates and doing our studio update and then Q&A. Doing stuff in a little different order because we want to get straight to the juicy stuff because we know
that's good. We have taken
excited.
your feedback into our run of show, and Margaret has changed things around so we get to the meat faster.
All right, let's get the meat.
All right, and of course, for that, we have our next dev discussion, which is going to be about, I mean, it was already up.
Gear color customization?
Gear color customization.
Okay.
So we asked you, how do you feel about dyeing your gear? How far would you like the system to go? Do you prefer a full color range that allows for some odd color combinations, or more limited one that preserves visual fidelity and realism? So if you haven't gone over to our forums, given us feedback on that, please do.
I don't know.
Because we would like that. And then, of course, our next one will be on world map discovery.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that at all.
Your feedback on that.
There's been some changes on the world map front, but I think we'll save that for a future update. But there has been some significant changes.
Yes.
Just to tease that.
I mean, that's going to be a fun update. I can't wait to I can't wait to showcase that. And of course, we have our comment of the day, or of the month, I should say. And if you would like your comment to be chosen, all you have to do is when we upload this to YouTube, go over there, leave us a comment. Make sure you subscribe to us on YouTube. And if you are subscribed, we will be picking a random subscriber to be showcased. And for this one, we've got Realm SLB, who wants to know, or who noted, love this idea and impact of seasons in the economy. However, I feel that 1 week real time per season is way too short.
That's what I said.
It should be like a month in my eyes.
I said this, yeah.
This vision of people carrying things around
Holy
won't really
shit.
happen. People will just stock up a lot for the winter, and that's it.
Yeah, they're not going to give a shit.
That's an interesting comment, and actually just want to touch on it real quick. The weather systems, the season systems, that's going to be a obvious point of testing for Alpha 2.
That makes sense,
We're going to play around with the different cycles and times, and how they impact the economy, the rotation of resources, the movement of goods. Like all of those things play into the purpose, one of the purposes of having seasonal systems.
Yeah.
So that is something
they can't be too
play
transient
with during our Alpha 2 testing, and we'll land on what feels both most comfortable, is visually appealing, but also has the impact on the economy that we desire to see on the design side.
Okay, great.
Yes, so of course, thank you all for your feedback. We got a ton of seasonal feedback, and we'll be compiling some of those things and sharing them with our development team. So we really super duper appreciate all of that. And of course, just a quick reminder that our opulent negotiations,
I like this one.
Swap over will be happening July 13th
this
at
shit,
11 a.m. Pacific.
Oh my God, that's a mount?
That all of the variants made from these sets you'll see in game as NPCs, creatures, buildings, etc. And
that's badass.
Showcasing some variants today. If you don't follow us super closely,
y'all see that?
For those of you who do, you might have already seen some of those, but we've made some updates to the imagery. And with that, I think we can go into our basic weapon attack combat update. If you want to set some preface
I would
to the
like
video.
to, yes, I'd like to preface the video.
Okay.
So I made this decision, what was 3 weeks ago? I stepped into, it was like 4 weeks ago. 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I stepped in and I talked with Margaret.
We had another topic originally planned for this month.
We did. However, it had been weighing on me that I wanted to begin showing some of the combat that we were getting completed for Alpha 2. And rather than having a big grand reveal of all of the class kits and abilities
and
the combat changes that we've made, I want to segment up these updates into smaller chunks so that people have an opportunity to comment on specific aspects
they can change it.
Of the changes that we've made for combat. And the first and foremost one that made sense for us to do, which is probably the most foundationally core aspect of combat, is going to be the basic weapon attacks. And I wanted to showcase and focus on the changes that have been made with regards to the directional movement functionality, root motion versus split body, the ancillary components of combat that are animation, VFX, and audio, and just show that at a base weapon level. So we decided that for this month, what we're going to do is give you guys a look at those basic weapon functions. There's a couple of skills that are thrown in there from our weapon master class, but it's primarily focused on the feeling of that basic weapon combo attack, right? And I want to make sure that you content creators out there who make content for Ashes and kind of relay to your audiences the updates that we provide, that you contextualize this update in the appropriate manner, because of course our engaged audiences, they see this update, they've been watching our progress for a significant amount of time, and they can touch point A to B to C and see that progress. But unengaged audiences, they look at something and they don't necessarily always have the best context for active development and what is a work in progress.
That's exactly what happened.
Of course, and they will look at something and assume it's a final product. Now, as you know, this is not the final product. We always iterate. We continue to improve. There's a lot of stuff that still goes into making combat a good thing. And combat's a really touchy subject because, you see weather effects and you see seasons, and those can look universally good. Or you see a character creator, you get the versatility and the functionality that's present there, the customization options. Those can be universally perceived as very good. Combat is a very different type of subject, right? There are a lot of different ways that combat can be portrayed in games. All of us have our own subjective view of what is good combat. Do we want super fast pace, very tactile, slower pace, tap targeting, all those types of things.
Elden Ring.
A realm of
Elden Ring.
Exactly. There's a realm
Elden
of
Ring paced combat.
But with that being said, we have taken feedback specifically from Alpha 1.
With some characters playing like Dark Souls 1.
Upon that feedback and present it in such a way with this video that gives you context for those basic weapon feelings, those
slow and hard,
foundational types of movement and pacings that exist. So keep that in mind when you content creators out there are kind of relaying this information to the audiences that might not be as familiar with the project. Let them know this is just to focus on the basic weapon attacks. It is focusing on that aspect of combat. We will unveil additional aspects of combat, being
talk about combat
ability systems, class rotations. We'll talk about the VFX pipeline and how that advances with with the ability system as well. Those are going to be additional beats that we hit leading up to the next few months that we'll showcase on these streams. But this first one,
this is the melee specific basic weapon attacks.
Yes, that's right. We'll show ranged. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Exactly. All right.
Absolutely.
Let's see.
So keep that in mind. I had a great time filming this yesterday.
Let's see what it. Let's see what it be.
A phenomenal job.
Let's see what it is.
If you do some comparisons between where we were last year and where we are today, there's a significant difference. So I hope you guys.
Taken your feedback from Alpha 1.
Absolutely.
You guys sent us a lot of great feedback. A lot of those things were things we already were thinking of adjusting and changing as well. So we hope that you see that culmination as we showcase this. And
bro, I'm getting nervous.
Showcase further along.
I'm getting nervous. Like they're talking about it so much. I'm like, I'm getting nervous. I'm like, man, is it going to be bad? Like, what are they prepping me for?
Update.
Absolutely. Very
all right.
excited,
All right. Let's
guys.
go.
Enjoy.
Ready? All right. We'll see you on the flip side.
Here we go. What if it's just like this? Like RuneScape. All right, guys. Hope the combat's good? Yeah, I know. Let's see it. Alpha 2 basic melee weapon attack update.
Hello, everyone, and welcome
it's a big sword. I like
another
it could be longer.
Day for Ashes of Creation. Super excited to be with everybody today.
Right.
We have a pretty awesome showcase.
About
the something
races.
That the community has been asking for a little while. Actually, I think the last time we showcased some combat gameplay was a year ago.
That's a boat?
Roughly, almost.
Maybe.
But I am very excited to show you guys what we have in the works today. I have joining us with me today two of our extraordinary engineers, Adam and Keenan. How you guys doing?
Hello, Steven. Doing well. How are you?
I am doing very good, running around like a chicken with its head cut off, but otherwise very good.
He's a deer with his head cut off, apparently.
Keenan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Glad to be here.
Awesome. I'm excited to have you. This is your first stream, I believe, correct?
This is my first stream.
Very cool. Adam, you've been on a couple ones before this, yeah?
Yeah. It's good to be back.
Very cool. And then I also have joining us today.
I like the
one
colors.
Of our senior game designers.
I do.
Mr. Trad. How you doing, buddy?
I like how vibrant they are.
I'm doing great. I'm
the
glad to be back
saturation
on
is
stream.
a bit higher
Welcome
than
back.
average.
Very
I like
excited
that.
to show what you guys have been working on, what the team has been working on. I know I probably already said this on the stream, but I'm going to reiterate it here, that what you're about to see is not the final combat in Ashes. This is a portion of the combat systems. Obviously, a lot goes into making combat, right? From a visual effects perspective.
Please don't be bad. Please don't be bad. All right.
The design elements and how it synergizes with our class kits and ability systems. The balance of these things, the audio component, the UI. There's a lot that goes into making combat for an MMORPG, and the combat you're going to see today is very focused on one component, actually two components.
Is that right?
The first of which is our basic melee weapon attacks.
Oh my god.
In addition to our floating text UI.
Is this how Final Fantasy fans feel watching my stream?
That is the context of today's presentation. Previously, I had decided that I wanted to wait to showcase combat until until we had
okay, here we go.
Pretty much everything done and ready to show.
Got myself a Pepsi.
As time grew, I decided what I wanted to do instead was showcase little portions of each component of the combat system, starting with the basic melee weapon attacks, and then we'll move into, in a later live stream, the ability systems and the class kits. And of course, we're not going to show every class kit and everything that's going to be in Alpha 2. We want some of that to be a surprise.
Guys, we got another video about Diablo Immortal.
We want to showcase the work that's been done.
Bro, can you believe how pay to win this is?
So that we get player feedback. And personally,
what do you mean there's a thread about me on LSF? What are they saying?
Amazing. I think it looks great. I'm super impressed continually by our team's talents, as I know a lot in the community are after having seen the character creator and
I can't believe this.
Weather systems.
Everybody's getting banned on Reddit again.
There's a very high quality bar that we're setting ourselves up for with Ashes of Creation, and I think it is what the community wants. But it's great to have these touch points where we get your feedback. So focus today is going to be on basic melee weapon attacks. It's going to be on root motion versus split body, the types of agency that's provided to the player while also respecting the weightedness we want from certain weapon groups, and also talking about the UI element and showcasing floating text and the types of customization options that players are going to have. So keep that in mind. That's the context of today's presentation. And when you give the commentary, let's focus on what you like and what you think there could be improvements on from that perspective. So without further ado, we are in probably an area that you guys are familiar with. We saw this in the last biome yet again. You saw this in the last month's
Watch, he's gonna do like this.
But we are in an area that is known to harbor some scary things.
So what'd you think?
So I'm just gonna start kind of walking down in this area, and Adam, Keenan, Trad, if you guys want to talk a little bit about
I'm getting so
how
nervous.
this process began all those months ago on defining good combat for Ashes of Creation.
It's just
sure.
Click the button.
I would say, it starts
Click
with
the button.
All of the hundreds of thousands of hours, cumulative hours of MMO
Dude.
we have under our belt, right?
Now I know how you guys
hours
feel.
of MMO gameplay under our belts collectively.
We just got to push a couple buttons and we're immediately like, oh, it feels good or it doesn't feel good.
It's funny, Keenan, actually you say that. One of the you guys all know this because every one of you went through an interview with me, but one of the qualifying aspects of joining the team is what type of MMOs do you like to play?
Good, the interviews each individual person, by the way. Little small tidbit there matters a lot.
Yeah, so it starts there.
Some teams
and
don't do that.
From there, we sort of do our research. We have to take a look at the state of the art, and then we
hit him.
We study it. We form hypotheses about what exactly it is that makes things feel good or not feel good. And then we make those things in as controlled a manner as we can. And then we turn the knobs, we tweak things, we see what feels good, what doesn't feel good. We come up with some rules, some processes, and then
what do you guys
we
think?
put them to the test. And this is
I want to see some more of them.
Yeah, it's a very iterative process, right? Like, you know, none of these things are like you form your theory on paper and then you go and you make the thing and it comes out to be exactly what you see.
That was badass.
Right? Like it starts out
that was cool.
Not super great, and then what we have to be able to do is engineers and designers is identify what's not great about those things, and then just continue to iterate on those things. And that's, as long as you keep making it better each time, eventually you're gonna end up with something good.
Yeah,
that was
this
cool.
Exercise and finding what makes Ashes great specifically, we wanted to approach it from the ground up.
It's yeah, I think the whirlwind was cool.
About our hypotheses and what we think is good, right? So we really focused on individual aspects that we think makes good combat and answered them one at a time in a very tightly, very tight iterative process. And we ended up at something that we think feels really, really good.
Not too bad.
So, yeah, just playing this, I am loving the
that's not too bad.
The visual effects, all the ancillary components that go into making the combat.
Really not too bad.
But more importantly, the pacing of this kind of heavier weapon group.
Yeah.
Also, as a side note, outside of the combat, one of the things I've not necessarily liked about MMOs traditionally in the past is that excuse me, every portion of land is covered by some type of monster, right? And it kind of gives you this weird feel. But here, like, this is a very dangerous area that we're in, the environment, and part of it gets communicated by the aspect of these rocks and like
there's rock elements,
specific types of materials that's represented here, but you don't know exactly where the threat lies per se, right? You kind of move up into an area, and if you move too far, you get the audio cue of the monsters that is like
cool.
Arising. Your character gets into the combat stance. They have some really cool aspects of animation. The animation team did an amazing job with the rolls here. I am loving, and also they're like just like swinging away and then flying off.
Is
that
cool.
is so great.
That actually looks good.
The camp feel of this area where
they're rolly boys,
scattered around all over the world. No matter where you go, there's like something that's gonna happen.
All right.
It's more like I'm gonna grind here for a bit.
Bro, like I was getting anxiety for nothing.
Steven,
this actually was good.
You were talking about how you like how heavy the sword feels, and that weight impact, that is one of the combat pillars that we have been studying and honing in on in our development process. The other side of it is the other side of it being also like agency. To what extent does this weapon respect your intentions? And that's the part that's important to me. I'm a classic player. I come from traditional MMOs, right? Like I want to be able to move and attack at the same time.
Imagine that. Yes, and that was a huge point of feedback actually that we received during Alpha 1. Was that we started with this more root motion approach to the basic weapon attacks.
Yeah.
And ultimately we called an audible mid-test. I remember it was in that end of July or beginning of August month. Where we decided to implement a completely split body approach and get player feedback. And of course the feedback was very positive, resoundingly positive, right? That players prefer that agency over that weightedness, but they also,
am I good?
There's a little bit of a conflict there because they also didn't like the floaty feeling, which comes along with not having
Blizzard
the weighted
DDoSing
approach. So how did that play into your guys's defining this current approach on the weapon attacks? How did you blend those two?
That looks good.
Yeah, so we kind of approached it from looking at player agency primarily, as Keenan had said, and the games that really handled player agency the best are those like classic MMOs, right?
Okay.
Players really like how smooth the classic MMO feel, how much player agency they get out of it, and then we took that and we tried building this sort of impact and weight.
The whirlwind,
man. Really making attacks feel satisfying, making it feel like the inertia of the weapon and your movements are accurate, physically accurate. And we accomplished that through a number of ways. Really, again, talking about the process, we tried identifying each individual aspect of what we got out of these, more modern action games.
You hit them and they blow up like that.
That into our classic MMO base. I think
this is cool.
I think it all comes down to looking at it not as a binary of, are we doing split body or are we doing root motion combat? It's looking at everything as modular pieces and then dialing in those numbers to make something that feels high in player agency, feels very impactful, like it has a lot of inertia, and feels very physical.
Yeah.
Yeah, my litmus test for agency in combat is take any moment in combat, pause time, look down at your hands, look at the keyboard. The buttons that you're pressing should be the directions that your character is moving.
Oh, shit.
So with these weapons, even though there are little...
Those are the daggers.
Like little bits of root motion here or there, they're always respecting your WASD input, and I think that's what makes them feel good.
I think another thing
I want to see that.
You guys did that helps with that is the timing of which that gets registered, right? Like, it's not, at 1.1 iteration we had it where it detected what your input was at the beginning of the attack, and that just felt like if I decided to change my mind and go left instead of right in the middle of that attack, it's too bad. It already kind of queued that. And so I think now what you guys are doing is having it happen at like swing time, right?
Okay.
Yep, it's constantly looking at your input and adjusting.
I get it. Yeah.
Now
All
I've
right.
equipped these daggers, this dual wielding, these dual daggers. Talk to me a little bit about the differences between
let's see the daggers.
Heavier weapon group and the light weapon group.
Yeah, so initially in our investigation, we wanted to start with the light weapons to figure out how to really blend the weight of an attack and
it's not too bad.
Introduce or start with player agency and then introduce that weight of the attack into it.
Holy
we
shit!
figured the least risky weapon to start with would be the lightest weapon possible.
Makes
little
sense.
daggers that move very fast, very high player agency, and not necessarily focused on.
Dude, the combat
big
is
weight,
fucking
like
fast.
a heavy sword. So
holy shit!
We started with that and tried introducing little bits and pieces
I
here
think
and there, like small bits of root motion.
The animations are a little choppy.
Feel
You're right.
in when you're attacking and play into that inertia.
100%.
I know Keenan might want to talk more about the animation.
Yeah,
timing
this is really good though.
Introduced for figuring out these.
This is really
timings
promising.
That feel good.
Yeah, that's part of our process for communicating cross-department is using frame timing diagrams and being specific about how we not only want to animate, but also how we want to move during different frames of the animation. And we found that to be very successful. But one of the things that makes the daggers
so they have like an ability where they throw rocks.
The sword is that the daggers never really slow you down. They're both respecting your directions, but the swords will actually slow you down at certain times. Like leading up into the strike, your split body movement is sort of blending down towards 0, and then you strike, and then it blends back up toward to 1. The daggers are not doing any blending like that. You're just split body, and then you're striking, and then you're back into split body.
No collision? I think they have mob collision. I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, I'm just playing with the directionals here. I mean, on the animation team, they did a phenomenal job. I'm loving the kind of foot placement and movement, the strafing feeling on the body there. I know Alexi did a lot of work on the IK as well that we can see, like when you're, kind of stepping up different portions. It feels really good to play.
Oh yeah, considering how physically based we are and animation driven our combat system is, it was super important that the animators, get all of that right, and they absolutely knocked it out of the park. I mean, one of the biggest things I think to making good feeling attacks is getting all of the departments involved in what feels good and on the same
down
page,
slash
right?
feels that
everyone iterating.
That's
so,
good.
You know, like in the process, we started with chopping up
That's
animations
good.
to build an ability that we thought felt good, and then we wanted to pass that off.
That's
to
massive
animation
progress.
to
Like, I played the
finalize
first
those
one.
animations by chopping up our abilities and making animations that feel good, and then we can all loop everyone back together and finalize that ability. You know, VFX has the same process too. So, you know, it's a bunch of different departments iterating on a very micro scale to build something
What's
that
the
is
hammer?
just awesome.
It's a hammer.
Yeah, the animation team definitely had to take a deep breath when we went to them like, hey, you know those 3-part
Hit the
weapon
ship.
combos that we like
Cut
so
the
much?
ship down.
We want different ones for each direction that you can move in. Oh, and also you need to be able to weave between the directionals at any time.
Can you jump attack? Yeah, are we able to jump R2?
One of the things that's
with 2
interesting
halberds.
and is
Boom.
always a point of contention for those of us who have perhaps played different games and have become accustomed to specific
There's the boat.
visual representation of these damage
Holy
floating
shit,
text,
man.
right?
He's gonna
I want to
whirlwind them?
showcase a little bit. I'm going to let them hit on me for a little bit just so you can kind of see directionally damage you take, which is indicated in this red number, floats towards your left-hand side. And when you do damage to a target, they float to your right-hand side.
That makes sense.
Now, one of the very important aspects of these floating texts is providing the player with customization options that they can adjust the size
Bigger
of the floating
numbers.
text. They can adjust the color composition on how these texts are represented. They can also include damage icons to indicate the ability that's used for those
bigger numbers.
floating text. And importantly,
There it is.
excuse me.
You get a
We
crit,
also
it's like
call
a whole
out
screen.
The crits that you do in a separate way, how they pop
Exactly,
in, they're
yeah.
slightly above those the other numbers, and then more so, we also
WoW
have
does
additional
that
functionality
perfectly.
for cumulative damage
Classic
value.
WoW.
So I'm going to kind of go through that. You'll see here as I press, different option. Now we've changed the colors.
I think that feels good, man.
Whoops, hold on, let me see. Make sure. Is that color?
Yeah, that
off
seems
differently,
good,
or am I
man.
do I not have my?
One thing I noticed is like the mobs don't stagger.
Is it?
Like in New
Okay,
World,
let
mobs
me try
stagger.
this.
In Lost Ark, mobs stagger. These don't. Torrents looks horrible. Yeah. Usually
Hold on,
that's
let me
not
find
something
a
that gets
monster.
fixed until later.
I hope
That's my
what- if not,
understanding.
well, we can show that a little.
I could be
bit
wrong
here.
about that though.
Let me press this button. Oh, here we go. Okay, so you see the color is changing now.
Okay.
And that's
Stagger
something that
feels
the player
bad.
has agency over.
The
right?
player,
You can
yeah.
assign different types of colors that you want. That was changing. I think the one I was pressing actually was changing the size. So let me try to change that size again. There you go. You can see that size now is larger. You can showcase XP if you want. You can bolden the numbers a little bit as well. But providing kind of maximum flexibility and character customization, player customization options for these floating text, I think is super important. But I love the way that they feel.
Yeah,
that
WoW
kind of
has that
classic,
too. You can customize shit.
Very almost.
That's good.
What were we saying, Keenan? Very vanilla vibe.
I think this is pretty good.
Yeah, sometimes the best flavor is
Yeah.
just vanilla.
Absolutely. Totally agree. Yeah, but the UI team's done a great
Okay.
job on the functionality for that. I think it's feeling pretty good.
I generally agree. I like vanilla and cookies.
Yeah,
and
that's very
cream.
cool. So,
and coffee
where
ice cream.
are we now
Those three.
when it comes to kind of the spectrum of light to heavy attack options on these basic weapon attacks? What's kind of next for this as we showcase it to the players?
Okay, yeah.
Well, I think we've sort of defined our spectrum with the light and the heavy when it comes to agency versus weight versus impact.
Yeah,
when you look at
bigger
the
weapons
heavy,
should
I think
lock you
we're-
into an animation.
We're close to
100%.
saying that this is sort of the most we want to compromise agency for weight and impact.
Yeah, that's
and once
smart.
we have that upper bound, we can sort of play with all of the different intermediate points, right, as we start to build
got
out
it
other
that time.
weapons. But we have interesting explorations as well in how all of this translates into ranged and also ultimates. We might take the limiters off for ultimates and just see what the coolest things we can make are.
That'd be cool.
That's going to be pretty interesting. Another component, by the way, of defining kind of the weapon attacks is also the visual effects side, and weapon trailings, the intensity of those weapon trailings, how they scale based on the type of of weapon, the level of weapon that you have, but not just the trailing on the weapon per se, but also the ground decals. Like for this heavy weapon, that first strike, you see that that decal in the ground is, I love that look.
Yeah.
And even on the backswing, like when I hit the ground behind me, it's causing that decal.
That's good. This is actually looking
down
good.
Into the really low-level systems details, like we
for
want
unfinished alpha. This is really good.
As much information as we can about actual combat ongoings, so that
This
they can inform
good.
the effects as precisely as they can, or as precisely as they need to, rather.
Yeah, and we really wanted to build on a technical side. We really wanted to build the combat system to, like I said earlier, be as physical as possible. So we have it very animation driven. Everything is handled based on a reference of animation, as opposed to like nebulous timings, right? Which allows it to feel very impactful and very responsive. So when you hit the ground decal actually appears on the ground when it should. That's something that may not be seen in other MMOs. So we really wanted to make a big focus on that and focus on the responsiveness.
Yeah, that's really cool.
One thing I failed to mention, by the way, apologize for that, is actually you guys are seeing the Pyre male for the first time in game. I know we've showed him
I can't believe he was right about this, man.
As these character races get further fleshed out, but here you're seeing him in full
Narc
flesh
was
and
right.
blood, so to speak.
There you fucking go.
I guess. In the game, and that's pretty cool to see. I can't wait for players to kind of get a look at the customization options and the character creator for this race. Also, another thing that's really important, I think, is the audio component. And Kat has done a phenomenal job in both the sound design for creatures,
I think
as
the
well
audio
as
is
for
good.
the weapon. And actually, you guys haven't seen anything yet, because
I'll have to see
we have
more
a lot
of it.
in store on that front that I think is going to be
do
pretty
warrior-
cool.
yeah.
And it's all part
this
of
looks
the
good, man.
presentation, right? It's all part of what makes combat feel good, is also the auditory component.
Yeah.
In that,
Like
talk
mining
to me a
in
little
New
bit
World.
about the capabilities that the audio team has when it comes to accessing combat and the abilities.
Yeah, similar to VFX, we plan on piping in a lot of information. That's something we've been working a lot on recently, is tooling for VFX and sound effects, right? It's a super important part, as you said, of the package in order to sell that weight and that immersion in the game. And there's going to be a lot coming online, so I'm really excited to see what we have in store for that. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever show it on stream, but we're building a sort of singular tool that all of the teams can use to build abilities and tweak them. Sound effects, visual effects, animation,
That's cool.
design, engineering, all using the same tool, grounded in animation, to build these abilities.
For this being a fantasy game,
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
Another
going to play a
component,
human male
Adam,
with
which,
a two-handed sword.
You guys worked on is camera controls.
I'm so excited,
and
man.
Adding,
Talk
to me a little bit about.
It's going to be fucking crazy.
The kind of
this shit's going to
visuals
be
that are
wild,
provided through
man.
these additional camera controls for abilities in combat.
Yeah, so, I mean, the word of the day has been impact and weight, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of that is sold through what the player sees. We didn't want anything to be nauseating or over the top, and, certainly people can adjust it in option settings.
That's important.
But we wanted something that would sell a lot of the weight without, being too over the top and too sort of cartoonish, right? And so
That's
we
cool.
implemented a few different camera effects, things like camera shake, radial blur, and a few other things involved, and really tried to
the wind that comes out of that's cool.
Our bang for the buck with those to sell the weight of these attacks, and it really adds a lot, especially I've noticed a lot of how your peripheral interprets the weight of the attack really sells it for me as a player.
Maybe, yeah.
So that's something we've been focusing on,
It's
and
still an
it's
alpha.
made huge improvements to the feeling of these attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. So, looking forward, as we continue to flesh out both the medium melee weapons, and we'll be showcasing our ranged weapons in combat.
Wait, that was
in
medium?
a future stream. We're also going to be talking a little bit about and showcasing, which you guys got a little sneak peek on a few abilities, some class kits.
What about the heavy
ability
abilities?
Systems as a whole?
What about the heavy weapons, the
and
big
what
weapons?
We're able to accomplish for Alpha 2.
Yeah,
of
ultra
course,
great swords.
You know, we promised at the beginning of this year that you guys would be
That
getting
was heavy?
some
Was it
pretty
me? I don't know.
exciting showcases of all the work that's being done on the project towards Alpha 2. You got that with the character creator, you got that with the seasons and weather systems. Now you're starting to get a little bit of touch on the combat side. And I know that there's a lot of stuff that design has been prepping around, you know, the work that's been done on these class kits and the different archetypes that are going to be playable across Alpha 2. But there's a lot in store, and there's a lot of functionality that the engineering team has provided our designers when it comes to both the functionality of certain types of abilities as well as the synergies possible between them. You want to talk a little bit, Adam, Keenan, and Trad, about what's possible given our ability toolkit?
I took a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Definitely.
Man.
Yeah,
that was badass.
So this whole, you know, prototype process has been kind of, you know, 2 steps. One of those steps was what, you know, Adam and Keenan were talking about a bit there with, you know, their hypotheses on, you know, what makes good feeling combat, and they've done a great job on that. But the other side of that was also just, you know, coming up with these almost mock class kits. And, you know, the idea was this might not be the final class, but there will be things that we can take from it that we like and then get rid of that we don't like, and let's just make something. And you guys have kind of seen some sneak peeks of that already from the Assassin in you know, the previous stream, and now you're seeing something from the Weapon Master. That was the other one that we took just to experiment with and contrast these different types of combat. And what I was kind of going for here was, you know, getting class synergies in place where, you know, maybe, you know, for example, you've got a thing that if you kill someone with one of your other abilities, it'll reset the cooldown on one of these abilities. And there was a lot of that kind of stuff going on in this kit, whereas there wasn't so much of that interaction in the kits in, you know, the previous alpha. It was an area that we felt we could really improve. And the good thing about that whole exercise that we did is we came up with a lot of cool abilities. You're not seeing them all here, but
sorry, that was me.
You know, what it really
Mr.
did
Badass
for us is it
Upswing?
developed our tools.
Maybe you'll do it
we
again.
realized, oh, we can't do this or we can't do that. And so, like, the designers and Adam and Keenan here would kind of go back and forth and say, like, you know, designers need to be able to do this particular thing that we can't currently do, and then they would take that and they would make it possible with the tools. And so we're really putting our best foot forward here. That way we are going into, like, the full class design. We're going to have a lot of stuff that we need to hit the ground running.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
oh, go ahead, Keenan.
Oh, I was just gonna sort of build on Trad's point. Like, all of these exercises, or throughout all of these exercises, we're very careful.
He got one of them
on the ability system side to make sure that when we're adding something new, we make it as modular as possible. We really want to think of these abilities as being made out of like Lego pieces, not being sort of like molded from a single block of clay. So whenever we are trying something and we build something new, that's a new piece that we have to explore and combine with all of the other pieces that we've already made.
Absolutely. The other thing that's important, is important probably for players to understand with regards to Alpha 2, is that this is another testing ground, right? Alpha 2 is a test, and in Alpha 2, we're going to represent components of the class kits and the ability system that may not make it to launch, but it is a perfect area for us to kind of get both player feedback as well as for us to log data around its usage, its impact, its you know, feasibility as essentially a component of our class kits, right? We're going to be experimenting a lot with regards to that for Alpha 2. So it's very exciting.
Oh, definitely. We're just getting started.
Yes, absolutely. Well, guys, this has been
Holy
a
shit.
Fun stream. I think
I'm impressed.
I really enjoy
I'm gonna be honest.
talking
I'm
about this stuff
impressed
and showcasing the hard work
I think
that you
this
guys are
looks
doing,
good.
everybody on the team is doing across.
What do you guys
everyone
think?
That makes combat a fun,
Yeah, we want to do a
tactile
poll.
thing for
Yeah,
us
how
to
do you
play
guys
with.
feel about this?
There's a lot that goes into it, but I think the team is hitting it out of the park with these showcases.
God
as we
damn!
show,
I wish you just
essentially
walk
what our
around the
quality
world.
bar is for
That's what I want to do.
Ashes of Creation.
It's very
So I want to
promising.
thank
Yeah.
everybody for tuning
This looks
in
great.
and watching. Please make sure it's very important that you guys give feedback.
They have
with
more
regards
shit
to
after
kind of
this,
what you
apparently,
saw
too.
Today. It is always something that we are iterating upon, but generally based on what feedback we already received out of Alpha 1 and the pursuits that our engineering side as well as our design side have been examining and playing around with. We feel really confident in this approach for the basic weapon melee attacks. But
Yeah, this looks
we want to
really
hear your
good.
guys' feedback, what you thought of today. So make sure to comment both in the YouTube section as well as
Yeah.
on stream, on our forums, on our Discord, Connect Everywhere. We value your feedback very much. It is an important part of creating Ashes of Creation. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready. Thank you guys again for tuning in. Adam, Keenan, Trad, thank you guys for being a part of it. Always appreciate the insight and the talents that you guys bring to Ashes of Creation.
Yeah, I think this is
as a
really
game.
good.
We're very happy to have you guys. So
I'm
everybody in
genuinely
chat,
impressed by this.
Give hearts.
It's already
for
promising.
Our awesome
Yeah.
guests today, and I will see.
I'm
you
very,
guys
very
back on
surprised.
stream.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, this is good.
Well, there it is. We have ripped the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, so to speak. But I feel like from reading the chat, I do have some questions that you all
Yeah, I'm curious to
posted,
see what this is going to
but
be.
It seems overwhelmingly like most of you like it. There is a little feedback here and there. And if you have feedback for us, I believe right now, if Vaknar is following along, we will have a basic weapon attack combo feedback thread posted to our forums.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of comment real quick. So the biggest takeaway that you can ask yourself,
Okay, all right,
after
what is this?
watching that, if you're a member of our core audience who's been following development for the last few years,
It's been about a year and a half
is
for me.
the direction and the improvements that you've seen here the right direction? Is that
What do you guys think?
positive growth from what you have seen last year?
I see an overwhelming
versus to where you
It's an
are
obvious
seeing
yes.
it now.
It
And if
is an
that
obvious yes.
The answer that you give.
Yeah, it's an obvious
then what
fucking
that
yes. It'll be 10
means
more
from a
years until it's
development
ready.
Perspective is that it will continue to get better on that path.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that is we are taking our time when it comes to the quality of this game. And what that means is the additional bells and whistles, the more polished look of animations and visual effects. And as we expand on this idea of combat with class rotations, all this stuff is going to get
What the fuck?
is going to come
there we go.
together
Okay, good.
into a very tactile,
It's gonna lag.
kinetic style of
Kinetic.
combat. And that's our goal, right? And this gives you
That's
a
a
look
big
at
word.
what that directional change has been. And if you like that directional change, realize
World
we're not
Devs
even in
DDoS.
Alpha 2 yet, and this is where the combat's at. So
Yeah.
by the time we're close to launch, you got to project out what that expectation's going to be.
That's really good, man.
Games take time to make.
I feel like this
especially at
is
the quality
this
level
is
and the level
promising.
Especially
we're
good
trying to
games.
set.
Yes,
Yeah.
especially good games. Look,
Yeah,
anybody
this
can
is
rush a
actually
game out the
promising.
door, right?
Fuck
We
yeah.
see- And
Absolutely,
I'm not talking
man.
negatively about like other game companies.
You guys are
or
falling in the hype trap?
publishers or whatever.
What's
but
wrong
the
with
truth
that?
of the matter is
What's
that
wrong with
there are
getting excited
deadlines
about
that-
something?
that projects have.
Yeah.
And whether something is finished or not, sometimes that deadline doesn't move. And that can result in the experiences that we've shared as a MMORPG community in other games. The benefit or the luxury, I would say, the luxury that we have on Ashes of Creation is our goal is to create something and not ship it until it's ready. And you as a community are part of the litmus test in determining when something is ready because our process is transparent. We're showing you monthly updates. So your feedback on something, whether or not it looks good or it feels good, is this ready to be launched into an Alpha 2 or to launch totally? That's something that is a question that gets asked to you guys, right? And to us. And I think that's the important reciprocal relationship that we as developers have with the community.
I would say
and that's why we ask for your feedback. That's
because
why
like you have to have people play it to see what it's really like.
On forums, on Reddit, on whatever, right? That is a very important.
It's one thing to see it,
and it's something I think that
it's another to play it
to Intrepid, but it is something that is not done overwhelmingly across a lot of projects.
It's sure
and so
not.
we want to capitalize that as much as possible, and that's why the decision to release small chunks of the combat changes that have been presented and do it earlier was a good one to make, and I'm glad to see the response in the community. I think
we were nervous, but I think at the same time we're nervous every time.
I would be too.
You know, we always
I would have been absolutely
what we
it's
show.
Our baby.
Yeah, but at the same time we know it's a work in progress.
I would have been nervous as fuck.
Because
like it's so important.
You know, sharing our journey. But there were some questions in chat. I would like to try to get to some of those. We do have a Q&A as well.
Okay, let's see what they're saying
from previous questions that were already pulled. But
he's addressing the issue right now. Yeah, exactly.
That people were asking whilst watching, and
sure.
the video playing in the background
improved.
as well. So Just Fine wanted to know, can you have Stephen clarify what they meant by this is the upper bound for agency versus weight? Does that mean they want to go more heavy than this, or does it mean there is some room
for
like
animation locks, right?
Well, there's always room for improvement. As I said, it's a work in progress, so we're going to be improving on those things.
Of course.
However, what's meant by the upper range of agency is there is a balance between player motion and agency, as we call it, right? And weapon weightedness. That
it feels like you're swinging a big dick sword.
Rooted position. The heavier the weapon is, you know, the more restrictions you want to place on that player agency.
But it does more damage
to showcase the rooted
very
effect,
important factor,
that weight, that heavy weight kind of aspect.
Yeah.
And so what we've done by presenting you guys with both the dual daggers and the two-handed weapon is we've kind of shown the range between that complete player agency in the light weapon attacks, that's the dual daggers, and the maximum range of rootedness or weightedness that's present on the two-handed weapon. And that's the spectrum in which our basic melee combat will exist within. So if there are medium weapon groups that exist in between there, it's going to be somewhere in between that spectrum.
All right. And then these next two questions are both in regards to UI, and I already know the answer, so that's why I'm mixing them together.
Okay.
One is in regards to, and this was a lot of people, so I didn't quote a specific person. There was a lot of people asking about this.
All right.
But can they change the color of the text, of the floating text, etc., customize it in any way, like pick which color they want for crits, etc.? And then Snooky S will there be any HP indicators and things of that sort? Because they didn't see that in this.
Yeah, just real quick. So when it comes to UI, we have a very talented UI team, by the way, in love with all the work that they've been doing so far. And we are
I'd like
all
to
in
see more
agreement
of the
that
UI.
Player customization options are paramount when it comes to UI.
But no add-ons. I don't think they should have add-ons.
It is a very subjective thing that
Yeah.
we've all
They should just make the UI
our
better.
own flavors we like out of certain components of the UI. And so instead of
just
trying
make
to
the
force
UI
down
better.
the throat of our players a specific approach to UI, why do that
Please
when
no
we
add-ons,
can develop options and customization that the players can influence themselves?
That's
that
good. That's what
includes
Final Fantasy
color
has.
compositions. It includes text sizes. It includes bolded. It includes options of which informations you're
Moving
choosing to
stuff
display.
around,
It's a lot of
scaling.
customization
Absolutely,
options.
like that is our
That's
approach from
huge.
a UI's perspective, 100%.
Yeah, and as a content creator myself, being able to customize the UI to match my overlays and things like that will be amazing, and I've appreciated that in other games. So we're definitely keeping those things in mind for y'all. This next question, there's actually two parts to it. One is from one person, one from the other, but they kind of tie in about the same topic. So this is from The Shiniest Bubble wants to know, I wonder how much moving the camera/targeter affects hitboxes.
Yeah,
it seems like
that's a good
movement
point.
might be moving the hitbox during the attack. And then Mass7 wants to know, you should not be able to move that fast while swinging. That's their kind of perspective of it. So
yeah, no,
those all kind of tie in.
Well, it's important to note that there's a balance in the game design between your movement speed on attack and the movement speed of your opponent.
Oh God, I love it.
Game that is both PvE centric
as
well as PvP centric. You have to make sure that combat is blended for both approaches.
It's hard to do that.
And we can always run into problems where if you're significantly hampered in your movement speed, that has an effect on how we expect player
PvP
versus player engagements to interact. And we don't want to restrict a player's ability to be mobile if they're the target.
Let people move.
And as a result of that, we need to make sure that we don't restrict the movement abilities of the player who is doing the attacking as well. So we want it to be relatively free form, you to stay with each other, your opponents, move around the battlefield together. And
this will take
hampering
testing
you
too.
On the attack action, we have to then implement some type of snare or slow or CC effect essentially on your opposing target.
Yeah, it'll take a lot of testing.
That's not the approach we want to take for PvP.
Ooh. This kind of is like a segue from that, which is from Hadukai and Elit, and they both want to know will we have some avoidable attacks? Is there any chance for weaving or animation canceling?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there are intended dodges and gap closers and mitigating increased mitigation effects for incoming damage.
That's good.
That are situationally reactively relevant, right?
As long as it doesn't become degenerate.
An animation wind up, that's a telegraph on what's coming, and then you have response actions that you can take as a result of that in order to dodge, weave, move, do whatever. Right? It is both a combination of what your rotation is, but also how you have reaction abilities ready to go that you save for certain circumstances that are important.
Yeah, being able to animation cancel, I think, is super important.
The next one here is from Paulcath, and they want to know, what about camera? How far we'll be able to zoom out? What will be like the min-max
That's a good question.
Zooming in and zooming out? I don't know if you have
it's probably like can't really
that.
give you an answer.
Well, I mean, I personally tend to be a fan of having maximum zoom capabilities, right? I want to be able to see what's going on around me. That's my experience as a raid leader, as a shot caller, as a guild leader. I kind of want to have the perspective of the battlefield. And I know a lot of other players like that too. So again, leaning into the player option side here,
give people the option to do it.
Significant distance on the zoom is something we're going to be going for, and you can kind of see that as I zoom out in different sections of this combat. It's pretty high up. So
Stephen does like to be zoomed out really far, and we've gotten a lot of feedback that's like, don't zoom out that far. So it's a mixed bag.
It's another subjective thing, but
preference.
Whenever you have that preferential or that subjective aspect, give them the option. Give the players the option. Let them choose if they want to be zoomed out, very far.
That's smart.
Or if they want to be close in. I mean,
almost always it's better for more options.
Some type of mod that you can install that gives you a higher zoom distance. And I'm just thinking to myself,
who could imagine that?
Have to have the mod. Why can't I just have this choice?
Yeah,
and that was
just a mod that does it for you.
We don't want to allow mods, but
damn,
if there
that'd be dumb.
Customization that you want, please send us that feedback, as we want to implement those things.
Remember that add-on?
We want them to be native.
You guys had that one too? I did.
Absolutely.
Customize them. So the next question here is from Shoximity, and they would like to know, will different races have different animation for combat? Sorry, Myers.
I think they probably will have
what we try to do in order to
an extent though
limit excuse me, there's a lot of stuff to make in an MMO. So I don't know, I've often said
but it's harder for people to read every animation. Every race is different.
An MMORPG is probably the most difficult type of game you can make, and our MMORPG is a particularly ambitious one. When it comes to assets, when it comes to animations we have to author, we want to save as much as we can in certain places while also keeping the level of quality that we want to hit. So one of the ways we do that from an animation perspective is we're not going to be having, I think, unique combat animations. However, we will have unique non-combat animations.
That's
such
probably
as your
a good
idle,
idea.
Your walk, your run cycle,
for uniformity through
PvP. Attacks do not have to
know how to
react
into,
right? Those combat
That's
attacks
probably a good idea.
Blend back into the combat idle stance, and then when you're out of that combat idle stance into a non-combat idle stance, that's when you take the unique poses or the unique walk and run cycle, just to give it, you know, character flavor for what the specific race you're playing is. And that's how we mitigate the bloat that would come if we had to make all of our combat animations blend back into the combat idle stance.
I think that has to be that's good.
One of those swings is, like, they have to make so many different animations just for that one swing because of like all the options that you could choose. Go left, right, straight, backwards. Like it's not just one animation that they make for one swing. It's a lot of transitions that they have to make from just that one swing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it makes sense.
We would be here forever if we answered everyone's questions. So I'm going to ask this last one, and then we're going to transition because we still have more stuff to show you all.
Oh my God!
So
okay,
first,
all right, let's see
this
it.
last one is from How to Lose, and I know you asked a very big question, but I'm going to.
That's a lot of stuff. Okay, all right, but wait, there's more.
That we had stated that we were going to allow people to use like any class combination, which would be both your archetypes together, being able to use any weapon. Do we see problems that could occur with that? For instance, like a bow tank or an orb tank or things like, will there be some strangeness there, or are there problems that you are foreseeing in the future?
Is the question, do I foresee problems or strangeness from allowing player characters to choose the types of weapons?
Well, it's more, will there be any functions to discourage people from using certain combinations, or
no? We're giving a lot of we're giving a lot of flexibility to the crafters in our game.
Okay.
They get to help define the stat block that a particular item, weapon, or gear has, and that stat block can be relevant to any particular class or
a bow tank,
or archetype combination. So in that sense, the idea is not to see any strangeness there, or not to see any elements that would dissuade a person from that customization perspective.
Okay.
So, we'll let you know if things change from there.
It's probably smart to do that.
We do have a feedback thread up. If you have any thoughts, which from the chat, it seems like y'all have a lot of thoughts.
Because you don't want to have like
forums.com,
a million variables. That's why WoW can never develop the game. They never work on the game because they're constantly balancing
it. They have a spike in traffic.
And toss us your feedback. It's in the general.
There's too many variables
for this live stream. So we would love for your thoughts, and we will consolidate those for our design team.
Bow tank stance.
And with that, we shall move on to some really cool stuff.
Okay.
Which is our character art team's goodness, and you're going to go straight into seeing the Dread Crawler.
He's got
which was done by Danny.
Oh my God!
This is one of our burrower demons, and it's super cool.
That is cool.
Yes,
Damn.
It is very cool. So this guy is a boss that you'll be seeing in Alpha 2. He lives in the desert biome.
That's cool.
His
what do y'all think about
that? Story is during the fall, and I guess I won't expand too much on it, but during the fall, he was essentially a war machine. He was used by the ancients to help defeat certain cities in the world.
He's like a siege
machine.
And
he did so by both burrowing under those cities and coming out from the ground from within, causing chaos while the outside forces would attack that
People
city.
did that in real life.
He could be used as a war machine to just demolish the walls and break through for those ancient legions to make their way in.
I like that,
All right, well, you get a little lore too.
Yeah.
A little snack.
Yeah, holy shit.
Oh, we have a little turntable of him as
Lore
well.
Justified, They put buckets of water
I love
to
the
catch vibrations from people tunneling underneath
the top
cities.
Of his head. The
Back in the day.
That pops out, and his little projectile that he shoots.
Yeah, you can see it sticking out there if you're wondering what that little piece is.
That is cool, man. I like that.
It is very, very neat. The little touches everyone puts on things. I mean, it goes back to like the passion that we have. Everyone is super passionate about their expertise in their field, and you just see that in the work that they put out. It's pretty amazing. Stephen has mantled together quite a group of people.
Yes, we have pulled together.
I like this. Yeah, this looks badass.
Very talented people for sure.
Okay.
And this one is the Mantle of Radiant Grove. We actually have a few different variants of this as well. Like we said, these are going to be used for NPCs, or you can see the weapons here as well.
I like the hilt on the weapon.
one of our developers was like, maybe we could make it so the NPC based on the season would change, the leaves would change color.
Oh, like the WoW Ancient. Yeah.
I think is cool.
That's a really cool idea. Holy shit, that's a great idea.
Or some of the leaves just fall off as you're running and you just have like a little trickling of leaves behind you.
Sorry, Jim, your team. We're just going to keep adding more things to your team.
They already have that effect for the trees. We can just apply it to the costume.
Well, I think you'd have to have it smaller amount. You don't want like
like that would be badass if you had different colored leaves for the different seasons.
It's just a slider, Jim.
It is a slider.
And then next up we
love
have
sliders.
Our curse charger. So this is kind of what I wanted to showcase is like this is the curse charger that you all have seen. This is a little touched up, better.
Okay.
They've been touching up all of the creatures. But here are the variants that you're seeing come from them. So looks quite different.
Like that. It's got leaves on his back.
A lot of our other streams or seen actually our in-game footage, you've probably seen a lot of variants as well.
Oh, Simba!
To show that a little bit more for you guys, especially for the folks who don't maybe follow.
Look at that, Cheeto!
Every little post that we put out there.
Yeah. I like that one a lot.
Yeah,
that one looked cool.
Took these and made them.
The green one, whatever. But this one was cool, and the other one, the cheetah one was cool.
The Radiant Grove.
Yes.
And last but not least, you did see the Pyre in game, but we have some updated images. If you follow us on social,
get ready for some booties. Get ready for some booties.
If you follow us on social, so I tried to post these on Discord to our PI people, and it was not letting me because it
was getting flagged for nudity.
It was getting flagged for nudity.
The fuck?
But
okay,
amazing. We've taken a lot of your guys' feedback. We still have the branchlers, even though some people don't like them, but. There are other races that you can choose from.
I think it can be options. Like you want to give people
as we
options.
Demonstrated, by the way. I know you guys are going to.
Yeah, you need to give people options.
Question.
Yeah.
We demonstrated in the character creator.
There are sliders.
We do have sliders. So it is a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
And I'll show you.
Okay, dude.
This will prompt the slider question, I'm sure.
By the way, not just one set of sliders. This is an equal opportunity sliders. Equal opportunity sliders. So let's be clear on that.
I wish I could like zoom in on your face when you said that.
Oh my God!
Yeah. So we have taken.
Thank God, guys.
And
thank God.
Adjustments and of course.
Who gives a shit about this combat?
If you follow us on social, Steven
no
actually
shit.
teased
No what?
these
Yeah,
already,
a dick slider.
Vacnar
yeah,
did
exactly.
update that thread, the Pyre thread, with the new images. So if you have any feedback on them, you can go over to that thread, and if we see a large amount of differences in the feedback, we'll definitely relay that over to our development team. But we've already sent them over.
Yeah, imagine a slider.
That's
why
they've made the changes that they have made. And then this is the male version.
I was going to say, do we not have the male one?
Yeah.
I really like that.
Just,
that looks good.
Equal opportunity. Yeah. Equal opportunity, Maggie.
Yeah, what do you guys think about this?
Well, sometimes we only show one over the other, and people always ask.
True.
Holy shit.
And women's bodies tend to be very controversial, so we usually start with some of the male ones. Yeah, people have thoughts and feedback on how they should be, portrayed. So
that's true.
But I think that we'll provide you sliders that you can adjust based on the different races and how far along those scales we want.
I think you should be able to adjust everything. I don't care.
Creator, like if you're new to
you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want,
this is your first stream that you're watching. Oh my gosh, go to our YouTube channel. Go search in the little search box character creator and go watch our character creator. Our team
it's really good.
Like that's not even our character creator finished. So please go look at it. It is phenomenal.
Absolutely.
I liked it a lot. Yeah, I was like, they made me. And so see him with a big meaty cock. Okay.
Actually, do you have any studio updates that you want to talk about?
Hiring is going great.
I bet.
Had, I think,
I'm not surprised at all about that.
I think we had almost 400 applicants last month, and we accepted, I think, 14 of them. So we are
good.
We are doing a great job
Holy
on that
shit.
front. Very excited
400,
with the talent that we have that's joining the team. We're continuing to grow.
Yeah.
So things are going really good on that front.
I think that's really, really good. Hiring 14 people is huge.
That will hop over to
3% acceptance rate?
if you're good with that, Stephen.
Absolutely.
All right, and I'll play the video in the background, so we have something to look at as we go through them. So our first question here is from North the Mage and Elwyn Drill.
North the Mage.
They both wanted to know about naval mechanics. Are there any plans to have wind in sailing? And I know we've talked about
this like Valheim. Bro, that shit was so annoying.
Super depth with it.
Yes, there is wind.
Okay. How does it work?
Wind is an important component of the open sea, quote unquote open sea. So that's all non-coastal areas. And that open sea, based on the composition of wind in the open sea, will influence the speed directionally that a boat is traveling in. And how that speed gets influenced by the winds. That can be an important strategic component when discussing like timing for trade runs or timing for what your location is in relationship to your target out at the open sea. And it just creates a little bit more fluid and dynamic experience when you're at sea, that like you're not in this cove and you always know how you're going to interact with the open water and the speed that you have, so you can predict accurately what your intercept rate or distance will look like. If that is a variable and that variable changes, right, then you have to adapt your strategies for that variable. And I think that is a very healthy and keeps things fresh from a perspective of a cat and mouse game that usually occurs between ships in the open waters.
I'm excited for naval combat.
Yes.
It's going to be fun. Next up, we have Kiwi asking about gear customization.
Which, that is true. I never thought of that.
So,
absolutely.
With the most recent dev discussion going on, what were your plans so far with color and dye system and the color and dye system?
So one of the things that we want to do, again, talking about player agency, is we want to give them the ability to kind of change the appearance of their armor sets that they're wearing. And the way we've approached the dye solution is through a channeled system. We have a 2-channel dye system where the first channel is a lower grade dye that it has influence over between 10 to 20% of your overall armor appearance. And then the second channel dye is a higher tier dye that you have to acquire. And by doing so, you can influence the remaining 30%, up to 30% of that armor appearance. So up to a total of 50% influence that can occur across all the pieces that you wear. Now,
makes sense. Okay.
One unique approach to the way we're doing this dye system is we're not allowing individual dyes to be applied on individual items, but instead we keep a cohesion across the set by applying that dye channel to your character. And when you equip a piece with your overall character, it will assume that dye channel from your paper doll.
Okay.
So you apply the dyes to your character, and when you equip a piece of item,
I want to see this. I want to see what it's like.
And it will influence the channel over that particular
what does this really mean?
So that it comes into alignment. And the reason that we're doing that is there's a lot of options with regards to customization for your character appearance, whether it be through transmog, through costumes, through mixing and matching sets and pieces that you can wear, right? And what we want to avoid is the rainbow effect, where these pieces do not look good together, and it creates the clown that's walking down the street, and it's a bit comical to see the clown that's walking down the street.
Steven played New World.
It through the dye channel.
You got Ronald McDonald in New World.
Paper doll.
All right, there's definitely some thoughts on that. So our next question is from Megan, and they would like to know about freeholds. Do you expect most players who want a freehold to be able to get one, or will they be prestige symbols?
That's the housing
in
the game
of players?
That is a very good question.
Garrisons
I think the answer
or
is
Final
that if
Fantasy
a player
plots?
wants to achieve a freehold, they can achieve the freehold. However,
so
the
it's
amount
reasonable.
of effort, resources, and time that's required in order to achieve that freehold is a large amount.
It's like epic riding in classic WoW
for you to get that freehold. And the reason why is because
that's probably a good idea.
Tie in very heavily to the processing artisanship aspect. Some processing can be done in nodes,
I'm going to need everybody
but
to
the best
listen.
Processing is done on
We got to chip in.
And we want to make sure that there's
we got to put this money together, make this happen.
On the amount of effort that's necessary to achieve that influence over the processing market. And that means that it takes some time to achieve it. So ultimately, to answer that question, anybody who puts the effort in should be able to achieve a freehold.
That's
good. It is going to be a major achievement for that character.
Yeah, that's good. I think so.
And our next question is from Nixa and Phantom X, and they want to know about.
And by the way, I just want to make sure we're clear that a freehold is one of 3 types of houses, right, that you can own. So just because the freehold is very difficult to attain doesn't mean that you don't have a space for housing and furniture that you can achieve through our apartment system or an inn or the static in-node housing. Those are alternate methods as well, but they do not have that aspect of the best processing is done there. The best processing is done on the freehold.
And being able to customize the outside of what your freehold looks like. If you're
the static housing, apartment, you can customize the interior, but the static housing and nodes, they do have an outside area.
I wonder if you can use other people's crafting.
I was referring.
I'm curious about that. Yeah,
and specific, absolutely.
Play to win. Imagine
on the
that.
Freehold, one thing that's unique is the blueprint system, right? Acquiring specific buildings that you can build ancillary to your home on the freehold as well.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
And the next question
be
is
realistic.
regarding the weather system, which we showcased. Will there be flooding caused by heavy rains, snow
that would be
melting,
badass.
or storms with rivers rising and rougher waters on the ocean?
That was my question. I asked that last month.
Yeah, I think that
remember that
we haven't done any.
Yeah,
work
last
on
that
that
shit
yet,
last month.
But in the weather and seasonal systems, we have talked about the potential of including flooding as well. I mean, the arid or desert type climate system that can be applied relatively with ease. The flooding can be a little bit more tricky from a tech art perspective.
That makes sense.
But it is something that we have discussed.
Like
having
a tornado.
certain submerged areas that flex between seasons of being flooded, where it becomes an underwater environment, and having times where it is a non-water environment for dungeons. That is something that we haven't worked on yet, but we have talked about. Wouldn't be present in Alpha 2, but it's something we want to explore.
It would be very cool to have that
good.
dynamic combat where during the winter
I think that's
go
good.
there for this, and during the summer you want to go there for that.
Yeah.
And also on that side, we have shown how our tide system works too. So
the tides.
If you're interested in seeing that too.
Yeah.
And we have from
I thought you
Bob
couldn't
Nicer,
explain
they
that.
want to know about game settings. Will dense foliage
Yeah,
be
I don't know how the
baseline in
fucking
game,
tide works.
Or will people turn them
Tide goes in, tide goes out. Can't explain that,
to
boys.
minimize PvP efficiency?
No idea.
Think hiding in bushes.
We will not allow. We will not allow players to
only God
to
knows
adjust the density of foliage actors in the world. That will be universal. So. It's going to be, of course, there are going to be areas that are more dense than others.
Does blue mean it's a weak attack?
Meant to be
I
part
wonder.
Of the
that's how it is in New World.
That players can utilize for certain purposes, like hiding in for PvP. However, there will be collision with those foliage actors and the player capsules. So as you might see that bush moving and think, that's odd. That doesn't look like wind. There must be something there. And that's the kind of immersion that we want, right?
Yeah. And like when you're walking in the grass, if things move and you're like, what's going on over there?
Right.
That makes sense.
Cool.
Okay.
As a fellow PvPer, that'd be fun. Triel wants to know about weapons. Will equipping different weapons change your skill set? And if so, how will you balance that in regards to class identity, as in having character?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
As opposed to their class.
I am not a fan of, in MMORPGs, having equipment-based skill sets. I think that you have class-focused skill kits.
He hates New World.
And
Steven hates New World. It's the worst game. I
don't necessarily know what you've spec'd into.
There it is.
I am sorry. I strongly dislike the idea of tying the skills into the weapon. I think it's unique. I think it's novel. It's just not for me necessarily. Our approach is not going to be providing skills through weapons. It's going to be providing skills through classes.
And then we have Hamlet, who wants to know about bugs and exploits. Are you guys open to server rollbacks in the event of an unforeseen bug or dupe that would introduce an economy-breaking amount of currency into the economy?
Server rollbacks are emergency scenarios. Are we open to taking emergency action if it's necessary?
You guys know.
Of course, we're open to doing whatever is necessary to address unforeseen problems.
You guys know exactly.
But it should be a last ditch.
Where's the picture?
I was going to say that too. Like from my perspective, this is definitely my forte. If we had something like that, we would remove the dupe. Anybody who exploited that,
we'll have lots of tools
we would have
available to
repercussions
us
for those things. So.
Yeah, exactly.
And we can easily remove those, pieces of economy from the system.
There we go,
Not
boys.
just pieces, those people.
There we go.
Like I was saying, there will be repercussions for the exploiters, but I think sometimes
we got it right there, guys.
You don't know that it's happening, right? Like you're just like, oh, I accidentally did something.
That was quick.
I
Yeah.
accidentally found 50 legendary
I had it
items
ready
in my inventory. How did this get here? I have no clue.
If
How
it
did I
was
get 10
over and
million
over,
gold?
you know what you're doing. But if someone just
Right.
did it once and was like, whoa,
It's common sense,
and
yeah.
reported it, we just remove it.
Oh,
right?
that's
Like, I think,
common
like,
I
sense.
have
There's
10 billion
difference.
gold. How did this get into my inventory?
There's a difference in exploiting versus someone happenstancing upon
Right.
something and reporting it.
Exactly.
So if you encounter something, please report it. That way there's no action on your account. Golid would like to know about caravans. Caravan attackers have only the reward of stealing the caravan goods without any
Seems
risk
good to me.
currently planned according to the wiki. Since the game is about risk versus reward, what is the risk you plan to add for caravan attackers?
That's a good question.
Well,
That's a very good question.
I mean, there is a level of risk that comes with the attacker, right?
Yeah.
You have progression
That-
paths
yeah,
that
that's
exist
smart.
for bandits and that exists for defenders. And if you choose to opt into a caravan attack, you sign
You're a
up for that
bandit.
attack, and you fail that attack, it is detrimental to your path of progression down the bandit area, right? That's one thing. Two is, of course, you have gear decay. You have degradation that can be suffered
Okay.
if you die. That is a cost.
So you get
And then
punished if you
also
suck.
have a reputation. And if your reputation precedes you when you want to make movements of good and transit goods across the world, and you see somebody who's doing it and you want to participate as a defender or a participant, they might say, hey, screw you.
Yeah,
You were just
fuck
murdering
you.
my people last week, and I saw that you're like on the top of the bandit list for killing caravans.
Exactly.
So, it has repercussions in the sense that it locks you out of certain player groups. It
Mhm.
provides decay to your armor. It has deleterious effects on your progression in the attacking and the
PvP
bandit progression of caravan attacks or defense. So
Non-consensual
there are costs
PvP is like one of the most important parts of making a game like this last.
Our next question is from Spyromancer, and they want to know about looting.
You
If
missed.
looting rights are based on a blended tag and damage done system, will there
Okay.
be any mechanics in place to ensure roles like tanks and healers have an equal shot,
That's a
even
good
when they
question.
haven't dealt as much damage?
That's a very good question. That was an issue in New
I
World.
think that's the reason for the blended approach.
Yeah.
The reason that excuse me.
That was a New World problem.
The reason that we're doing a hybrid system between tag and damage done is for the purposes of those classes who may not be as DPS oriented as other classes.
Exactly.
The tag system, all classes are going to have a sprinkling of immediate effects of instantaneous casts.
Yeah, sure.
And they can use that to tag a target, and that'll give them a modifier on the looting right. So plus 10% or plus 15%, we'll balance that, but it'll give them plus 10 to 15% on overall damage done if they tag the target, and then their damage will make up the remainder of that percentage.
Final Fantasy does this with
completion.
threat.
So if I do
think,
50%
right?
damage to a target, but someone else has the tag,
With-
I'm not
with,
going
like,
to be able
hunts,
to claim
it's
that
threat?
looting right. They'll have done the other
Yeah.
50% plus 10 or 15.
Okay. And then our last question
Okay.
is from Lithion,
Would
and
it
they
be?
would like to know about artisan gear. Will gear for artisans be strong enough for a player to defend against an equal level player who is in combat gear?
Gear for artisans. So we actually just had it.
Okay. Artisans.
Actually,
It
just
depends on
had
how many
a
viewers they
conversation
have.
about the gear for artisans. The gear for artisans are going to live alongside your adventuring gear. So you will currently, the approach is, and we'll test this, but currently the approach is you'll have artisanship-oriented gear. This might be beneficial for your gathering, it might be beneficial for your processing or crafting or whatever it is, right? Your profession, essentially. You will craft that gear, you will equip that gear. It'll live almost as a undergarment slot, so to speak, and then you can activate that, and it will show the appearance, if you wish, during the activation when you gain the benefit from the gear itself.
Okay.
And then could disappear afterwards and go back to your adventuring gear. That's like the current approach. We're going to play with that a little bit. There's some
Okay.
discussion and disagreement on the team about how we do that.
Sure.
But our hopes are for Alpha 2, we will have, I think, a couple of sets at least. We're demonstrating all
I
want to
see it, bro. I want to play this game.
From gathering to processing.
I'm ready to play the
crafting,
game, man.
In limited fashion in Alpha
Let's
2.
go.
And we want to have that gear present to kind of play with this approach.
And then the flip side of this question, in case they meant it this way, if you had crafted gear versus gear that you attained through like
Oh, I thought they were talking about like profession gear.
I believe that is, but just in case that this is the other alternative way that they
there's going to be profession gear, like in New World.
How would crafting gear compare to like?
What did you guys think of that? Did you guys like that or not?
Crafted gear in the game is the best gear.
Oh,
so I'm going to tell you one thing that I cannot, I'll be less inflammatory in my speech.
Please
one
do.
thing that I'm not a fan of is
it sucks.
that you develop a crafting system in a game, right?
Yes.
And you've spent a lot of time making this from a material and resource perspective, all the tables that you
made
can receive,
irrelevant
all the
by a raid drop.
the connectivity in the economy and how crafting is associated with the game. And then you undermine the crafting entirely by presenting a separate route of gear acquisition that is on par with the crafting efforts. So you have these people who are acquiring all of the resources, getting all the recipes, leveling up their professions, and then everything they make is less or equal to anything you could just have chosen the easier path of and gone down the questing and received the best gear. So what we do focus on is that crafters make the best the best things. They make the best things.
All right.
And thank you very much.
There it is, boys.
I'm just messing.
So they make the best things. And the reason they make the best things is because the effort required to make those things is monumental.
And I bet the items come from the raids too.
Aspect of the whole gameplay loop.
Yeah, that's what they have to.
Awesome.
That's how it was in
I'm pretty sure
classic.
they meant it the first way, but I think having both answers
and
is
also
great
TBC
for the audience. And with that, we're going to wrap up our June update. We hope that you all have had an amazing
big
month.
dick update.
We definitely have on our end. We have so much more
God
to share
damn.
with you throughout the upcoming
That
months.
was a big
so
dick
we hope
update.
that you will tune in next month for our July update. And,
Holy shit.
Any other final things you want to mention, Stephen?
I just want to say at the end of last year, we promised you that this year would be a banger when it comes to the stuff that we showcase.
Yeah.
And I've been very proud of the quality that we've achieved in the showcase of the character creator, of the weather systems, of the combat direction. And I think there's a lot more great stuff in store for you guys. So I just want to reiterate, the most important thing is get registered on our forums, go comment, give us your feedback. The big question is, do you like the direction of today's update?
I do.
Is it a positive change? Is it better
I
than
would
where
say
it
yes.
was? Right?
Yes.
That is what's important. Give us your experiences, give us
without
your
a
feedback.
question.
Do it on our forums or
100%.
on our Reddit or on our YouTube, wherever you want to do it, wherever you feel most comfortable. But feel free to get engaged. That's the whole reason we do these updates, is because one, I mean, we love showing the work that we do, but two, we want to elicit that feedback. So that's the important aspect.
And right now there are quite a few threads up. There's a gear color customization, dev discussion, and our basic weapon melee attack combos. Both of those feedback threads are up. Please give us feedback on them. Also, just as a reminder, our opulent negotiations cosmetics will be swapped over on July 13th. So if you want to grab those by 11 a.m. And of course, thank you to everyone who tuned in live. If you're watching this on YouTube,
I think this was a really big update
as well. And
this was a big fucking update.
You all stay healthy and safe. And this video will be up on YouTube, as well as we will release the potentially the combat video as well. We'll be discussing.
Yeah, I think we'll do that.
My favorite part about this
it'll be in 4K, so you guys
was
can
some of the
YouTube,
questions I think made Steven mad.
Gloriness.
Yes, and we will.
That's my favorite part.
As well.
Somebody asked some stupid shit, and you could tell he was a little bit irritated by it.
Head on over to our YouTube. Don't forget, on the dev update,
that was so good.
And subscribe to our channel. Next month, you could be spotlighted as our lucky winner, and we might answer your question or talk about your comment. And with that, we hope to see you over on our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Discord, Snapchat, whatever social platform you prefer. We are there all the time. We are.
I don't think there's going to be an Ashes Creation OnlyFans.
So please come.
Got a pretty good
out
feeling.
With us and tell us all the things and your thoughts, and we will see you next.
Do we
time.
have a? No, never mind. Sorry.
Should be chill.
All right, I'm like, what? Where's it going?
Bye, everybody. Have an awesome weekend.
Never say never. Yeah.
Have a good weekend.
Honestly, like, I think this was probably one of the best updates. This, like, as I said, I think like it was this update, this one it's very hard to beat Unreal 5, right? Because that's what makes the game basically to a degree like future proof, right? So there's that. I'd say this is number 2. This is definitely number 2. But this is a big deal, man. Like, this is a big fucking deal. Like, yeah, I think it was good. Can you play Alpha 2? If I can stream it, I will play it. I don't want to play. The thing is, like, I don't want to play it because I want my experience with the game and, like, my first impressions with it to be what you guys see. Does that make sense? So, like, I don't want to, it's like, you know, people are like, oh, you pre-watched a video or something like that, right? I don't want to have it like one of those kinds of vibes. There's no NDA on Alpha 2. Well, then obviously I do it. I mean, like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not 100% sure yet. You can say, man, is anything? You can't say he's not passionate. Yeah, I mean, he's passionate about it. Absolutely, man. I think that makes sense. No, straight up, I think this is one of the best ones they've done, man. This is really promising. You worry about balding before a game comes out? This is the main thing that people are worried about. People with this game, there is something that's referred to as like scope creep, where you have so many things added into the game and so many plans and ideas that it becomes functionally impossible to deliver on all of those things. And then you start cutting things, and that's whenever disappointment and, what's the word for it? Like opportunities and expectations go down. You see a couple times saying, yeah, Star Citizen. Is this going to be the medieval Star Citizen? I fucking hope not, man. That helmet looks badass. I like that a lot. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just, so no scope creep. Yeah, and so that's what my concern is, really. I think that's not even really what my concern is. That's what a lot of people's concern is. There's a lot of people that feel this way, is that I think the best way to describe the way that people feel about Ashes of Creation is it's too good to be true. There are too many good things that we've wanted in MMOs. This is probably not going to happen. And why do they think that? They think that because many other MMOs have come out and they have not delivered. Lost Ark came out. People thought it was going to be amazing. It was pay to win. I don't know why people didn't realize that, but they didn't realize that. New World comes out. They thought it was going to be amazing. It is what it is. Like World of Warcraft. I mean, fuck, it is what it is. So people are very jaded. They're very skeptical. And I think it's reasonable to feel that way. It is. It's reasonable to feel that way. And I don't think that's like anybody who is like, oh, this game's going to suck or whatever, right? It's like, yeah, you're probably overreacting a bit, right? Because, like, I mean, how the fuck do you know that? Like, nobody knows that. But I do think it's fair to say, like, you know, we want to see what the actual game is and what it's really like, and then play it and then see what it's for. Does that make sense, man? New World sucked. I played New World a lot, right? I played New World a lot. Like, I thought it was a good game, but yeah, there were a lot of things about it that sucked. Like, you're absolutely right. They fixed some of them. It's PTSD due to constant overpromising. It's PTSD for everything. Like, it's not just like one thing. It's a bunch of stuff. It's not limited to MMOs or RPGs. Every genre right now has had shitty releases, overhyped crap, and unfinished garbage. Yes, I agree with you. I think that's happened too much. Why does that happen? That happens because people forget that video games are there to make money. So whenever video games are there to make money, that's the goal. That is the driving force in the games themselves. That is the prime directive. And I think that this game, obviously, like, you know, they sell cosmetics and shit like that, but there's been no cosmetics or no store items that I've seen in Ashes of Creation so far that has been any degree of pay to win. There hasn't been like any, you know, oh, you buy like a, you know, like a lumberworking energy or crafting energy or an experience booster yet. And that is something, like, I don't think they're going to do this. I've got a good feeling they're not going to do this. I would bet on them not doing it. But would I bet like 100%? No, I would not. I think that it's more... It is more likely than not that these things will not happen. Subscription solves all of that. It's funny you mention that, because I used to think the same thing. Yeah, I used to think the same exact thing. I'll go ahead and I'll watch this one right here and this video. We're in kind of a weird spot right now, guys. I've got a half hour. I assumed that this was only going to be an hour for the event. I've got a half hour until AllCraft. I don't know if I'm going to have time to play Cuphead, unless you guys only want me to play for like 20 minutes or something. I feel like, why don't we just watch a video, talk a little bit about it, and maybe do a little bit of Cuphead. I don't know. How do you guys feel? Yeah, it's like maybe tomorrow. I'll do Cuphead on stream. Like on the weekend, yeah, I think that it would be weird if I just played it for like such a short period of time. So yeah, no problem on Cuphead. Yeah, let's watch this for now. We'll talk about it, and I'll go on from there. And I didn't even know that was going to happen to begin with, honestly. So I want to say that, like, on the weekend, I do want to get back to the Final Fantasy MSQ. I do want to play it again. How am I going to balance that with Cuphead? I think on Saturday, I'm going to play Final Fantasy pretty much 100%. And on Sunday, I might do half and half. I don't know yet. But I know a lot of you guys have wanted that. And again, like, we had like that weird thing where like people were getting mad about the game and like all this like fucking bullshit. And I was like letting it get to me. That's not going to happen. If I want to play the game, I'm going to play the game. I'm going to play it the way I want to play it, and that's basically about it. So I don't want you guys to think that it's not going to happen or anything like that. I want to play Final Fantasy, and that's it. So that's literally it. And I think there are a lot of people out there, although, like, people are not as excited about Final Fantasy as they were last year because there's more MMOs out now. I do think that there are a lot of people who want to see that journey continue and want to see me continue playing the game. And that's what I'm going to do, because there are a lot of people who want to see that. Cuphead ain't going to be quick. It's hard. Yeah, I know that. I played the first one, okay? Yeah, I'm fucking aware of that. The China video, let's watch this since we just finished the Ashes of Creation thing. I think that's the best idea, and we'll contrast that. And so, yeah, I do want to play it on my own and, just do it, not on my own by myself, but, like, I do want to play it, like, personally, I want to play this. Yeah, that's it. We want you to play Final Fantasy more than we want you to play. I don't like getting pushed in a direction. I don't like that. It makes me uncomfortable. So just try not to do that, but I'll do what I want to do. Here we go. Same. It's not the same.
Where am I? Anybody? And you see, if you add all of this together here, and then add all of that together, and then calculate your time adequately, that's why horizontal progression isn't a waste of time in Guild Wars 2. Oh, Jesus. And you see, you take your credit card, and you swipe it down your phone, and then it's easy access to all the best gear in the game.
I honestly think that, like, you know how Razer has, like, that new fucking handheld thing? I think it would be the best promotional fucking thing for them to do, to fucking come out with some meme announcement that the second version of it actually has a credit card reader. Like, yeah, just fucking come out, say it has a credit card reader.
You do have a phone, right?
Yeah, guys, so good? Yeah.
So that's why what about in here? Dragonflight is totally worth it. Not only does Bobby
okay, here we go.
Yacht, but
here we go.
Listening this time, and they'll use your money well. No. Who's there?
What's this?
Hello?
My child, I am here to help you.
Are you Jesus?
No, you half-wit. What are you, a WoW player?
I still have to admit, I think the funniest part of the entire thing was Steven hearing some of the questions and getting visibly annoyed at how dumb they were. Like, that was my favorite part about it. Like, that was so good. And, like, I wish that more developers did that. I wish more developers, they heard it, they hear something about the game, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. Like, of course we're not going to do that. That's a horrible idea. Like, yeah, that would be amazing. If Ian would say stuff like that, I would be so much better off. I'd be so much more confident.
Come to deliver what you need.
Thanks for testing. fast in the game for us.
Yep.
Hey, what up, boys? So, I'm in an awkward spot. There's still 4 days until the next big news, and I still need to release 2 videos. So, what am I gonna do? Well, obviously I have no choice but to put on my hazard suit, snap on the thickest protective gloves that I own, and rummage through the cesspit that is my emergency video supply. And we ended up with this one. Some of my fondest memories growing up with MMORPGs was the sense of wonder and discovery. And although
that's dead. Yep, that's dead. That's dead. And I swear to God, if this is a video about how Ashes of Creation is gonna bring it back, bro, you're fucking 30. I'm 30. We're all 30. And the internet is people's job to fucking show you this shit. It's not gonna happen. Quit it.
It's kind of sad that the younger generation of today probably won't experience what we did. There's absolutely no reason for them not to. And I want to discuss that with you all today. But before we get to
YouTube?
that, grab yourself a Coca-Cola, because social media has grown far out of our control as individuals. Or at least most of us, anyway. We choose to look up guides, and it's the fear of missing out at most of us.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It's my goddamn video. Yeah, it's my stream. Holy shit. It says, yeah, this is not a surprise at all.
Anyway, we choose to look up guides, and it's the fear of missing out and peer pressure that tends to influence our choice in this matter. However, my sense of discovery still remains intact here in the current year, just as it did back in 2005. And I want to take the time to discuss the influence modern media may have over us with the release of Ashes of Creation in about 5 years' time. Now,
yeah,
all that bollocks out
that's
going to
be Alpha 3.
Let's begin, shall we? So, I think a major problem with new MMORPGs releasing these days is that they're all fighting for the precious time of all the same bunch of boomers who are already invested in the clown fiesta known as the MMORPG genre.
I disagree with that. I think that if there is a game that is good, all of the neckbeards and all of the boomers, the fucking old guys that would play WoW, and, you know, now they're not playing WoW again because they don't feel like it's the same as it was. These guys, the neckbeards haven't disappeared. They're just waiting. They're waiting for a new good game. You saw how much, like, fucking Lost Ark popped off whenever it came out. There are millions of these people out there that are just waiting for a good game. It's not because there's a bunch of games competing for their attention. It's because the games that are out suck.
Basically, all of our currently popular MMOs are rife with some form of convenience-based pay-to-win mechanics that slowly trickled their way in over the years due to the corporate takeover.
That's one way to say it.
I think it's fairly safe to say that we're all...
Yeah.
We're all sick of the goddamn state of this genre. You kids these days have got it so easy. Back in my day, we didn't have any of this newfangled social media. Maybe you kids are the reason our genre has turned to shit.
That's true. Because the kids were raised on microtransactions. So now, whenever they get older and they have to buy microtransactions in the store, they're totally fucking fine with it. Yeah, exactly. Because they're imagine being 14 right now. You know, like there were microtransactions. Like you were a toddler, and you were seeing microtransactions in video games. Like your first video game you probably ever had a microtransaction in it. You know, it's like you see like they're trying to fucking milk you out of money, and it's like nostalgic.
There's better things out there than instant gratification. So why don't you dwell on that next time you think you know better, kid? Ironically, New World was the only MMO to release that didn't have some level of bullshit monetization, but...
I'm glad somebody at least acknowledges that, because for all of New World's fuck-ups, the game's not pay to win. And I think that's a good thing. Yeah, it's actually not pay to win. Imagine that.
Besides that, we all pretty much expect MMOs releasing today to feature something that does fuck us in the arse. And
of course.
Obviously, Ashes of Creation is no exception.
Not just of course, but also absolutely. Like, why would you not expect this? Because basically, at this point, players have moved past, we want games that don't fuck us in the ass. Because they have considered this to just be an unrealistic expectation on the world. You're going to get fucked in the ass. The question is, how big is it? That's it. Yeah, that's the question. How big is it? Like, I don't want it to be any more than 4 inches. You know, some people are fine with 9. They're playing Diablo Immortal. But, you know, a lot of people don't give a shit.
The insane levels of FOMO cosmetics that we discussed in detail during this video up here in the top corner is one of the aspects about this project that leaves a bad taste in everyone's mouth. But hey, at least it's not pay to win. Am I right, guys?
That's a good thing.
I personally think the key to success in today's audience of jaded boomers is to attempt to reach a new audience. An audience of younger players who've never really experienced
It's like you've got to get the kids addicted. You've got to get the kids involved in it. And the way you do that is through I think a big element is escapism. Like escapism is a huge factor because a lot of people, a lot of kids, you know, they go to school, Chad throws them in the garbage can. They come home, Dad's fucking yelling at them because they can't do math. And they can go on the computer and they can play a game and forget about all that shit. So that is the goal that you want to have. You want to have a game that can facilitate that level of escapism with somebody.
RPGs before. We know these players exist because Amazon successfully reached out to a brand new audience during New World's brief rise. Although they did...
I disagree with that. I don't think it was a new audience. I think a game that did hit a new audience was Lost Ark, because people that played other ARPGs but not MMOs, things like Diablo, things like Path of Exile, things like even League of Legends, more isometric, you know, top-down games like that, I felt like Lost Ark was more of a transition for them.
Utilize their infinite supply of corporate marketing, so maybe that's not a fair comparison for Ashes of Creation. But there is a far stronger marketing technique that trumps corporate marketing campaigns, and it's what World of Warcraft used to reach viral status that boosted it to the heights that it did back in the Burning Crusade and rather the Lich King. Can you guess what that is? No, it's not.
Big ass titties.
Using celebrities to appeal to normies on TV, although that did play a decent part, no doubt, because them commercials were legendary.
Yeah, they were.
Word of mouth.
Look at that. Look at that. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. See, I knew what it was going to be, right? Word of mouth is just very, it's very commonly known as the most powerful form of marketing, and so it was kind of obvious. There's Roach on my desk. Fucking, God, get him off, fucking piece of shit. Okay, we're good.
Obviously, and provided you just make a good MMO, I think word of mouth does more work than any marketing campaign ever will. After all, why pay professional?
Well, word of mouth, like let's think of some games that word of mouth really... Among Us was because of word of mouth. Vampire Survivors, word of mouth. Like I would say those are the two big ones, right? I think, yeah, Among Us and Vampire Survivors, like, yeah, Valheim is another one. Valheim, massive word of mouth. Everybody saw this game, they started playing it, there was no marketing campaign. The fact is that people, if people like a game, they will talk about how much they like the game. Look at Final Fantasy. They talk about that a lot. They do. They really, really talk about that a lot because they like the game. That's word of mouth.
To do it when you've got crippling peer pressure and FOMO to do it for you. But it's easy to say that, right? Just make a good MMO.
Yeah,
if it was that easy, we'd have one by now, wouldn't we? So let's talk about the current state of social media and how it's evolved over the years to try and fabricate false word of mouth through corporate level marketing masked by everyone's favorite parasocial farmers, Twitch streamers, and YouTubers. And oh boy, I can't wait to be called a hypocrite for this in the future.
Who gives... Oh my god. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Let's go.
So, over the last few years, influencers on Twitch and YouTube have been ramping up and up to the point where sponsoring games has pretty much become the norm.
It is.
Obviously, I've added this segment to give me an excuse to peddle my first sponsor. Yes, that's right, after 2 solid years of grind, I can finally afford my rent as we've acquired our very first sponsor. So, move aside, Ash.
This is a Final Fantasy song.
Of creation, because nobody cares about your next generation graphics and FOMO cosmetic packs. We only want ethical 7-digit investments from angels that literally don't even exist. Yes, you guessed it, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen is truly the next project to pioneer the future of the MMO genre, and a project led by none other than a generic music teacher. Hey, do you like your gameplay to look as riveting as this?
Yeah, man. Like, bro, EverQuest was lit. Bro, Pantheon is gonna change the game. Dude, it's gonna be a completely different game, guys.
Yep. Pantheon features animations so outdated, you'd think you were back in 1999. With
I actually don't know if this is real or not.
an environment so devoid of color and life that you'll be sprinting your way to their pledge page to pay the minuscule price of a full subscription game to, yes, that's right, you guessed it, post on their forums. What a steal, huh? What's...
You pay a sub for a game that's not out? People are gonna pay it. Why not?
That I hear you say? World of Warcraft? No. That's a game for Blizzard shills who want to pay for Bobby's 5th yacht. Not the kind of quality gameplay on offer here. They replicate the immersion from 1999 so well, they literally throttle your game at 5 FPS.
That's smart.
Forget Ashes of Creation's $500 Alpha 1 keys. For just $10,000, you can play this pre-alpha at extremely limited time periods and experience.
I don't know how anybody can see this gameplay and think that this game is promising. Like, for example, let's go back. You guys want to read that one again?
For 1 keys, for just 10.
Okay, game title, Pantheon. You get a bunch of titles. You get to play the beta. You get a lifetime subscription, a digital copy of the game, early name reservation. Oh my God, man. They can't even fit all the bonuses on the page. I pledged $250. Yeah, I mean, how many of these do we have to rip up now? Yeah, let me show you what that is. Okay, yeah. Let's put these in the garbage.
$1,000, you can play this pre-alpha at extremely limited time periods and experience a truly old-school MMO adventure and die 1v1
to a level 3 Polygon deer.
No, but seriously, I didn't get fuck all for that. But if anyone wants to sponsor me, that's the kind of quality you'll get. Please, I've got overdue bills I need to pay. So back on topic after
that was good. I like that.
A completely unnecessary tangent. I feel like games today are pushed way too hard when it comes to sponsors. It kind of spoils the excitement for titles, especially MMORPGs, when you got 40 Twitch streamers and 50 YouTubers with #ad in their title. You can't really take their review of the game seriously because you know they're being paid to talk about it. But
yeah, I think that's true. It's like anytime that something is an ad or a sponsor, and this goes with me too. I mean, I'm not special here. You should not just take what the person says and just be like, it is what it is, right? What you should do is you should look at what you see and decide to make a decision for yourself. Does that make sense? Yeah, did you see kind of what I mean here? Yeah, no shit. Well, you say no shit, but that's not it. Why not? Yeah, sure. And Mr. Streamer, I trust everything you say. Well, here's the thing, right? Is that like most of these sponsorships, it's like also like, it's common sense. You're not going to badmouth a product that's paying you to play the product, right? Because then, like, imagine how future sponsors are going to see. They're like, oh, well, this guy might badmouth our stuff. Maybe we don't want to have him do it. I think that makes sense. Not trust you whenever you stream New World. Gotcha. Yeah, you guys know Amazon pays me in New World. They pay me in watermark upgrades of New World, of course.
As time goes
Obviously.
on, the problem is getting far worse. YouTubers and Twitch streamers these days literally rely on the success of games and making negative-focused videos calling out its bullshit rather than positive ones tends to get far less attention unless you're an already established creator. I
totally disagree. Totally fucking disagree with that. That is absolutely not true. What people want to see is they want to have their opinion reaffirmed. They want to have somebody say, you know what? That thing that you were thinking, you're right. And it doesn't matter what it is. It's like, for example, how many super positive Lost Ark videos were there before the game came out? Massively, a tremendous amount of them. Everybody was super positive. And then whenever Argos came out, how many super negative videos were out? I think that what people want to see, and this is the truth, people don't want to have their viewpoints challenged online. They don't want to have to, like, listen to somebody who disagrees with them. They want to have somebody who they agree with tell them why their opinion is the right opinion. And that doesn't matter whether you're talking about bad. Like, here's two parallel examples. The real Marcus, thanks for 20 subs. I appreciate that. You can't make a good video about Diablo Immortal, and you can't make a bad video about Final Fantasy XIV. Why is that? It's because most of the people hate Diablo Immortal, and most of the people like Final Fantasy XIV. It's that simple.
I myself is a prime example of this because I seem to have a reputation for praising Ashes of Creation, even though the game doesn't even exist to critique. And I just shit on all other titles. Well, it's easy for me to point out flaws from other titles and compare it to Ashes of Creation because, again, Ashes of Creation
the best way to do
doesn't
it.
even exist, so
that's a smart thing to do.
Can't critique it, can I? But highlighting the flaws in other big titles for feedback during
I think that you can easily critique what happens in Ashes. You can easily say, like, I like the way this looks. I don't like the way this looks. I like the way it looks like this plays. This is something I enjoyed in this game. Let's have that in this game too. I think that's fair. You can very, very easily critique a concept. Like, for example, I am always a fan of judge a book by its cover. Because if the cover's not good, how much effort do you think they put into the book? That's a fact. Yeah, if the cover sucks, like, I probably didn't put much effort into that book either. It's a shit book.
Early development stages is extremely important to me. There's nothing I hate more in life than making the same mistakes over and over and over again, and after watching the MMO genre slowly die for the last 15 years, I'm just sick of it. However, this is obviously...
Is this another bad take that you guys think? Is an L take you don't read? Judging a book by its cover is not a literal thing. It's a metaphor of looking at your first impression of something and then making your decision based off of that. Right? That's clearly what the metaphor is? Yes. Okay. So that's obviously hold this out. No, it's not an L at all. Like, I'm right. I'm always right. But, like, in this case, I'm right as well. Most games, in their first impression, will give you a pretty good idea of if the game is good or not. I have had almost no game that I've ever played that was awful to play at the beginning and got better. Most of the time, 95% of the time, games that I enjoyed immediately. They were immediately appealing. I didn't have to, like, hate them or something like that. Final Fantasy XIV, at the very beginning, I liked Final Fantasy XIV from the very beginning of me playing the game. From the very beginning. The only reason I didn't want to play at the beginning is because the fans were annoying. That was it. Path of Exile, I immediately liked Path of Exile. Immediately. Like, I remember that. Yeah, that's not true at all. Like, most games, as soon as you can see them, I think first impressions of a game It's simple to me. If they can't make the first impression good, the odds are the rest of the game sucks. I think I'm right with almost every example. Yeah, I think I'm right. Like, yeah, fucking absolutely.
A far larger problem than just channels wanting games to succeed. Twitch drops are a new invention in recent years from the marketing geniuses over at Amazon. It seems they've created a way for Twitch streamers to literally hashtag ad their game without even paying them. I must applaud Twitch because it is pure genius, but I fear we're only just beginning to see practices like this be utilized, and I'm worried for the future integrity of online reviews over the next 10 years. But
you should never listen to an online review of anybody that tells you anything online, because people aren't you, and you shouldn't really give any real credibility to it. You should look at what you see and make a decision for yourself. You can take different things that you hear from different people, but ultimately a person's taste is never going to be identical to your own. So whenever I give a review of something, there are people who will tell me, well, that's not true, Asmon. I had fun with the game. And it's like, that doesn't make, like, does that make me wrong? Does that make him wrong? No, because we're two different people. So I think that it's important to more than like listen or not listen to like game critics and game reviews. It's important to contextualize them around the fact that this is an opinion about the game.
Negativity for now. I'm sure I've said enough controversial stuff to farm the required comments that push me in the algorithm. So let's farm some more by ending today's video on a conclusion and a few questions for you.
Okay. A sense of discovery.
So I mentioned at the start of today's video about how my sense of discovery still remains intact in the current year, despite the meta mentality forcing us to feverishly consume all forms of social media through YouTube guides and Twitch streams. I value the blind experience of games more than I value copium itself. When I play through a game, especially an MMORPG, I go out of my way to avoid consuming any kind of guides because my enjoyment comes from discovering things myself. When I'm 20 hours into a game and I figure out an interaction that probably would have helped my journey up until that point, I don't get annoyed and think that I've wasted my time. The dopamine from discovering that thing completely supersedes that feeling, and you can only get that feeling once. Winning is great and all.
I think that it's more it's more simplistic. It's more complex than that, because like, yes, obviously that's true. Like, that is a massive big true. I remember whenever I learned how to parry, hearing the music, I remember I learned how to parry in Valheim. I was like, oh my god, this changes my life. Like, did any of you guys have this experience whenever you were playing Valheim and you learned how to parry and it was like, okay, never mind, I can play the game now? Yeah, it was fucking huge. So here's the thing, that I see this, it's true, but what you have to keep in mind is there's also peer pressure. Whenever you're playing a multiplayer game, if there is meta knowledge of the game that you don't know, other people will expect you to know that. And to an extent, not knowing that can be selfish if you choose to indulge or engage other people's help. Because this is my perspective of joining group content, is that joining group content with no other pretense, right? Not if it's like, oh, we're carrying, you know, like Bill or somebody like that. Okay, we're going to carry Bill through. Well, Bill's not going to know what he's doing because everybody knows that's the case, and that's just what we're going into it knowing. But if you're joining a pickup group, I think that it is in good form to be educated and know at least part of what you're doing going into it. And if you are the person who is not, you know, you're not informed, you don't know what you're doing, I think that's going to leave a really bad taste in everybody's mouth, and I think that's also selfish. I do. I think it's selfish. So if you don't know this stuff and everybody else does because it's like, oh, I want to preserve my sense of wonder, that's fine. You can do that. But whenever you solicit other people, you have to put the needs of the team above yourself, in my opinion.
Sure, but it's an MMORPG. You don't win at an MMORPG. Games made within this genre aren't designed to have an end. That's literally not the point. So when you rush through MMORPGs and skip the natural process of learning how to play yourself by consuming guides and religiously watching Twitch streamers, you're basically robbing yourself of precious dopamine. And that's why we play games, right? Or at least that's why I play games.
Yeah.
This even translates over to my consumption of stream content as well. I want to discover a game that I don't have time to play myself alongside a streamer and watch the natural process of them figuring mechanics out themselves and discovering things for the first time.
He's getting poisoned.
Okay.
Wait, no?
It's moments like this that make me value streamers like PayToWin69 so highly because, well, the Clown's chat literally auto-moderates itself with no backseating, so we can watch him suffer. Or maybe it's because I know he's so bad at games that he will never spoil anything. God Gamer, by the way. Blind runs through games.
Unironically, I think Quinn is an incredibly good video gamer.
With no backseating is likely how I will structure my streams in the future.
You don't play PoE solo self-found hardcore without being very good at the game.
I will not be making
He's
any
very
forms
good
of
at Diablo
guides
3 too.
beyond beginner for Ashes of Creation, simply because, well, the game's still 5 years away. No, but seriously, I don't want to
5
rob
years until
people
Alpha
of their
2.
discovery, even though I know someone else will. But I digress. This script has gone
games.
way off
Just like
subject,
everybody.
and we should get back to the topic at hand and end today's video with a question for you, my dear viewer. How far do you go when it comes to consuming media for MMORPGs? Do you stop at beginner guides just to help you get a grip on the basics, or do you take it all the way and consume all forms of build guides so you can get an edge over your—
I play until I can't, until I hit a wall, and then I look something up usually. I play until I hit a wall.
Your peers competitively. I understand the need for guides, of course. Just because I myself do not consume them doesn't mean I'm arrogant to the demand. MMORPGs are a social competitive game after all, especially one that involves PvP. However, for me personally, I think by learning and discovering mechanics myself gives me a far better understanding of how classes work, and the natural learning curve improves my gameplay and knowledge. I may learn it all slightly slower than someone else who watched a guide, but for some things, you cannot simply watch a guide and copy without understanding how the class works in the first place.
That's true with PoE.
That's probably why World of Warcraft's player base have such a wide skill gap between players. Or maybe it's just because anyone who still plays retail WoW in the current year is just flat out brain dead. But as usual, I am just one nerd, desperate for a good MMO. And my opinion being nothing without yours in the comments below. And hey, with the release of this video, I've also sent out the invite for the watch party for this month's highly anticipated combat-focused livestream. So come join your brothers and sisters high on the copium using the link to the Discord down in the description below.
But Nark, I heckin' love guides. I've got 14 wives, so I don't have time to play.
And to that I say, listen kid, if you think dad gamers had more time to play back in 2004, then you need a reality check, because
just watch the guide.
High on copium.
Okay. Is that good? Do I need to do it again? Okay, let's run it back. Yeah, let's run it back. That's good. I love it. All right, guys, let me link this video real quick. This is a NARC video. It's about Ashes of Creation. And today we have a very, very, very special AllCraft. Today, as you guys saw, that it got announced at the OTK Games Expo, Chris Kaliki and some of the other guys that actually left Blizzard, they came together and they made their own studio called Notorious. We partnered with them. And today, we're going to have an AllCraft with not just me and Rich, but me, Esfand, and Rich talking to the people from Notorious Studios live about their game, their vision, and what it's going to be. Gentlemen, one moment.
Blue cards.
Yo, what up? Can y'all hear me?
Yo.
Hello. How are we doing?
We're ready to go.
Oh, we're ready to go. Okay, yep, sorry I'm a couple of minutes late. I had to complain about a video game. Give me 1 second. All right, let me make sure.
Gotta be done.
Yeah, it's just totally normal stuff. And Pekties, you want to go ahead? Actually, I guess I can probably just use the same one that you were using before, right? Yep. That should be good. Okay, and I'm good to just pretty much close whenever I'm ready?
Yep.
Okay, all right, give me 1 second and I will do that. Gentlemen, give me like 1 second. So we actually have, if you guys can imagine this, we have an entire production team for this. So Peckies is going to take over for a second, and he's going to run our production while we have our show with the Notorious developers, Chris Kaliki and all of them, man. It's going to be exciting. And some of them you haven't met yet, and you're about to. So here we go. Give me 1 second. And I do want to say, guys, so basically, actually, let me make sure I've got this ready and written down. Okay, yeah, I do. All right. So yeah, pretty much my plan is for playing the MSQ for Final Fantasy on Saturday is...
Hello, everybody. We're very excited for this episode of AllCraft. We've been talking about it for a little bit, but as you can see, we got a full party here. So it took a little while to make sure that everybody's schedules were synced. You guys obviously know a few of the people on the screen right now. I think you've probably met Asmongold. You've probably met S-Van. You might be asking who I am. Don't worry about that. Chris, you met at the Games Expo.
Friend.
A lot of yeah, there we go. Chris, you met at the Games Expo and probably even before that for a lot of you. But today, you're getting to meet John and Cole. Cole's been heading up everything with the art over at Notorious, and John's been heading up a lot of the nitty-gritty stuff when it actually comes to what this game is going to look like. So we're going to get to talk a lot about this project that we mentioned at the Games Expo. And Asmon, I couldn't be more excited.
I absolutely am. I still am kind of in shock that all of this has come together and we've put all this together. And it all started, what's so crazy is it all started whenever, Chris, you left Blizzard and you made that video and I watched it. And that is just, it's so astonishing to think about how long ago that was and how much your team has just evolved and how much things are coming together now.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels kind of surreal. You know, I
I think I remember telling you in Texas when I came to Met you, just like, sitting there meeting you, because I remember talking about you with a lot of developers at Blizzard when you first started really streaming, because you had a lot of really great feedback about the game, about Warriors and things like that. And so it was just kind of cool to see the full circle and see us both kind of where we're at today versus where we're at, probably, I don't know, over 10 years ago or whatever. So
go ahead, Rich.
Okay, I'll go ahead. So everybody, I do want to make sure that we say this before we get really deep into it right now. We also have a giveaway for everybody at home. So if you guys do want to see now, we'll show you what this giveaway does look like. We're giving away some custom PCs so you guys can actually play the game when it comes out.
Wait, so we're giving away 5 PCs?
We are giving away 5 PCs.
Oh, fuck. Okay. That's a lot of money. All right. I didn't know that. Okay.
We are giving away 5 PCs. All you got to do, there should be a link probably in the chat right now for the actual giveaway, but head over to the Notorious Twitter. Make sure that you drop it with a follow, and that way you guys will know all of the updates for the game as they happen. We got a long road ahead of us to actually be following what everybody's working on at Notorious and to actually see what Project Honor is going to look like. So make sure that you are following them on Twitter. But let's talk about where the game's actually at right now. Esfand and I have actually been able to play it, but we should really talk, John, more about what the game's actually going to look like. I think it would be cool to hear you describe it, considering that is really what you focus on.
Yeah. At this point, we know what we know generally like what the structure of the game is. It's a like loosely session-based game where you go on adventures with your friends into dangerous areas of this fantasy world that we're building, and you can run into other players and team up with them or kill them and take their stuff. You can find like valuable items and take it with you to like craft more powerful gear, or you can find powerful gear and get out with it and then come back in with it next time, and all kind of like while you're doing all of this, you're fighting monsters and running into kind of like the classic fantasy sort of bad guys that you meet along the way, goblins and orcs and things like that.
Now, I think this is a pretty important question to ask, and it's maybe I shouldn't start here because it is such an important question. But when Esfand and I did play, is it correct that I did beat him?
Okay.
Hold on. Now listen. I was testing what the different abilities did. I was going through a very extensive process, and let's be honest. It's in the early stages of development, just like my speaking. And hey, some classes might not be entirely balanced yet. Maybe, I don't know. That's all I'm going to say.
Listen, it was embarrassing.
It's a work in progress. We all know that.
He got crushed.
That's what happens when you play a paladin.
No, hold on, Asmon. How do you know? How would you assume that I play a paladin?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe 15 years.
18.
Yeah.
18.
What actually happened was, can I talk about the playtest a little bit? Like, how much can I say?
I don't know. Just say whatever you want, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just think about the classes that we've announced.
We'll sue you later. Don't worry about it.
I'm about to get sued. Oh my god. But okay, so basically I was playing a ranged class, and my ranged class also had an ability where you could kind of set up a little bit of radar. You could surveil a little bit ahead. And all I did the entire game after I got nice and looted up, I just found myself a nice sneaky corner to stand in. I dropped my radar and I just waited for Esfand. I just literally sat there waiting for Esfand the entire time, just so I could have this moment where I actually felt like I was a god gamer. But yeah, I was basically playing. I was playing a ranged class. That way I won't get sued.
It was funny. As a designer, there are these moments when you're like putting something together and you're like, oh, this would be pretty cool if players use it in this way. And nobody told Rich
what to do. Like he just kind of hopped in and played. So he didn't have any tips at this point. And I remember watching over his shoulder as he sort of very cleverly set up this ability and just sort of like lay in wait for Esfand. And he was like looking around. And he was like, "Is that Esfand?" And then I cheated. I screen watched a little bit. And I was like, "Yeah, that's him."
Yeah, that's like it was with Esfand, it was the opposite. He was just running into walls and basically just charging it for like no tactics at all. Just really just getting stuck in places.
Don't give me too much credit. I was walking. I didn't know how to run yet.
No. But yeah, I think one of the cool places to start is actually talking about, because I think a lot of people have started to talk about some of the other games that are in a similar genre, right? Where you're coming down, you're trying to actually take advantage of the map, you're trying to get materials, and you're trying to get out with your life. But I think one of the focuses of this game that maybe people aren't as aware of is how class driven it really is. We started to talk about it at the Games Expo, but John, what's it been like? Go ahead, Asmon.
Well, that was the thing, man, is that's what I was going to bring up too, is like, Chris, I think you brought this up whenever we were at the Games Expo about throwing the thing at somebody and then pulling them in as a warrior. I thought that was badass. It's 100% just like Warrior Fantasy.
Yeah. I mean, that is a good point. And I think, we touched a bit about this at the OTK Expo. And I think the first time when we talked to you guys about the game is that really one of the core pillars of the game is like class fantasy. And like, we've had so many games throughout the years of just, where you have a warrior, a priest, or mage, or these sort of things. And, for us, it's really kind of about taking some of those concepts of the warrior, the mage, the priest, and these other classes that, we've been talking about, and just driving them to their maximum in terms of thinking about, what makes it cool to play a warrior, what kind of abilities, like how would a warrior act and move and that sort of thing differently than the others. And so we're trying to differentiate all the classes, a lot. And so, like one thing that Cole would say about the warriors, like he's like a moving weapon himself, right? And so like, and then trying to think about all fantasies of different classes and how they would also like interact in the world, right? And so if you think about the warrior, maybe he's just so big and strong and whatnot. He's just the one that can just walk through doors or whatever, or just like be able to have like super strength in the game and like interact in the world in a different way than the only other classes. And so it gives us a lot of hooks and cool things that we could do to bridge the character and the class with the environment.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot of different ideas, and basically like when we talk about selling like your class fantasy, it's like I want you to feel like your class in everything you do, not just combat as well. So it's like how you open a door is totally different, right? So it's like if you're a warrior, you're not gonna like just go up to a door and like creak it open. You're gonna like either headbutt it and it just breaks, or you're gonna rip the door off the hinges and throw it on the ground, right? Like these little things I think matter, and they kind of stack up because there's these moments that you go like I equate it to like in The Witcher too, when somebody spits on you and calls you a witcher. Like it's very, I love it. Like it's like, wow, I'm really disrespected here, and it makes me feel like a witcher, which I think is a really cool thing. And so like everything that you do as the class should be reinforced in everything from your interface to how you interact with a corpse, right? Mm-hmm. So like if you're a warrior or something we're talking about, again, like all this stuff is just, please take it with a grain of salt, because we're basically throwing out every idea we can right now. That's just cool things we can think of. And then of course, like we're going to have to, once we hit production level, it's going to be crying time, being like, what do we have time for? What can we get in? And how many people did we get on our hiring boom and this kind of stuff, right? So like, please take this stuff with a grain of salt. But like, something we're just talking about is maybe warriors have the special ability that when they kill like a unit, let's say like a goblin, they can like take the blood and like smear it on their face and get like a buff of the goblin, or they can do that for their party if that's a thing, right? So depending on what you killed, not only warriors can actually do this ability, right? So but if let's say you were a priest, like maybe you can like cleanse its spirit or send it onto the afterlife and get some kind of like damage bonus or something like that. Like, so the way you interact with corpses is totally different than how another class interacts with corpses, and then extrapolate that as much as we can across the game in all systems.
Yeah, each class has right now we're planning on each class having their own set of consumables. Obviously, there'll be universal stuff like a health potion to heal and stuff, but we want the warrior to be able to use things that they find to make warrior items that they can use on themselves or others to sort of change the playscape or for players if you're in a party with them versus running solo. Similarly, the with the classes we try to celebrate their differences as much as their similarities. For instance, all of our classes will have they'll have bespoke equipment. A hypothetical other heavy armor class can't just pick up warrior armor. They're very different classes. They have different equipment that they wear and craft and so on. So our weapons and armors for our classes are bespoke. And that means that when you're out in the world, you're going to care a lot about finding another class to either team up with, or you can, kill them. And that like, if you kill another player that is your class, that they're just kind of like a loot pinata for you. They might have really great stuff that they've collected for themselves. On the other hand, if you kill someone that is that's not your class, you lay them out as a warrior with like with an execute or something, and you're picking their body over. The things you're really looking for are stuff that you can take with you and then dismantle and craft into stuff for you to like make better gear for yourself.
Yeah, I thought that was even something in the play test that you start to notice like very quickly. It affects how you're looking at the entirety of the game, right? Like me going after S-Fan, I'm not necessarily going to get gear out of it because, like you said, all the gear's going to be bespoke, right? I was looking for a bow with the class that I was playing. I wasn't looking for an axe like he had. I want to go back to some of the art though as well, because I think these were some of the cool moments that us and OTK probably haven't gotten to experience nearly as much, that now it's been really cool to be in these conversations with all of you. And it's so cool to see the way that Cole, like, you break stuff down, like the way that we were actually looking at it was all of us in the room except for Asmon actually for this conversation. It was S-Fan right before you had to leave to go back, and we were looking at like 3 different faces that were all for the same character, and the way that you were breaking down, like, should I make his nose look like this or his ears look like this? Like, which one makes it too serious? Which one makes it too cartoony? Can you kind of share what that process is actually like for the people in chat? Because I feel like for a lot of us, we've loved games for a very long time, but we've never gotten to peel back the veil and actually look at it the way that you create it.
Yeah, for this game, this art that was just on the screen is Eric Braddock, another super talented artist on our team. And so the way that we're going about, and we're trying to do, it's very ambitious, and we're doing a lot of things with this game. So number one, we're trying to create a new style that's unique to our game, so that you can kind of tell like that is a warrior from Project Notorious, or Project Honors game, and also we're trying to build an entire new lore and IP, right? And it is a huge undertaking. When you were looking at the faces that you were talking about, something we were trying to do is make sure that it wasn't too realistic, so that it kind of blends in with a lot of different games that you can kind of like. There's a lot of fantasy games, I think, that line up on too much of a realism, and basically they kind of start all blending into one another. And then if you go too, we don't want to do something too cartoony because the tone of our game isn't necessarily in that vein, right? So we wanted something in the middle. So I kind of painted, and probably like later on, behind the scenes DVD. I'm being optimistic because I'm just like, after we do this, we should the game, and behind the scenes DVD stuff. We can reveal some of the art, but I drew a mage that was a little bit too realistic, and then another mage that was probably a little too on the cartoony side, and we were trying to meld the two into like our unique style. And it was really great to hear your guys' feedback on what you liked and what you were like, oh, that's really cool, and like, you really like this and you really like that. I really do appreciate that. So yeah, it was awesome getting some outside eyes.
Yeah, I thought it was badass. I mean, again, like I think that a lot of the art reminded me of whenever I first opened up that Warcraft 2 book with like the original art, and you could see how like just visceral and like just powerful it was. And I really love that. And I think one question that I would ask is like, what do you really see as the scope inside of Project Honor of the fantasy? Because now we have fantasy, it's like you have laser beams, guns, lightsabers, swords, like machine guns, a gun that is a sword. Like, what kind of stuff are we going to expect to see in Project Honor?
Yeah. You know, tone wise and fantasy wise, we're huge fans of, you know, Lord of the Rings and old school WoW. And, you know, I think what we're trying to do is we don't want to, you know, I think add too many things that bring it into a sci-fi realm at all. And so we're going to keep it pretty grounded in that sense, like no spaceships. We're probably not going to have laser beams or anything like that. It's going to be like really a classic fantasy magic, portals, realms, you know, kind of vibe. Yeah, Frazetta, you know.
Very core. It's a very core
fantasy, yeah.
Yeah, that's like one of the terms that we kind of use at the studio to kind of talk about like the tone is like core fantasy, so more grounded, kind of more traditional, you know, because like you're saying, fantasy has all these different kind of versions now of where it's like space and all these sort of things. But yeah, we really just want to be like go back to like kind of the fundamentals of fantasy, and then, you know, let it evolve and breathe from there. And there's just a lot to pull from even with that, you know. And so like one thing we kind of say like on the website is like kind of familiar setting, new experience. And so the game will have, you know, I think the way that we're designing the systems and the kind of core loop and stuff like that, it's going to be feel like something you haven't really played before. I mean, it will feel familiar in some sense, but really the IP will feel very kind of familiar in terms of like, oh, there's mages and warriors and things like that. And then we're just going to spend a lot of time kind of exaggerating and focusing on breathing a lot of new life and our own kind of new take on each of these different like archetypes.
So I have a question that John, I feel like you'll be able to answer, and it's probably going to be back and forth between you and Cole, because this is something that I know Esfan and I have talked about it a lot off stream, but kind of the idea of when you have a game, especially a game that is very focused on its style, what comes first? Like, it's kind of like a chicken and egg conversation. Like, are there moments where Cole comes up with a really cool art piece and you're like, holy shit, like this guy is just a wizard who has scrolls all over his sword, and now we're going to change the gameplay because this is so beautiful? Or is it really strong game elements that come up and then Cole goes, wait, I have an idea, I'm going to make it look cool? Like, how does that relationship work?
It's both, and I think it works rather well. It's interesting that you bring up the concept art bit though, because just not too long ago, Cole drew up this really wonderful. I don't think we have a reference of it posted on the website, but he drew up a really wonderful example of like a mage attack using a particular item, and I don't want to go too deep into the specifics of sort of like the nuts and bolts of how a class works, because it's high detail and subject to change, but the idea of this mage using this item in a particular way, like I saw it and I immediately walked into his office. I was like, dude, we're going to do that. Here's kind of how I think it would work. And we kind of riffed on it for a little bit. We settled on an end goal and wrote down a bunch of notes. And when the time comes to make that like mage ability, we already have like a reference point to it. And then beyond that, from like a high level design perspective, I like my job at the studio is can kind of be summarized like, if I might be dating myself here, but if you know what an erector set is, it's, you know, this little metal bits that you can like kind of screw together into towers and stuff. My job right now is very much that. Like I build the framework, and you know, like generally here's how combat works, and generally here's how crafting works. And the rest of the team then gets involved, and, you know, engineers and artists, and we riff once the framework is in place. And occasionally a really good idea will fall out of that, and we look at the framework and we're like, we can adjust it and accommodate that.
Mm-hmm. So
pretty sure Mizkif. Go ahead.
Yes, Rich. Actually, exactly. You're 100% right. No, something I want to talk about is something that actually came up when Rich and I came to visit was, and I think this is what we talked about at the expo a little bit too, was the concept of tactility, right? The feeling of when you do something as that class, it feels like you feel immersed almost physically in the game. And Cole, you kind of touched on it a little bit, like the way you open doors, the way you do this, and more specifically with abilities. Asmon, you brought up like the ability where you throw out the chain and boom, right? The feeling of I have this big ass just spiked chain. There's a spiky ball or something at the end of it, and you're shoving it into somebody's chest, right? Like that. You need to feel like the weight of that. It's gruesome. It's dark. It's the feeling of I'm putting all my force, exerting all my force into this, and ripping it back. Not only for the player, but also for the person getting hit by it, right? Like if that hits me in the chest, I'm like boom, and I'm like stunned, right? Like it's just boom, and then I get yoinked back. I get yoinked forward, I guess. But you guys talked a lot about that. Can you guys talk about that a little bit more on the show too, with the tactility?
Sure. Tangibility, the tangibility of the abilities and the just general game feel is something that we want to execute on in a way that you can sort of like, I guess feel through the keyboard. And it is as you describe, like when you get hit with a large object, we want there to be a reaction, a moment where you get hit and you're like, oh God, bad things are happening, and then right, and like
here it comes.
Get yanked. And it's funny that you bring that up because just yesterday I thought of that conversation, and I was like, I'm going to go look at the delays on that ability and like how long the stuns last and see if I can make it feel better. So that's I think a really great example of those moments that it's very important to express and feel as you're playing the game, not just as the person who's doing the attack or using the ability, but also as the person who's being hit by it. And we also understand that there's a level of like, I guess you could say, like knock around that can be frustrating for players, and we're trying to temper the feel there, so when you get into a fight, it doesn't just kind of feel like you can't escape or that you're being stun locked to death or something like that. So we're playing around with some mechanics so that it's not overbearing, but that when those moments do occur, depending on what class you are and depending on what you get hit by, it feels right and good for the reaction, like when the reaction does happen.
There's also something too with the tactileness that I'm interested in pursuing, which is even the cadence at which you hit buttons should feel different between classes, right? So warrior, you're thinking like, if you're hitting someone with a warrior, you almost want him to like charge and then like you're saying, I want to embed my thing through you into the ground, right?
Yeah.
And
the warrior hits the thing on the other side of you.
Yeah, his goal is to swing through you, like to cleave you and twine, and even just like I guess a good way of maybe putting this is the difference between like the cadence in an FPS. If you're playing a sniper, it's kind of like you're waiting for like 10 seconds and then you shoot, like you hit one button, right? And that button lets loose a cannonball that blows a person's head off usually, and then that feels really good to that fantasy of playing a sniper, like that one shot, one kill moment. And so it's not like right. And I think like some other games, maybe it's just they get the cadence wrong. Where if you're playing, let's say, a rogue or a mage or whatever, it's kind of like you're hitting the buttons at the same cadence, even, and it almost feels subconsciously that you're playing that class the same way. But if you play a different class, and all of a sudden your rhythm is like bah, bah, hold down the button, charge. Bah, what I mean? Like it's almost like playing a different character in Smash Brothers, where it's like Ganondorf is just, I want to hit you once and you're going off the screen, right? Or if you're playing Pikachu, it's like going nuts and basically hitting a button every millisecond, right?
Yeah, it's kind of what kind of Cole is talking about really is ultimately, with so many different like RPGs, or if like even if they're an MMO or whatever, usually they have, you are choosing a certain race that you play, and then there's like a class that's for that race, like there may be a warrior, mage, priest, or whatever. And then you design like different spells that are on those different classes that have a different fantasy that's aligned with that class's ultimate fantasy. But they're usually kind of really the same thing. They just do damage, and then they have a cooldown and that sort of thing. And so they can all kind of feel very similar. And so one of the things for us is just like every class is kind of built in its own like vacuum, really, in terms of like it has its own kind of rule set and things that in way that they play that really comes from rooted from like the fantasy. And so yeah, the warriors kind of abilities will have more of a slower attack speed perhaps, or just like they're more weighty, and you attack a little bit slower than say maybe a other melee class that has very fast paced attacks or something. You could think about a traditional rogue or something, and then that just like can translate to gameplay into so many different ways. And so so really I kind of think a lot of, and this is kind of what I feel like is just kind of an evolution of that combat model for like classes and RPGs. It's trying to get away from just the standard kind of bread and butter, like, oh, it's just everybody has this like action bar with these certain abilities, and then they all have the kind of the same cooldown. It's just the differentiation there is just really the spell effect, right? And so, but yeah. And then the other thing too, kind of like what Cole and John were talking about, just like all the different abilities. One thing is like there's like game design philosophy that was come from Blizzard, which is like concentrated coolness. I even named a talent after this philosophy. Like I think it's a mage PvP talent, but like it's the idea of just concentrating a lot of the different gameplay in the individual abilities. So one ability can do like 8 different things, rather than it just all it does is just like damage and that's it. And so every time we put an ability in, we really have to think about it's eating up this like kind of slot, or this eating up this like real estate on the control scheme or whatever it is. And so we need to be mindful about like, is it really worth it? And like, what is it doing? And so, so just trying to do like more with less, I guess.
Yeah, I want to kind of peel back for a second. I think that, as a lot of the people in the chat have probably noticed at this point, between Chris, Cole, and John, the conversations when it comes to a class, everybody really, it feels like we're speaking the same language. Like we can just nerd out, like hearing S-Fan talk to the team about the classes that he knows really well, and hearing them like actually talk about and being able to deep dive. And even with Cole, like talking about different art things. For me, I obviously like my casters the most. I talk to Cole about Magic all day long, so it's really nice to actually be able to talk about classes and feel like we're talking in the same language. But I want to go back even further to when you guys were talking about game feel, because back when now you got me nerding out again. But the thing is when I was still involved, when I was still a game design student, the way that game feel had developed at the time, and this is no shade on like Rami or anybody, because I still love those games, but it was like the Vlambeer era where everybody was like, let's hit it with as much screen shake as possible, and that's how we're going to get our game feel, and every bullet felt like super impactful. Now it's obviously a lot more nuanced. How does like getting game feel right actually work? Like what, like are you tuning it up super high at the beginning and having like these big screen shakes, like these moments where the buttons feel very impactful, and then you dial it back until you have enough? Or how long does it actually take to get the game feel right?
It could take a long time, especially with like post effects like screen space shakes and like on-screen VFX and stuff. That stuff usually comes in a little bit later in the process. And when you bring it in, or at least when I think about bringing it in, I think we always have to be cognizant of the fact that that'll be a setting that many players shut off, right? So selling a hit with a screen shake, it's cool and it can add a lot of sort of flair to the moment. But you've got to sell it with the animation. You have to sell it with the animation that the attacker is doing, the hit reaction that the recipient is doing in that moment, and timing it right. And it just occurred to me, I don't think that when we started talking, the game itself, it's not a tab targeting game. It has action combat, so you click and press hotkeys to do your attacks and special attacks and stuff. So those moments, like when your weapon collides with an enemy, or when your spell hits an enemy, those moments have to be sold some way other than us just like taking what we're rendering for you and kind of like shaking it around. And so I think dialing that in is very important. And then we can begin layering in the screen flash and screen shake and stuff.
Yeah, if we can get it to feel good with the jankiest, worst art and animations, and it still feels good to do, adding all that icing on top will just be like, the chef's kiss, right? I think starting out there is great, because if you add too early, I think you risk masking what might not actually feel good, and maybe one of these things that we've added is covering up the actual feeling of that feeling good, right? Having an impactful, like you were talking about impact right before, Rich, and so it's like that. So if we can get like you were saying, like ball hook with the worst animation possible that you guys played it with, and just like getting the system in there and it still feels good to do it, like that will, we know that that's going to work just even better once we have, chain physics, blood splat once that guy gets crushed, right? Rocks if he's getting pushed into a wall, and that kind of stuff, screen shake and all those different things.
I was curious, actually, like you're talking about the rocks and all, like what degree do you feel like the characters will be able to interact with the environment around them? Like, will you be able to climb up a tree, hide in like in a little cave or an alcove under the grass, like in Fellowship of the Ring or something like that, underneath something? Like what degree will you be able to like interact with the world theoretically?
The way that you interact with sort of like what I would call like primary environment, like trees, walls, doors, things like that, will ultimately be defined by what class you are. For instance, we would expect like a more agile class to be able to perhaps like run up a wall and ledge grab, whereas the warrior is big and bulky and could maybe like smash through a wall. I think that the specifics of like how and when those opportunities will arise for an individual class are they're still very much up in the air, but we talk about movement on the team when it comes to like designing what each class can do, not in the context of like jumps and sprints, but in the context of like a profile. Like a warrior's high profile movement when they're moving quickly and with a lot of force is going to be very different than a mage's or a priest's high profile movement. Similarly, their low profile movement, the low profile movement for a warrior, I mean, you've seen the concept art. He's not really a sneaky looking guy, but he'll slow down and lower his shoulders and try and lurk as best he can and make less noise, because sound in the game is an important part. Knowing, like, having situational awareness, hearing things move around you, and knowing kind of where they are in relation to you is important. So giving players control over how much sound they make is something that factors into low profile movement, but will be different for each class in terms of how it's affected and how intensely it changes.
Each classes can do different things with the environment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
One cool thing could be like if there's like a dark cave or something they're going into, maybe most of the classes or most of the players in the game have to have like some torch or some like oil that light this torch or something like that. But then maybe the mage can just like light elements within the cave, and it's just like mage doesn't have to carry torches. He could just light up things to illuminate a space or whatever. And so there's like a lot of like cool little hooks and like ways that we can build depth from the character and the environment. I think having a lot of destructibles and climbing and things like that are kind of something we aspire to do. And if the game would have that, that'd be awesome. It's just a question of just whether we'll have the budget to do that and things like that. Because again, this game, Project Honor, is we've been working on it for a year now, and also building the company at the same time, which, as you guys know, TK, it's like there's a lot of work that goes into that. And so we're still yeah, tips. Yeah, exactly. Where's tips? He knows. But like, there's a lot that goes into these things. And so we're still at the very early stages, which is kind of exciting because, there's not a lot of games that are kind of talked about at this early stage. And certainly not one with like a partnership like with Noto and OTK here. And so being able to talk together and talk with the players about kind of aligning on what we all want to see you know, because as game developers, you know, we all of the developers at Noto are just huge game dev fans. Like even like Cole here, right? Cole's not a game designer, but he's talking like deep like system mechanics and gameplay and abilities and stuff like that. Like, and so we're all just like steeped. And we, you know, a lot of us just feel like we have like a duty to make new experiences for us all to play. Like that is our role in this world. And so, and so we're all aligned on just making great games and making something new and original and exciting and to elevate the genre and the experiences that we all do. And so, so we're all trying to do something new here. And like, you know, it's kind of, we're all kind of anxious to not talk about things that we may not be able to deliver on, which, you know, one thing could be, you know, interacting with the world and the environment, which we do aspire to do. It's just, again, it's just a question of whether we'll be able to do it just with the budget that we have and things like that.
Yeah. So I have a weird question. And this is one that I've always been curious about as somebody who wanted to be involved with game design and then found it was much easier to talk about drama on the internet and like wait for other people to go offline. So I kind of figured out like an easier path of least resistance. So I never got to do the game design thing really that much. And it's a long development cycle, right? For ambitious projects. It's a very long development cycle. And usually you're going to be working in a genre that still has a lot of attention on it. Like, for example, if you were making a roguelike, there are still going to be 5 other roguelikes that probably come out during that time period. And you know what? Half of them are probably going to be good or maybe at least do something that's unique. So when you're working with a longer development cycle, how much can you be influenced by games that come out while you're already pretty deep in development? Like, can you react to those, or are you kind of working off of a zeitgeist that may be a little bit older?
No, I think that's the story of almost every game that's in development, is they're influenced by all the other games that come out. Same thing with movies, right? Like if a movie is in development or being in pre-production, they're influenced by other movies that come out at the time, you know, like most of my career I worked on World of Warcraft, right, for over like a decade, and that game was influenced by like Animal Crossing, right, for the day-night cycle. Like they weren't planning on doing a day-night cycle, but then the developers there played Animal Crossing and were like, wow, like it's really cool that the gameplay sort of shifts at, you know, with the whole day-night cycle. And so that's something they added to the game, which I think really influenced you know, the world and the immersion with that game and all that sort of thing. And so, you know, we're playing many different games like, you know, Valheim, V Rising, things like that. And so those all kind of experiences that we get from those games influence us on this project as well. And I think that's natural.
Yeah, it's cool, right? I mean, it means you're taking it's kind of like Mizkif, right? He sees something cool, he gives it a little yoink and twist, right? You get to actually build upon something and find new mechanics and try to incorporate them into your game. Because I've been playing a lot of session-based games recently because I'm so excited about the project and seeing some of the stuff that is coming out now, and like it gets me even more excited for the project. But yeah, I think one of the other things that I'm really curious about is how deeply complex like classes can get in a style of game like this. I think a lot of the people who watch Asmon stream and watch SFan stream, they like feeling like their character, they're MMO
the character, right? It's like,
exactly.
Yeah, like you're talking about like how many different levels of like customization, right? Like class, weapon type, like spec and talents. That was saying.
Exactly.
People like having agency over who their character is, because they I mean, some people want it to be like an extension of themselves, you know? Like it's like, oh, this is my own image of, you know, whatever I am in the game.
One of my favorite things to do is like I loved in D2 where you could be this kind of like either a summon necro, or you could be a bone spear necro, you could be a bone. I want one of my favorite. It was inefficient and terrible, but I loved playing it. But I liked Iron Golem like a lot, so I would spec Iron Golem and just have him get hit by a million things and kill those things. It took forever, but it was like a fun way. And if a person wants to play that way, I always love that you had the opportunity to build your character a certain way. And I think we really want to like have it so that you can gear your character to do, like, let's say like chain pool, for instance. Again, take this with a grain of salt. We're all just spitballing and trying to put everything on the wall. But like if your chain pull, like for your warrior, like either you have the ball attachment, which is a big spiked ball, and I throw it, it pummels the opponent, puts him into the ground, and I pull myself to him, right? So that's like one variant. Or maybe I get a piece of gear that makes it so that it's now like a hook that hooks him to me, right? You forgo maybe like, and maybe it adds like a bleed. So if you want to play like a bleed warrior, or you want to play like this, like you could maybe augment yourself in such a way that you could have just these different play styles for that person. Because I agree, I don't like usually being locked into one play style. It's like, this is how you play, right? Mm-hmm. I think a lot of fun for people is to get into a fantasy game and be like, or even just any game, like the same way you could customize your I'm a sniper, or I'm a SMG user. I'm close range. I'm a shotgun player. In an FPS.
Yeah,
I think a class that you can only play one way feels more like a hero, right? And something like Overwatch, right? Like I think that we well, I know that we definitely want our classes to have more than one way to play them. We want to build equipment that you can find and gear yourself with to augment and boost abilities that you have equipped, to behave in ways that are more complementary than they ordinarily would be, so that players can sort of define a build that they like to use. We expect our classes to have some kind of passives that you can slot, so to sort of like further focus you into a particular play style. And then of course the equipment that you wear, the weapons that you choose to wield will also change the way that you play from a more like moment to moment perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of it could easily just snowball into where, because I mean, this was like a challenge on WoW where it's like one class has so many class options where it feels like there's like 3 or 5 classes in one. And then they become the builds become very hardline, and then it just feels like, well, this should just be its own class or whatever, right? And so yeah, I think that's kind of just the challenge, is having like builds that have depth, but then also don't feel like it's like a cookie cutter class within a class sort of thing. Because then that just becomes very, you don't feel like you have freedom of choice there. It just feels just like you have to get this, otherwise you're stupid, sort of thing. And we want to avoid that. And so I think really the best innovation in this space is just kind of conditional choices. And so, like this is something that Dota and MOBAs do very well, where it's like your build is determined based on what your composition is, like who you're with, like who you're playing with, and then also who you're playing against. And so you're kind of equipping yourself based on the situation, which will be kind of an element in our game. Is just you're going to be building your character and building kind of your loadout and things like that, depending on the situation of who you're playing with and who you're playing in, and what type of adventure you're going on, right? Like you can imagine, and we don't have this in the game yet or anything like that, but just in terms of like an idea is like, well, if you're going to go to this mountainous area that has like snow or something like that, and you're fighting like these certain kind of huge snow, I don't know, orcs or golems or something like that, you want to equip yourself specifically for that adventure. And so maybe you'd wear warmer clothing, or maybe you wear something to counter those creatures, right? And so you're kind of the loadout, the abilities you choose, the kind of who you play with or whatever, determines kind of what some of the choices you make. Whereas I think is a better way to go, rather than it's just like, oh, here's a cornucopia of all these options, just choose whatever you want. And as we know, usually you just sim that out and just do what the best thing is because it becomes just a math game, right? And so we kind of want to avoid math games. I don't think in the modern area of games, anything can be simmed out. Everything can be, the best choice will just be presented to you just with enough time and effort, and instead kind of create a variety of different experiences. It's up to the player to kind of decide what they want to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cool to see already what you guys have gotten going in that area. And also, it's cool to think of the emergent things that can kind of happen. I look at roguelikes a lot of the time, too, where, you have a build in mind that you think is optimal. It's the one that you're going for, but the game presents you with a different set of options, and that no longer is the optimal build. So it kind of squashes the meta in its own way, because you go in and you're like, oh, this is going to allow me to just delete everything, but it's impossible with what you have. So you form a new meta, you play a new game, and then you have that emergent story. And what happens? Oh, I want to come back and I want to play the game again because I want to play the game that the way I originally set out to do it. And I think that's a cool way to tackle it. And I'm very excited to see what you guys do in that realm. But something that I see a lot of people saying in chat is, how do you keep the scope of a game like this in line? And I think, John, you're somebody who has a lot of experience in actually making sure things like that go the right way. So for the people who might not be as familiar, like how have you tackled projects like this in the past? What have you actually worked on in the past? I feel like people in chat probably don't have as much information as we do, so it would probably be helpful.
Well, I won't give you the whole history, but there was a time before this and before my previous job, previous company I was at, where I worked on Bulletstorm for Epic Games, and it was just those were super fun times, and that's kind of where I got into the nature of systems design and stuff, and that evolved into doing hero design for Paragon before I came out to the West Coast to work on what would eventually become New World at Amazon. So I was on New World for the almost, save for a couple months at the very beginning, the entirety of the product's development, all the way to ship. And then I got curious about what else was out there, and hit up Chris to see what he was doing. And we had the did we just become best friends moment of he described he described the game to me, and I was like, I have also thought this needs to exist. So I came into the team like pretty much fully aligned with the goal set. But when it comes to things like feature creep and managing kind of like desire complexity, like how like everyone, when you're making a game, always wants it to be like the coolest thing ever, and it's always something that you measure against. How many resources do you have? Do we have the people to do this, and the amount of time we want to spend on this thing? And so to that extent, sometimes I get to put on like my producer hat and evaluate that stuff. But at this stage of the project, we're so very like early. We're sort of like prototyping and following our hearts a lot more, and that's one of the really fun things about being on a project at the very beginning like this. But we do need to be mindful. I think I mentioned earlier of structure, right? And as one of the designers on the team, my role is to sort of like create the rules within which we operate, until someone like Cole, walks up to me at my desk and is like, "Hey, man, I thought this would be really cool," and then I'm like, "I think that'd be really cool too," and then we, make an exception, because I think game design at the highest level is you sort of like create a bunch of problems for the player, and then you create a bunch of fun ways for the player to solve the problems for themselves, and it's a very inventive and kind of like chaotic process at this stage, because it really is just the whole team is so like tuned into the design of the game that like I find often what I have to do on the project at this point is like, all of these ideas are really good, so let's narrow it down into like the few things that we want to investigate in the immediate, and write down the rest for what we're gonna try and get to down the road.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that Rich and Sven, you guys were able to kind of come and play test the game to kind of experience kind of like what our development process, which like John said is essentially like kind of following our hearts, or kind of like what we want the game to be, and it's just really kind of, we iterate on the game through the week, and then on Thursday we do a play test. We all play it together, and then we're like, well, how about we change this and whatever. And then it's just that weekly kind of process of iterating on the project and just play testing it and feeling it is just really powerful. And I think that's the best way to make a game at this stage, rather than just like, because you can get, as designers, you can get very lost of just theoretical things like, what if the game had this or that or this, and then once you actually play it just doesn't work. And so the best way to do it is play test it and validate your kind of thesis or your ideas like live, like in practice. So yeah.
And you guys will continue to have access to the two best gamers in OTK. We'll be there ready to play pretty much any time. That's one of the reasons that Sven and I are in OTK, is because of how fantastic we actually are at playing games.
Yeah, you guys would be great quality assurance testers for sure.
Yeah, and if you guys ever pick up someone else who's good at video games, let us know. We'd be happy to have them play as well.
It's not really our thing.
One day,
Maybe one day that'll happen. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
I think one thing that I was kind of curious about, and I think a lot of people might not really fully grasp exactly what the gameplay loop of Project Honor is. And I was curious, like, let's say you download Project Honor, you boot up the game. What do you really do? Like, how does it go? How does it play? Like, how long are the sessions? Ideally.
John? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll take this one. I can tell you how it works right now. And of course, subject to change in the future, and kind of as we play and find the fun, continue to find the fun. Right now, when you load into the game, we pop you into kind of like a hub world, where you can it's a menu interface. Right now, you can click on like a crafting vendor and get something crafted for you, or you have an item stash with all your gear in it that you don't want to take with you and equip yourself from there. And then you can party up on that screen and then click through into the game, at which point you go into a world that into the fantasy world. And right now, of course, I mean, Rich and Esfan can attest, it's all very gray. It's what we call a gray box, and it's just kind of representational geometry of trees and castle ruins and things of that nature. And you run through the world and loot stuff. There are monsters in the world. Right now, I think we have we're playing around with sort of the concept of like a really easy kind of like scary in large groups type of monster, and then a little bit more. This one was not in the game when they visited, but one that's a little bit more tenacious and dangerous as well. And as you navigate the world and you look for loot, you sort of like fight them, and they chip away at you. You can be injured. Of course, you can take damage. There's a little bit more of a complex relationship than just HP 0 equals dead, that we can touch on later if you want. But when you're in the world, you're there. All of the stuff on your person right now is at risk. If you're defeated, you can be looted, and you can hang out for as long as you want right now, until we put a time limit on the world to kind of like motivate people to have a sense of urgency right now in the play tests. But we're playing around with some other mechanics there. Then when your bag is full, if you're still alive, or you can't find maybe someone has already looted the area that you searched through, you can try to leave. And there are a number of ways to leave. Some of them you can just go to and kind of exit. Some of them require you to possess an item to leave, or a particular event in the world has to happen.
It's like a scroll of town portal or something like that.
It's a key.
Okay.
But we have.
I got the key.
Yeah, okay. One of the things we talked about is like, what if there were things? What if there were ways that specific classes could leave the world that was like specific to that class? And it's something that I'm really excited to start playing around with, because then suddenly, like, if a mage can portal you out of the level at some magic circle that's in a particular location, then suddenly having a mage in your party is hugely valuable, because there's an extra way for you and your party to get out.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And so after you get back to town and you get all this stuff, are you able to, like, let's say, theoretically sell items on some form of an auction house or to other players, or trade them to other people?
Right now, in the prototype, we're working on getting just sort of like a basic vendor system set up, so you can at least sell your items to a vendor and make some money that way. There's also like value items. You can find items that are just worth money, and you carry them around when you're in the world, but then they automatically turn into money when you get back. So like if someone defeats you in the world, they can like take your money and leave, but they're not like stealing your wallet, so to speak. They only steal what you found on the adventure. And then we've talked, the team, like Chris and myself we've talked about whether or not there will be like a player to player auction house, and like what sorts of things that that means for the game and how it changes the way players interact. And that's all still very up in the air. There's a lot of interesting conversations. I'd be interested in your thoughts on what player-to-player trading does. I mean, this is the first time you and I have spoken, so I'd be really interested in your thoughts about what player-to-player trading does to like the game
loves
economy.
it. He's gonna love it. He's gonna send everybody out the hardboard.
Yeah, guys, go get me all this stuff. Just bring it back. I've got to watch a YouTube video, so just get to it. All right, it's only 45 minutes, so yeah, of course.
You're slaying each person and then taking their loot.
Yeah, have them lined up for execution. Yeah, that's No, I think that does sound. It's a very interesting idea, right? Because like whenever you add in a player-to-player trading or player-to-player like buying items and selling them, you do have a certain degree of muddying the waters of accomplishments, right? Because some people will get things maybe they shouldn't have. It opens up the problem to like buying and selling things for RMT or something like that. So it's definitely Pandora's box of problems, but it also does add an element of this is a fantasy environment, a fantasy world. And in that world, of course, you're going to have markets and traders and people like that. So you're kind of comparing two things that are, I would say it's a very hard decision, especially with the scope of the game. It's a very, very hard decision to know what the right option to go with it is.
That's kind of like that's where Chris and I are at when we chat about it, is like what do we do? What could we do? Are there things that we could change about sort of the general idea? Is there something that we could alter about it that would make it work better for the purpose we'd like it to serve for the players, as opposed to it just being kind of like a carte blanche, buy, sell anything, sort of like post a sell order or put something up for auction? Is there something? Could we delve deeper into the nature of the need set that it satisfies and kind of extrapolate what that is, and then make something that serves that purpose that players can have fun with and enjoy without as much of the sort of like heavy impact and overhead that you described, like RNT, or using it as like additional storage, and things like that.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just looking at chat, and a bunch of really intelligent people are asking some questions. So I figured I'd pull in a few of them right now. And I saw this one a few times. So somebody was actually asking whether or not it was an MMO. And John, we had a really interesting conversation when we were on our way to dinner, probably a few weeks back now, about what, obviously, like in the traditional sense, this game is not a traditional MMO. But we were talking about how you actively are thinking about how many times you're interacting with a player in a given play session. And for anybody who hasn't gotten to hear that conversation like I did, can you kind of let them see your philosophy on what it means now to be making games with how many social interactions they're going to have around them?
Sure. I'm fascinated by the evolution of like always online games. I played in the beta for World of Warcraft. I played MMOs before that. I played the original Ultima Online, and these games are sort of like the first accidental social media that a lot of people deeply engaged with. So I think about I see Meridian 59 in the chat. Yes. I think about the nature of social interactions in massively multiplayer games, in addition to how just online interactions have evolved over time. And you can see other games taking cues from this. Like, I imagine that like most of us have the majority of the people that we know and regularly game with, we're in a Discord together, or you're in a Discord for your favorite streamer and you play with people who are part of that streamer's community. So the community nature of that used to be solely existing in a structure in your guild, for instance, in World of Warcraft, has lives in more than one place, in many places now. So I think that when you step back and you really take a hard look at the player experience that makes a massively multiplayer game unique, it really boils down to, for me, the number of unique interactions you can have in a given session. So it doesn't really come down to like some arbitrary player count, like 2,500 people on a server, because I'll tell you right now, there's not really a server on the planet that could run 2,500 people all, in the space of a football field without, falling to its knees. Anybody that was around for when On Courage was open in World of Warcraft knows exactly what happened. Everybody showed up, it was going to be amazing, and then the servers crashed, and then they came up and they crashed again. And that's so we can have all of these like wonderful spaces that are massive and filled with players, provided dispersal is there. And I think the going trend in online multiplayer games is one that more relies on the sort of definition that I said before, where it's the unique interactions that you can have in a given session playing the game, much more than it is the like quantity of people in a given geographical area in the game.
Yeah, so the game may have like elements that you find typically in an MMO, like classes or customization of the character or crafting or exploring a world or things like that, but not necessarily all the other aspects that the MMO has, like John was saying, like persistence of like thousands of people in one area. I remember Asmon, you had that you had, I think it was the BFA, the beginning of BFA or something like that, where you had like this one moment where there was like hundreds of people like all mounted up running through a zone or something in war mode, I think it was. And like that was super epic, and that's like the fantasy of an MMO, right? But it's just so hard to execute on that just because of just the networking.
Very well.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's one of the hardest things in game development to be able to have that many players in a high fidelity kind of game. And so, I think that is very cool. And I think, the future of MMOs will have things like that and will improve upon that. But I think for us, since we are like a small team, like we're, a dozen people and a startup, and, we just don't have the ability to build a game of that kind of size just yet. But so we are focusing mainly on like a core experience. We're focusing on the classes and the combat system, which we think is interesting and doing different things. And so then from there, we can build upon Project Honor and in the future and do different cool, interesting things with it. And so I think the strategy of starting small and then building outward is better rather than trying to do everything all at once, because, John and I both worked on MMOs. John worked on New World from the beginning of that project. I worked on World of Warcraft for 13 years. And, those games are just incredibly complicated, very hard to do. You need hundreds of people to work on them. It's monumental. And so for our first project, I bet you couldn't even know what Blizzard's first project was. Like, just trying to, this is so we'll have to start small, I think. And even with this game, it's just like, it's not like a baby game. It's like it's still substantial. Ambitious. So yeah.
Well,
I think
go ahead.
Just to touch on the sort of like the social interaction thing a little bit more. We're paying very close attention to that. Like, we'd like a guild system in the game. I think that it's really important for players to be able to self-organize in a game. There's really fun game mechanics that you can build on top of that sort of social group, especially in a game like this. But also the other thing we're paying attention to is the nature of an interaction when you come across someone in the world. Like when you're out on, we say on an adventure, right? When you're out on an adventure, the way that a warrior reacts to another warrior if you're both solo is fundamentally different to the way that a warrior interacts with a priest when you have the option to party up with that person when you're already in the world. It could be threatening, it could be like, man, I'll kill you, right? And take your stuff, or hear me out, like, we can team up and I'll help you get out of here. You just gotta, have my back and heal me. And it's like, it's a thing that I think happened. It's this moment that I remember having in old MMOs, right? Like in EverQuest, and even in like early WoW, when you're in a PvP and you're in a PvP area and you're by yourself and you come across a priest in the same faction, and you're like, oh my God, a friend. I think that it's something that those moments are like, they're very special to me, and creating the opportunity for moments like that to happen in the game is very important.
100%. It's funny, actually, you mentioned that I think about that all the time. The opportunity to, let's say you're like farming for an item in a contested area in old WoW, and you see somebody from the other faction there, right? Similar to what you said, but on the other side, And it's like, okay, we can either go at each other's throats and try and push each other out of the zone, or you get that side, I get this side. And then it's like this weird stalemate where you're waiting for the other person to make a move. And I think stuff like that's really, really interesting. Just like the social aspect of it. And we even we played Rocketbot yesterday. We played Rocketbot yesterday, and the same thing happened in Rocketbot when it's like, okay, we were all in the same voice call, and we're like, okay, truce. Like, I mean, Emmy, truce. In terms of, we're both like really low health, and we're trying to get the high ground. It's like we're right next to each other. It's interesting how that kind of stuff plays out. Or we could just shoot at each other and try and take each other out. So it's the social dynamic of it is really fun.
Oh, I love that. And also, like, another one of my favorite things is whenever you're questing peacefully along somebody else. This is what happens in Warcraft all the time. Is I'm questing peacefully, and he's got his side, I've got my side, and then somehow, whenever another member of his faction shows up, they get this sudden burst of courage, and they feel like, you know what, I can actually go and maybe take this guy on. Then they 2v1 me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I understand it very well.
Yeah. Dude. They're cool until they get some backup.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think a lot of my favorite memories from WoW are like spontaneous, unexpected, like world PvP or like engagements like that turned into something. I remember there's like players were having like some wedding in Moonglade, and then it was like the Horde were like, or maybe it was the Alliance were having like the wedding, and then like the Horde found out about it on Ventrilo or something like that, and then all went to Moonglade, and then mind controlled the bride and married it to some other player or something like that on the Horde. And so like things like that are like cool little, like that's what you remember from the game. You don't always remember like the 30th attempt on whatever, some boss or something like that. You remember like little interesting social moments in the game there, right?
I'll never forget really wow. I was playing a paladin. I came across a warlock and in Stone, I think it was in Stone Talon, and he stops and he does the little foot shuffle, like it's like this, and then all of a sudden he stops, and then he goes like towards me. There's this tension right now where we're looking at each other, right? And it's like, you gonna be cool? And then he pops armor, and then I had to pop my, at that point I go, oh, it's about to go down. Yeah. It's about to go down right now. You want to do this. And so we had this moment where I put my buff on, he puts his buff on, and then it's just honestly, it could have been made into a Blizzard cinematic. That's what that moment could have been. It could have been the footman and the orc at that point during the Warcraft 3.1. And it was just such a cool, I was like, here we go. And just, it was a really really cool moment. Stuff like that I think is super interesting.
And that's kind of I think, something that is part of games today that people like a lot, whether it's in Minecraft or Fortnite or in Apex or Tarkov or whatever. It's just like these player stories that come out of the match. Like there's a unique kind of thing that happened in the session that is you can just tell your friends like, oh, I went into the match and XY happened, and we got a car and ran over this guy right before the final circle or something like that. Like those kind of little player stories there are, I think, what is something that drives us on this project, because that will keep you wanting to come back to play the game and adds depth to it, rather than just like, hey, go X to Y and Z and then turn this thing in or whatever. It just kind of, there's nothing, it could just feel kind of shallow, And so I think building kind of all these different elements that can happen in the match or happen into going through the world or whatever, I think
when things get too predictable, like that's when I think it occurs, right? So you might go into a match in our game where you're like, okay, I need to kill, like, let's say like the Goblin King, right, to get this item or this thing that I need to craft something super powerful. So you go in, and all of a sudden, like maybe you aggro, like, I don't know, undead bear or something, and that guy mauls you. Now you are bleeding out. And your game plan shifts from, okay, maybe I don't, maybe I can't take on the Goblin King right now. Where's a priest to heal me? what can I do? And now your game plan all of a sudden just shifts, right? So now you're just trying to survive, right? Or what have you. And the same thing kind of happens in like a Battlefield game, for instance, when just cool moments happen in Battlefield where we were on a helicopter and 3 missiles came and impacted. I jumped out and I fell onto a jet. You know what I mean? It's like these things that just only can happen in these very organic things when you start mixing players together or just different scenarios. And I love gameplay like that, where you can't just necessarily do the same thing over and over. It gets super repetitive.
Yeah, I touched on what Cole described a little earlier. I think I maybe like waved it away for later, or maybe now is later. He mentioned like being injured. Our lethality it's RPG lethality. It's not shooter lethality, right? So you can take a few hits. Your character has things they can be afflicted with. There can be short term things like a bleed that just does additional damage, and there can be longer terms or permanent things that require an item to remove, like an injury. That's not to say that we're going to go like full sim, crazy high fidelity, but it's important, I think, for the game to have the ability for you to be still alive but hurt, in order for you to be sort of constantly reevaluating what maybe you can tackle or what do you need. So players can have a more complex need set than just like, priest, why didn't you heal me? I'm dead now.
Yeah. Yep.
So sorry, did I cut you off there?
I said it sounds like about what I do.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There are giraffes behind me.
Yeah,
That's
where
why
are the
I had to
giraffes?
close
I want to see
thing.
giraffes.
The old
I can
giraffe
show you guys the
excuse.
giraffe.
Rich, I've heard it a million times.
Hey, dude, it's just like these giraffes. They're eating the trees very loudly back there, and it's actually confusing. They're serious. I'll show you guys the giraffes in a second, but okay, I'll show you right now. But here I got to open up this link on my phone. But while I'm doing that, and while everybody's discussing, you guys can ask questions by using the hashtag ask and then write in the question ASK hashtag ask. And you can ask ask. You can ask any single question that you want, and we're going to pick some of them from the chat. You have to type the question after it, guys. Stop just typing the hashtag. Type hashtag ask and then a question, and then we will ask some of the questions to the devs from Notorious. And I'm going to show you guys the giraffes. Asmon?
Okay, you want me to, is it time? All right. Well, is he about to do something?
You can just keep talking. I'm just going to look for the giraffes.
Okay, thank God. All right, good, because I have like a million questions. Okay, so instance content, how big can groups be? What's your philosophy on instance content versus open world content? And like difficulty scaling of instance content versus open world content?
I can take that one.
Is that the big one? Sorry.
No, no, not at all. So
okay.
our
John's handle that. I'm gonna go pay BRB.
The adventure zones, as we call them, are large, and we haven't quite figured out just how big or what kind of like what sort of different sizes we'd like for them. We're sort of exploring that, and that's going to be also dictated by like how tolerant like server tech is for quantity of players running around, things of that nature, number of AI in the space as well. But we have I can't go into too much detail as far as like maybe the word that you use to describe instance. When you say instance, I assume you mean like a dungeon or a raid.
Well, I think that really like, yes, not necessarily, but I think that fundamentally what I'm saying is that a version of combat or gameplay that exists out in the open world that cannot be interacted with by other players or cannot be interfered with. It's
Got
like
it.
basically like going into Onyxia's lair versus pulling Lord Kazakh.
Got it. So just like full transparency, the more like focused version of the gameplay, like an arena or like a dungeon designed for a single party, is something that we haven't really fleshed out. We're not sure exactly how to do that in the context of this type of game just yet. We're still it's like something that we talk about on a semi-regular basis, just in sort of like long-term, from a long-term perspective. But the adventure zones themselves, we expect to be able to host on the larger side, somewhere between 20 and 30 players loading in. We don't know yet if that means that they'll all sort of like load in at the same time and go, or if they'll be able to sort of load in and out of it at will, and the instance of that itself lives for a longer period of time than a given like individual players experience. As far as party size, right now we're looking at 4, but we could go up to 5 depending on how the different class dynamics work out. So a typical like RPG party size, not too big, not too small. I think that 4 or 5 are kind of the magic number for that. 3 feels too low, and bigger it starts to, I think, feel more like the redundancy meta kind of comes into play. Like, do we bring in 2 warriors or 2 priests, and versus like having to choose, if you have more classes than party slots, what the best combination is gonna be for the things that you want to achieve.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Before we get into the questions, obviously you guys have asked a lot of them. I have one of my own. What is one archetype of a class that you have never really seen in games, or you feel like is very underrepresented in games? Like a type of archetype of class.
You're asking us this question?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
I have mine.
Yeah.
But also, like, just to preface, this does not mean that we don't know if we're going to put this kind of thing in the game.
I'm sketching it right now. And
Cole is sketching it right
100%.
now.
What is it?
For me, mine is like a bard.
Okay.
I think bards are just notoriously insanely difficult to design because they sort of like straddle that line between I'm an effective like skirmishing combat class, but I'm also like a backline support class. And I think it's a really difficult thing to fit into when you've got a class-based game. Like it lives sort of in the same place as like the WoW Druid did for years, where it was like not the best at anything, but it was just kind of cool. And I feel like they eventually sorted that out. I'm sure there are plenty of people that disagree with me, but yeah, I think the bard is sort of like a notoriously challenging class to do, and I've never really seen it done right, or at least I haven't seen it done in the way that I would do it.
Okay. I think the weirdest one, but the one that I like the most, and it's not quite what you would think of with a bard, but I think Monster Hunter with Hunting Horn, like especially in the new Monster Hunter Hunting Horn, you really did feel like a bard, but you didn't feel useless at all. You actually did pretty great damage. I think that's one of the best ones recently. It's all right in Lost Ark. Feels pretty good in Lost Ark.
Was it Mordhau, I think it is, and then you could have like a loot in that game. And it does. I don't think it even does anything. It's just like for fun. But there was a lot of I was playing that game. There were people going around like playing like, I don't know. They were playing like Kanye with like the loot in the game, and there's just like that was really cool. I was like, holy shit! Like, why don't more games have this? Like, where you just literally plays some instrument in the world like that. And so you can imagine like, oh well, you could have a bard and then just give them the notes and just let them. I don't know. I agree with John. Like, I don't think there's been a game yet that's really kind of executed well on the bard kind of fantasy or whatever. But
challenge accepted.
Yeah. It's funny, you guys. I think we've talked about Dark Age of Camelot before, like just amongst ourselves. Dark Age of Camelot, I think, is a good example of a game that they had a bard class, but since they had the 3 factions, they basically had like copies for chat. Those of you guys who didn't play it. It was like a 3-faction game, MMO, where each different faction had their own version of like a class archetype. And for Albion, they had minstrels. For Hibernia, they had bards. And they kind of split up the responsibilities of what a minstrel and a bard do amongst a couple different classes. But like, I think Thanes had some stuff and Scalds had some stuff for Midgard. But I always thought it was interesting because I always thought the minstrels in Albion were way better than the bards on the Hibernia side, because the bards on Hibernia side, they were healers, but they weren't really good at like skirmishing. Kind of, John, like you said, like you'd imagine a bard to be good at like 1v1 combat and stuff like that, and they really weren't. But the minstrels, on the other hand, were, and they had like some stealth capabilities and some stuff like that. So I just think it was funny the way you described it. Just triggered that memory in my head of how they approach that sort of class archetype differently for the two different factions.
Sure.
So
one of the reasons that not to get too deep on this question, but I feel like one of the reasons that bards consistently you don't get the full class fantasies because it's so hard to visualize sound, right? And all of the games that do it, like have good bard classes, do it in an interesting way. Like I think using what people try to do a lot of the time is actually using the musical scale, right? And when you look at Monster Hunter, what they did was they straight up, you would see the notes adding to like your combo chain, and it was like, okay, now execute this song. And I thought that was really well done. But I feel like that's why the itch is never quite scratched with the bard.
There are really cool ideas for it in like TV shows and stuff, right? Like there are a couple of like solid examples of bards in some anime and stuff that are really cool and fascinating. But ultimately they exist in like the world of like a linear narrative, and they can be as powerful or as weak as they want. So designing that sort of stuff into a video game often doesn't work because of the very nature of how powerful they have to make a bard class in order for it to seem interesting or fun to play, I think.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's always weird. I think that now, like, one of the reasons why I think bards and like other types of support classes are hard to design is it's kind of like what Chris was saying, where everything is now it's down to numbers. There's a simulation of this, and it shows that this class is mathematically 3% worse. So only 3% of people play it. Yeah, that's effectively what happened. But yeah, I mean, we can do some questions, and if you guys have any questions for the Notorious team here, we'll go ahead and we'll ask them and go through that. First one here we've got from Only Embers. What is the goal from to having loot and gear? What's like the end game, or is it being stronger for your next adventure?
It's both. Really. There's there is a maximum power, like any RPG. There's a maximum power that you can be, and a large part of that will be defined by the abilities that you unlock and choose to select for your character, and the equipment that you equip and go onto an adventure with. The game is in there's a mechanism of inherent loss to a game like this, where when somebody defeats you on an adventure, you lose your stuff, and we're talking about ways to soften that without sort of taking the magic out of defeat, out of being the one who won the fight, to kind of figure that out. But yeah, the goal of having like good loot and gear is to hedge your bets, right? When you get into a fight, like you always want the best stuff because you always want to come out on top. And there's some stuff that we're not quite ready to talk about that should reinforce that goal set for players. But yeah, ultimately, like better gear means more damage, more protection, better heals, things like that.
Yeah, and I think
ways you play.
I think it just kind of depends on the player and what their motivations are. Like there's all different type of motivations for people and why they play a game or why they gear up or what they want to do. Some it's just, personally for me, I'm not like the most extrinsically motivated in terms of just like raw power. It's more about I just want to explore different builds and try different things. You just try different aspects of a class or just a certain kind of play style that I want to achieve. But other people, they are more like extrinsically motivated. They just want to be the most powerful in the game or or there's like a completionist of just wanting to fill all the different like boxes and all the different bars and things like that. And so
like we'll be playing, give you a little backstory on Chris and how he plays games. We'll be playing Apex, right? And we're running around, we're trying to, we got 4 groups on us, and we're shooting, and Chris is over there looking at the plant and like wondering like, does this vegetation grow here naturally? Was this something that grew, was this placed here? And then meanwhile, we're like, we're dying. And Chris is like, what? And then he's like, oh, I died 5 minutes ago. And we're like, you didn't tell us. That's Chris. That's Chris right there.
Yeah.
Adds a good amount of perspective.
Yeah. So everyone plays games for in different ways and for different things. And so actually, as game designers, what's important as a skill is to understand the diversity in terms of motivations and what people are trying to get out of the game, and make sure that you're kind of thinking about them and make sure that they feel like that this game is for them. Obviously you don't want to like be everything for everybody, but you also want to just pick and choose which kind of audiences you're kind of going after. And so for us, like the game has PvE and PvP elements, and so we're trying to make this game for players who like PvP games. So if you like arena or battlegrounds or like open world experiences or that sort of thing, you'd probably enjoy this game. But also for players who just kind of like to collect and customize their character and do different builds, or for other players who just maybe don't even like combat and just want to help their friends. So they just want to go into the match, avoid other players, gather stuff for their friends, and just supply them, right? Another game that we played a lot as a studio with Cole and Eric and others is like Valheim. And in Valheim, right, like you can be somebody who just builds the base, and just like that's all you care about. I just want to be the level designer of this game and just build a base. Others, like Cole, for example, he didn't even care about building the base or crafting anything. He just wanted to hunt shit and kill creatures and bosses and stuff.
I come here, so I'm all out of bubble gum. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so you kind of
surprised hearing that.
So I think a key thing for games is a key thing for us to have all these different types of players and motivations and have them coexist and build interdependence between them, right? Like you don't want to just be able to just buy everything on the auction house and not have to care about the economy or the other players or that sort of thing. And so you kind of want to build systems in that sort of way, right?
Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And next question is like, it's about sliders, but I think that the real question is character customization, right? I mean, you have like a warrior. I mean, we're talking like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Ronnie Coleman, this massive dude. Is it possible to, like, how much customization can you do with that? Or with like, let's say a rogue or a mage, like how much can you make that character your character?
I don't think that was the question.
What was the specific question?
Yeah.
Will there be sliders from Jetlag 89?
Sliders. I mean, we do want to have character customization. I think that's important for us. Is just that you can kind of make your own warrior and have him look different than others. And so, but also we don't want to just make a game that's just all about like a million different sliders, and just the game is just about like creating this like just about character customization, because there's a lot of like budget and work that goes into that level of customization. In the end, so it's kind of a delicate balance between giving the player a lot of customization versus also having kind of like an artistic integrity or vision in the game. And so we want like a warrior to kind of look like a warrior from an art direction kind of perspective. And so it's not going to be just like you can make yourself look, you're going to be a foot tall with like green hair running around and you're also a warrior. Like it's going to, we have to like pick and choose and just allow what you can customize. And so, but we do want to let you like customize your character to some degree. And so one way we want to do that is like, for example, in the game, there may be concepts of like different cultures or kingdoms or something like that. And so they may have like their own like aesthetic kind of, package of different like looks that you would have for those different cultures, and so they'll all kind of look different, and so the player can just choose different, like say a kingdom or culture to align with, and then build out from there like different customizations. But so there'll probably be like some sort of sliders for some things, but it's not going to be like a crazy kind of like something similar to like
it's not going to be a Black Desert.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted those things to be big enough to be able to be noticed, right? It's like if the difference between like that and that, it doesn't really show up in gameplay camera. So it's like I want things like if you choose a word, maybe you can have one that has a skull in his beard as a braid, right? It's like that's a cool customization. That like I can see that from across the battlefield, right? Or maybe I got like a huge nose ring that like has two silver tipped dragons on the end of it, right? So just stuff like that.
Okay,
I think that's really important. I hate when there are actually like a million different customization options that basically do nothing, and it's kind of just the illusion of choice. And then when you actually look at it, you're like, wait, all of these choices are actually just there, so I feel like I have them, but all of the gear only needs to be set up for one model, right? Like you're never changing like the actual rigging in any way. I actually liked for V Rising the way that they did it, right? It was very simple, but you had a lot of different cool options. I also I play a lot of Weeby games, and I've noticed a lot of the very Weeb games, every class has its own identity, and then you work within that class, right? Like I was playing a lot of I won't talk about the Weeby games that I've been playing, but I'm curious to see what you guys actually do come up with for that. And yeah, then we can move on to the next question from there.
I think one thing to touch on is because we have a big PvP component, understanding what another player is from a distance is very important. So silhouette factors in a lot. So any kind of like major like silhouette changes and stuff aren't in the cards from a competitive perspective. But I do think that character creation and choosing the way that your character looks is an important part of making the game feel like an RPG, as opposed to like a hero game. Like making the character feel like you made it, I think, is a very important part of like helping people form an attachment with the character that they created.
Yeah, it's always like a lot of people were mentioning Genshin Impact, right? Like that is very much a hero game, right? Like most of the gachas are going to be hero games, which is completely different from a game like V Rising where you're only playing the one character. So I actually think the reason why I answered that in chat is because I think that's actually a really bad example. It's very different than what something like this wants to accomplish. I was referring to different types of Weeb games. I play them all. Our next question is from the Supercal, and he says, when you are killed, is there a limit on what an enemy can take from you?
John,
good question.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's something that we know. It's something that we know we want to do. We know we want to build in some kind of limiter, and like if I can tell, like I could like dive in, like I'm not averse to like sharing what specifically we're thinking to sort of to combat that, but just with giant disclaimer, this may change or may not be in the game at all depending on how the game develops. What we'd like to do is we'd like to let players make a choice about a thing that they can keep. There would be prerequisites for that. For instance, it would have to be equipped. Think of it more along the lines of like a soul binding, like the old definition of soul binding an item to your character. You have it equipped. It's gonna come with you when you die. The item itself is gonna take damage through that process. So you'll have to repair it, or it could break depending on how damaged it is when you make that decision. But ultimately, I think it's important to enable players to make a choice about the one thing they feel like they can't afford to lose, because it helps people to understand that items in this game ultimately are consumable. There's going to be a lot of them. You're going to have a lot of them to choose from. Even like a piece of armor or a weapon that you like is something that you'll get again in the future. So while loss is never not painful, enabling players to choose the one thing that they couldn't handle losing, I think is an important element for the game to have.
So that actually, I have a question off of that actually. So have you, you're talking about, you see an item, you get it, it's a cool item, and then you're going to get that item again, you're going to see that item again. Do you have any sort of thoughts about putting in like a persistent durability system for gear that's like, this gear can eventually just break, just flat out break if you have it for too long? Has that been a thought?
Yeah, gear will wear out and break. What we'd like to do is it'll lose durability. Of course, this is the idea right now. It'll lose durability, and then as you repair it, it'll never quite repair all the way back to full. So eventually, you'll need to kind of like say goodbye to that thing, and it'll either break and be gone forever, or you could perhaps sell it to a vendor, or you could salvage it into resources. What I would really like to do, and again, big disclaimer, it might not make it into the final game, but right now, what I'm thinking about is I'd really like if you cross a certain like wear threshold, like if you've repaired an item, you've like hung on to it and it's your soulbound item and you've repaired it many times, I'd like salvaging the item to result in you getting that item's soul so that you can gather resources and use a special crafting recipe to recraft that item for yourself.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
So that'll have like some level of like persistence beyond like the normal lifespan of the item.
Yeah, like I really like the idea of the sort of impermanence of everything, especially in a game that's as loot driven as ours and that has these elements of loss. But also the idea that like if you have something that you really like, there are game loops to keep that thing in your possession.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I think that makes sense. It's a pretty good middle ground on that, absolutely. And what about itemization? Like, so if you drop, like, let's say you loot a sword, how many variables would you expect to have on the sword? How much variance in those variables?
We haven't really that's still very high, like very pie in the sky for us. The obviously the amount of damage that a weapon does will be primarily derived from itself. There will be some other things that factored in, like any bonuses that you might have from character stats or a passive on your character, for instance. But there will be other things as the swords grow in, as they go up in, I guess you could say like power or quality. We're not trying to use the word rarity because I think that it's sort of like a loaded term because of MMOs. You know, the idea of like, oh, like white, green, blue, purple, gold. We'll still follow the color tropes, of course, but for us, it'll mean just there's a threshold where they become a magical item and they begin to have bonuses on them themselves, and then those will be there will be a variety of those to choose from. Items with bonuses will items with bonuses will affect either your character directly or the or particular abilities that you can slot on your character to make them more potent or function in a slightly different way. As I think Cole used the example of like the ball versus the hook being something that we're considering. Like you could get an item with a property on it that changes the way that ability works, and then it's an item that you're going to want to hang on to if you like the impact that has on your gameplay.
I talk about the bird.
The bird. Let's not talk about the bird yet.
Yeah, let's leave the bird out of this.
Later.
Oh man, that's gonna.
That would be a good cliffhanger to tease for a later conversation.
And now chat goes nuts.
Yeah. But I think with items and just gear and with like the powers the items have and stuff, is like that's a whole podcast in itself, and like we haven't even like really touched the surface of that yet in the prototype of the game yet. But I think there's a lot of things to like think about and learn from the past with items and games, and especially RPGs, because I think a thing with again, like a lot of items usually in RPGs is like they have stats, and the stats are just sometimes they're randomly generated or they may be set by the designer. And again, stats and the values on there is just really a math game, right? And so you just kind of go, well, this has this strength, this much strength, or this much stamina or whatever. Well, this one's clearly the right way to go, right? And I think the better way to think about items is like, what is the gameplay intent for the player's experience with that item, right? And I think, and that was like, in the early times of say WoW or like many other different games where they have not like a huge, like, there's like, all these items, it's more of a smaller contained set. It's just that that item has an identity, and it has like it's part of like everybody kind of knows what, like, say, an Arcanite Reaper is or whatever, and it has like its own kind of set like gameplay intent, or whether it's like stun maces or something like that. And so that's kind of, I think, one kind of aspect when we kind of think about items is just like just build gameplay experience and intent with each of them bespoke, rather than it just being kind of a math game of knowing which items to have equipped or whatever. But I think, of course, not every item can be that way, because then you need to have like, it gets really, this is what I mean, it gets really complicated. But I think there's a lot of lessons to learn from the past and other RPGs or other games that have progression on items, what we liked and didn't like. And I'm actually more curious to hear like what you guys think, or like players on that topic, because yeah.
Well, not every item can be special, which I think is kind of what you already touched about, because then nothing's special, right? That they're all equal. That's why in Diablo Immortal, I know what my gems are called. I know all of their names, and that's
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm completely kidding.
$100 and $1,000.
But the thing with somebody mentioned shavs, right? Like that's like an iconic piece from PoE. I think the most important thing for me as a gamer is there needs to be on the base set for an item like good progression, right? Like I feel like I'm leveling up my gloves even if there's not an iconic piece, and then eventually that iconic piece like kind of falls in your lap and you're like, finally I'm done. I'm never going to have to enhance this slot again. I'm never going to have to go through that loop of continually leveling up the piece. And I feel like that's one of the things that has always made pieces feel special to me, because if you think about like a shavs, or you can think of basically any 6 linked chest in PoE. What happens before then? You pick up a bunch of rares. You try to throw some jewelers into them. You try to throw some fusings into them. Then eventually maybe you get your tabula. Then you're using your tabby. Then from there, you're working on an actual legendary that you wanted, and you're trying to get it like at least 5 linked or 6 linked, and then eventually you get that piece. And that progression to that piece that means something to you makes the piece mean more.
Right.
Yeah,
I just said so much. I blacked out.
No,
I don't even know what I said.
I think I think everybody gets that, right? I mean, like you enchant a piece of gear, it's reforged, you have it gemmed, it's set to what you want to have, it's upgraded. Yeah, of course people think that. I mean, absolutely. I felt the same way. And yeah, I can say for sure if I lost something like that, oh my God, I would be upset.
There's a real balance to strike, right? With the amount of effort it takes to get something that's valuable, compared to whether or not, whether or not you can lose it at all, right? I think the trend in a lot of games is really, really long tail attempts to get very powerful items, and then of course you can never lose them. Once you have them, you can have them. In a game like Project Honor, where item loss and regain is sort of like a central element of the game. I think that we're very cognizant of how much effort of tuning how much effort should go into getting those items that as a player are putting you at the top of your class's game. Basically, we want them to. We don't want there to be 1,000-hour efforts to get some extremely rare thing, only to turn around and take 10 steps into your next adventure and get dunked on by a mage or something and lose it. So yeah, we want to be very, very aware of the effort to obtain versus ease of loss, and we want to build in a couple of other mechanics, like I mentioned before, about choosing if you really, as a player, being able to say no, absolutely, I want this to come with me.
Yeah. I think it's a really delicate balance, and it's almost like if you have this, if there's an expectation that stuff can get lost. Or there's an expectation that I'm going to lose this anyway, it almost mitigates the feeling of losing an item. But games are different now. I mean, that's something that you saw a lot in older games, right? Like Shadowbane and old RuneScape, right? In the what was it called? The Wild, or what would they call it again?
Yeah, the Wilderness.
The Wilderness, yeah. So yeah, it's something very different. Very, very it's changed a lot throughout the years. So I think you're dead on with trying to hit that balance properly.
Yeah.
So I think it's cool that even though there's something people are like, wait, what? But then you're like, no, we know, we get it. We just have to find a way to hit it right in the middle,
Yeah, but also I agree with you full-heartedly, but also it's cool to see, because a lot of those takes and a lot of those ideas that can be revisited now, game designers are just better at designing games, right? They've seen more of these loops, are better understood in how a player's actually going to feel. So it's cool to think of the possibilities of being like, oh, I finally managed to get this item, and now because of that, I have the soul of Golzenrog, the silver hand, or some crap like that. And you're able to more easily achieve that item even if you've lost it, right? There are a million different things that could be done to make that achievement feel like it's an overworld progression, even though that item is still not fully safe.
And write that name down, please.
Yeah, Golzenrog, was it? Good.
Golzenrog, the silver hand.
That Golzenrog. Look forward to him in patch 1.
I'm pretty sure that was what my vase was named in high school, and I just had it in my head. I don't know what Summit's vase is called, but the thing is, though, with a lot of those moments, you basically have stories that come out of it. It's very easy to think about those moments where it's like, oh my God, that's so sad that I just lost this piece that I've worked for. But it just creates these amazing stories, and it makes the piece actually mean something. And
you can't have the
yeah.
high without the low, right? And
yeah,
there's gonna have to be and it's going to feel shitty, like when you lose something, of course, and making sure that we just don't make it unbearable in the sense of like, now I have to grind 1,000 more hours to get that stone that I needed or whatever. That's the play. But like, I think also removing all the tendency of people is always to want the least resistance, right? But then that makes achieving the objective or getting, like, when you feel bad for losing like the sword of Golzengard or
Golzenrog.
Golzenrog. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Golzenrog, and you lose that axe of Golzenrog. You feel like you're terrible, but like if you kill another player and get their axe or you get their thing, that moment, that high that you get is, I think, well worth it, right? Because that's another thing where it's if I didn't care about that piece of gear, or I could just make it myself like in 2 seconds, you wouldn't care about picking it up off that dead corpse that you just wrecked.
Yeah, I think it's funny because everybody in chat hears that they're going to lose an item, and it like instantly enrages, right? But that is one of the things that when you look at game design, every single player, what are they going to instantly want? They're instantly going to be max level. They want to be full best in slot. You don't want friction, right? That's the beautiful thing about game design. It's giving you the exact amount of friction that you need to get where you want to go. As a player, you should want to have, you're going to have that cocaine logic. You're going to say, give me more, give me what I want, give it to me now. The game designer is the balancer of friction. And I think that a lot of game design now, you have people responding to what they see, of people just straight up saying, give it to me now, give it to me now. And that is why games get chucked so fast, because you just got what you wanted. And then you put it down.
No effort put forward,
you don't remember it. You don't create these memories with pieces here.
It's bowling with the bumpers on the side. You know what I mean? Which is fine, but like it takes a lot of the fun out of it, right? And I think also, touching on this, I'd be dead right now if it wasn't for my wife, because my tendency is I'll wake up and I'll have an entire pint of cookies and cream ice cream for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, because I love ice cream, okay? And so my wife is like, if you only eat ice cream for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you're going to die. So don't do that, And there you go. Exactly. That's case in point. Yeah. So, I want the tendency is to have I want ice cream right now. It's delicious, and it is. But too much is not good. Too much is not good for you. You need a little bit of balance in there, right? So.
Oh, I love how much you tell that. I remember the last time we talked, you were like, "Yeah." So one day I decided I was going to eat cake for every single meal of the day.
It's a bad call.
How times do you run into that?
Well, what's really the difference between a cake and a donut?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing basically.
Yeah, I think that it makes a lot of sense for people to have those reactions, but it's great to see any sort of game being made where you know that you're actually going to create those bonds with an item, with the character, with the progression. And I also am really excited to see what the process looks like between chat, OTK, and Notorious as development moves forward. Like, it was great for Sfan and I to already come in and get to experience the playtest. And I know that there were a lot of ideas that were shared. And just to kind of tell you guys what it's like from Chris, from Cole, from John, and from everybody at Notorious, they're also very good at not getting scared when you give your honest opinion, which is a rare thing in the world, period. Like, you can be blunt and be like, I hate this, or I really like this, and here's why. And because of that, conversations happen where you're working on making the game better, right? Like nobody's just saying that they don't like something just to be mean, so it's cool to actually be working and talking with people who just want to see whatever's best for the game, not just what's best for their ego.
Yeah, 100%.
Friction's great because it means that there's passion, I think. And so, I think when people voice their concerns, like when there's YouTube videos and things like that on, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. I can't believe they're doing that. And this is effed and that's effed, right? That is, in essence, kind of a good thing because that person cares so deeply about your product. They want it to be better, right? That's good, right? And it's a matter of making sure you're listening, and that's why we're super excited about this partnership too, and working with you guys and Chad and everybody. Is it's gauging what are the intentional things that we know are going to feel bad. You know what I mean? Because listening to the public is saying like, well, we don't like losing items. Like, well, that's going to suck because their game's kind of like built around that. So, but if it's too punishing or whatever, then we have to be like, okay, well, we didn't tune this right and take a hard look at it. But I think friction is good because when there's nothing, that almost means that there isn't anybody really caring about your game, right?
Yeah, and that's more tragic. But I mean, that's like a skill of a game developer. A seasoned one is be able to interpret feedback and trying to understand what they're really trying to say and like the feedback, and for me, and I think probably John and Cole also, and all of us maybe just we like grew up on the internet. Like I've been on the internet and things, playing online games like since I was like a teenager, and so there's not really anything you could say to me that would really make me upset or whatever. I can understand what players are trying to say through like a really passionate kind of remark. Like even before I worked at Blizzard, and I've gotten older and I've matured, but in the beginning I would go on the forums and say game director needs to be fired, like this would get like a lot of replies and people would just be like, but the game developer director hired me at some point. He understands like I was just passionate about the game. I was just upset about some change that happened. It wasn't like anything personal, right? And so
they're going through all your backlogs right now.
Well, they wiped the forums at some point. You won't be able to find it.
They did a lot of people a favor by doing that.
Yeah. There's a quote. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to actually piggyback off what you were saying, Rich, earlier. Like, I think this whole thing really did start with, like Asmon was saying at the beginning of the show, it started with that video that Chris, you made, where I think a lot of us, like old school MMO players, RPG players, like we saw that video and we're like you're literally like reading a script out of our brains, right? Like we could see right away that just the way that you approached a lot of game dev and the vision that you had were cut from the same cloth. And then a little bit down the road, Notorious happens, and we're like, wait, hold on. There's a whole studio here of people who all share that same sort of mentality, and it was such an exciting thing, right? And especially now, right, going forward. But it was an exciting thing then because we kind of felt like we're seeing the beginning of something new that we can relate to immediately. So yeah, like we're super super excited about everything that's going to come out of this for sure. So sorry, Rich.
Yeah. No. I completely, I right back at you with all of that. And I think the player and the community and you guys are so important in, I think, the modern game development process, because ultimately, what are we making this project for? Well, we're making it for you, for like a lot of the audience of OTK. And so it's just, I think that kind of relationship is super important. And, ultimately we care a lot about, what the fans think and what if what we're doing really resonates. I think that was what was always great about some of the culture at Blizzard was just, from the beginning, whether it's like, posting on forums or whether it's conversations at BlizzCon or just back channel conversations on Ventrilo and things like that, like those sort of conversations with the player and with who you're making the game for is really important. So, yeah.
I mean, I'm excited. Like, I definitely am. Hearing Rich and S-Fan talk about the game, I start to get a little bit jealous. They got to play it. I didn't. Might have to come down there and do that one of these days. I am very, very excited to see what this is going to turn into, because I think it's a really cool idea, cool concept, and I am very excited to see what you guys have in store for people next.
Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, it's exciting to talk about just kind of some of the. I think the first time we talked, it was just we had no art, we had nothing. It was just the first few weeks. I don't even know if we were in the studio at the point, and it was just about the vision and concept and talking about the player's experience we're having. And so, it's still very early, and I've had a good time talking about just some of the vision and aspects. I know it's kind of frustrating for chat or players, like, what the fuck is it? I just want to see a video or whatever. And we're gonna get there, right? And we're gonna have soon, there'll be like some gameplay we could show, and we're still trying to figure out how the partnership will work between us, and maybe we show stuff early and dirty as we go forward. You guys played the build, but there's no art in that build. It's just all blocks and stock assets and stuff like that. So not the most exciting thing to show to players yet, but excited for how this journey will go. And it's all new. I don't know anybody else doing this, right? It's just like this. We're kind of one of the first ones.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this turns out.
It's also so funny too, because I feel like only me and S-Fan have gotten to play it to chat, right? We keep talking about how much fun we had, and we're talking about stories from it in chat. It's just it's kind of like we're taunting them.
Well, they're going to be wondering what the bird means for probably a good year.
Dude, I want to talk about the birds so bad.
Can we get some birds in the chat? Can we get some bird? This is the first time I've ever
There
done
actually
that.
is a bird, that they can do.
Is there a bird?
Yeah, they can.
Every single Maya emote, I'm pretty sure, is a different bird. It's going to look like they're playing Wingspan in the chat.
Oh, there's birds.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the first time I've called for chat ever on a thing. So
isn't it addicting? Doesn't it feel good?
Wait, so I could just that's weird. That is a weird
crazy. You say an emote and they just put it in the chat. It's crazy.
Weird. You can say something really dumb and they'll all spam true as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Over time, your brain will stop working as well as it works now.
Yeah.
For long enough.
That's true, Rich. Very true.
True.
Absolutely. True. We want to do the giveaways for the PCs. When are we doing that?
I think.
Okay. All right. I wanted to say. All right.
Tonight.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to go ahead and do it, Rich?
No, you can do it.
Okay, gentlemen, we are giving away 5 custom PCs. This is your last chance to enter. There is a good possibility that one of you guys will be able to win one of these 5 custom PCs. We're doing this, obviously, to celebrate our partnership here with Notorious, and you guys can follow the link. We will announce the winners a little bit after AllCraft, and we will see who actually has won. You can say check out all the details and all the restrictions, all that stuff. If you don't know if you can qualify or not, check that out in the tweet and the link and just go from there. And again, these are 5 PCs with a 3070 Ti and an i7 CPU, which is going to be good for pretty much any of the games that are out right now, minus maybe a handful. And yes, guys, remember, keep putting !enter into the chat. If you do it 1,000 times, everybody in chat gets a free PC. So just keep that up, guys. I'm really proud of you. You're probably already halfway there by now. So yeah, thank you so much. And again, if you guys want to follow and support Notorious, their links are going to be also in the chat in just a couple of minutes, and you guys will be able to do that. But I do want to say again, thank you all so much for taking the time out of your actual jobs to come on here and spend time with us on our other jobs. Thank you.
Most welcome. Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
thanks for having us.
It was a pleasure. Anytime we want to talk, I mean, I could geek out on fantasy stuff all day. So anytime you guys want to talk about class and fantasy and that kind of stuff, man. I didn't want you guys to leave the studio when you guys came. So
I remember whenever you guys came down to Austin, I'm pretty sure they kicked us out of the place that we were at.
Yeah,
we stayed there an hour late. Like Pat closed there.
Close for an hour, sir.
Yeah, so just so you know, we're not trying to rush you or anything, but we've been closed for an hour.
Yeah. Can you please get the hell out? I think.
Hell out of here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I absolutely appreciate it. Thank you guys all so much. And we are going to be going over to the after show on Rich's stream, taking some questions from you guys, and in general, just having a little bit of a conversation, a little bit more long form, and all of that stuff. So thank you again, guys, for coming on. Thank you, S-Fan, also for coming on. Usually not on AllCraft. Thank you, man.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. It feels like Classic Cast a little bit, you know?
All right. It was fun, though. I like going on.
I'm glad. And anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And again, I will be back online on Saturday. And I'm pretty sure I've got some plans on what that's going to be. I will let you guys know very, very soon. Thank you, guys. And I just got word from the production team that we just hit 1,000 exclamation points of enter, which means everybody in chat is going to get a free PC. So pat yourselves on the back. You've done it together. And that's crazy. We're going to be giving out a lot of PCs, guys. So yeah.
Make sure I'm in chat. In chat?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
okay,
100%.
there we go.
Yeah. And so, yeah, go ahead, guys, and make sure for that. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. I really appreciate it. And I will see you all again very soon. Peace.